Yo, yo, yo. How we doing today? Whew, man, feel like I just went to bed drafting a bunch of best ball teams. I did go to bed, but it was just because late night with my auction league took forever. It always takes forever. Love the league, but it takes forever. Go ahead and get this going. Let's see here, lobby. Click this. $20 hairs. Percent screen. Share screen. DraftKings tournament. I snoozed that first alarm, man. Oof. So I was on the struggle bus. On the struggle bus this morning. But don't worry. We're here 5 years grinding. We got it. We got 9 left. We did 11 yesterday. Which means if I need to take a poop break, I'm going to do it without starting the draft. Dun, 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 dun. La da da. So quiet at my house. I don't hear a peep. I don't hear anything in my household. Very quiet. Very manure. What was it? Demure. Whatever. Very fancy. Very something. Very cutesy. Let's see what this Greg Rosenthal had to say. All right, so me and Greg Rosenthal are in the same boat. It's good to hear someone else is kind of fading Cooper or Puka Nakua. Anybody else is almost filled? Oh, we got 3 of 12 here. 3 of 12. Got plenty of space for little Timmy to get in here. Up to 34% exposure on DraftKings right now. Won't be happy till I eclipse Alexander Madison exposure. Gross. Other than my late night Twitter game is all Elon and stocks and all this other silly stuff. Why do I follow these people? Oh, that's my boy Sam Garvey here. That's silly. Steven Urbanic with 7 days left to go in the season. I'm expanding my best ball portfolio by combining the players I'm low on with my highest drafted with 31 drafts to go. This is DraftKings Best Ball Million entry 119. Good for you, Steven. Good for you. Do me a favor, says BBM jersey is Max GLGL. And then posted his wide receiver exposure. Tyler Boyd, Jordan Addison, Keon Coleman. It is funny to see people with different exposures than yourself. I would never. Oh, Chris Martin. I like you, but this won't turn out good for you. You got nothing nice to say. Don't say nothing at all, man. Let's see here. What? Oh, he's up somebody else's butt cheeks. I won't say whose butt cheeks he's up, but he is. He is. Oh, here we go. 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 5 more. I guess when my parents always told me that if you got nothing nice to say, you shouldn't say nothing at all. I try to do it at least. People on here just randomly just tell somebody it's not going to go out for you. It's not going to do it for you. You're not going to win. So pumping each other up. Bow, 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 da, 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 da. Let's see if there's any news on Hassan Haskins. Just on anything new from him. Latest. Oh, I didn't see that one. Da, 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 da. Chargers OC Greg Roman on RB Hassan Haskins. He's very highly regarded in the league, not just on offense, but on special teams. I think we got a steal here. Yeah. Yeah. Da, da, da. Oh, we're in the lobby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go ahead and read off the teams in the first lobby of the day. We got Tikiao. Oh, I didn't update my fucking ranks. Firm Croissant. Need Shoes. Smash and Grab. Robert Warner. Dave 3318. I am the boss. Okay. Spaghetti. Drew. Mitch. Guido. Mosquito. I like that. I like that one. I did my auction draft from my place to sleep. I tried to go to bed as fast as I could. It's 11:30 probably, and then yeah, just never got around to it. I had my kids had so after I got off, I immediately had to shower. Then the kids got home, probably 5 minutes after that. Then we did. I had to take them to karate because the wife had book club, and then what did I do after that? And then I had to feed them dinner. Then after dinner, I let them play a game. They played Minecraft together, and then yeah. And then what did we do after that? Then we played. Then we went to bed, and that took forever. I'm glad I'm not a single parent. Edit pre-draft rankings. Jamar Chase. Oh, thank gosh. I'm in one of these lobbies where I finally get the advantage of having a late pick and actually working out for me. I'm not worried about the Jamar Chase FUD. That even if he missed like 2 games, he'd still be worth a first round pick because he's gonna blowout this year. Dun, dun. Come on, but Dow has gone up, gone down, go back up, back down. Wish they could make up their minds about him. Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Puka Nakua, Garrett Wilson, go on after I do. Barkley and what? I'm assuming Barkley and Taylor. Barkley and Gibbs. That makes sense. Cup goes off the board. Dun, dun. Neighbors, come on down. Holy cow. Oh, shit. You're up late, Felix. Dude, I'm up early. Yeah, I wasn't worried a week ago, but every day gets closer to the season. The guy's still holding out. It gets a little more concerning. Yeah, he held out and then he practiced and then now he's back to holding out. But he practiced, so I'm like, uh, oh damn, it's a 10-hour stream. Sheesh, good luck, man. Yeah, no problem. I did one yesterday, so we got it. Today's will be a little bit easier, I think. Partially because we're almost done with the 150. We're at 141. This is 142. So we got it. This will be easy. Easy day. Easy victory. Trying to find Hassan Haskins in the ranks. There is 549. Dun, dun, dun. Jordan Mason too. Didn't have any of him, but I guess I should. Holy cow, 181 for Jordan Masons. We put him at 180, 184. Kyron, DJ Moore in the stop of the second round. Devontae, Chris Olave, Nico, Drake London, Devontae Smith. British Brooks made the roster. Da, 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 da. Let's see if we can get Pat Mahomes Kelsey stack here. Why is Pacheco going the 1-2 the 2-3 turn? Does not seem ridiculous to anybody else. That seems crazy to me, guys. I don't know. I don't know how people could take him over Brandon Ayuk or honestly, I don't even like ETN, but how are you taking him over ETN? Like that. I gotta catch you next time. Have a great day. See you later, Ben. Thanks for coming in, man. Good luck out there in those DK streets. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. We take Kelsey here because he has the ability to hit that 100-yard bonus pretty easily on a week-to-week basis. It doesn't take very much. It takes like 2 drives for them to, connect, hit that 100-yard bonus. Are we expecting him to hit the 100-yard bonus every week? No, but of tight ends that can do it, there's not very many that can do it like very quickly. Laporta's like a touchdown monster, like he's a good bet, right? A good safe kind of bet, kind of. He still has to compete for targets in that offense. Like now that JMO is like ready to go kind of thing, and then you have the dump off pass to Jahmyr Gibbs. Touchdowns are high fluctuant, and you have David Montgomery, who's like kind of brought there to be the goal line back. So the offense is very creative, but it could be tough. Why taking Hurts there? Just to fuck over spaghetti. You do not need to take Mahomes because you drafted Pacheco, man. Go ahead, take Josh Allen. Go ahead, take Josh Allen. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You are not going to hurt my feelings. Take Josh Allen. Okay, take Dell. Yeah, that works too. So I personally would take Josh Allen here, hoping to get Dalton Kincaid on the bring back. Elijah Molden. I don't know who Elijah Molden is. Dun, 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 dun. Good job, Corey. PSA proud dad moment. She got her CPA license. Noah Brown to sign with Commanders. I don't know who thinks Noah Brown is actually like worthwhile like news. I don't understand the love for Noah Brown everybody has for him. Yeah, do you guys remember Noah Brown from last year? Because I don't. Like, I don't remember a single play that Noah Brown made last year. Okay, so Nez finished up. Ooh, I'm on the clock. Nez finished up his 150. Lamar Jackson still on the clock at 55. Holy cannoli. We're gonna take Chris. We might give a Chris Godwin on the way back. Maybe might be able to. Why is Joe Mixon going so high? Hold on, let's see Nez's things here. 12%. Man, he couldn't have a flatter quarterback. Uh, flatter quarterback room. His highest is 12% with Justin Fields, which I don't blame him. Running back room. So he made a big bet on Bijan, which is what expected with how much he talked about it. Let's see here, Jalen Warren, 22%. No Najee for. I know that he was on the Warren side of things, but thought he was still a Steelers fan. No Najee. Sad. Debo obviously was his other guy. Surprised he has so much digs. I'm in the same boat. So, Johnny Smith. It's interesting. I don't have that much Johnny. I'm a little nervous to honestly, if Chris Godwin's here, we'll take Chris Godwin. If we don't, we're gonna take Dodge because we're at the cusp point where he could go before he makes it back to us. Dun, dun, dun. Take Chris Godwin here. CJ still Stroud is there. Like, there's also like a lot of other picks still out there. So I'm hoping he just falls by the wayside. Deontay, Kyler, a lot of other players going off the board. Dun, 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 dun. DeAndre Swift, Keon Coleman, JSN going. Didn't he go like in the 80s? Get your guys. He ain't gonna be there when he gets back. So. Okay. So it should be good value still here. Let's go ahead and grab our boy Najee. Not to be just be on the safe side. Just be on the safe side. Well, and obviously the 7th round is for Najee Harris. Based how things are going, we should be able to get to should be able to grasp Joe Burrow fairly easily, I believe. That's fine. Uh, da, 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 da. Brian Thomas Jr., Aaron Jones, Raheem Mostert, Javante. Okay. Jake Ferguson. Dun, 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 dun. Dak Prescott. I'm surprised he didn't go Dak Prescott there. Why did you give Jake Ferguson? I guess he have a quarterback already. Who's your quarterback? AR. Did you get Pittman? Okay, you got Pittman. Dun, 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 dun. Ramondre goes off the board. We're gonna grab Joey B here. Like right at a few picks past ADP. Jaden Daniels at 91. We got Terry McLaurin. Doesn't think he's gonna make it to 102. It's a smart decision. Wouldn't think so either, but you never know. But I wouldn't think so either. Damn, 3rd inch long. Still grinding out the MLB stimmies before football starts. No better time to get in the action, RPS. Dude just won 100,000, 20,000, 15,000, 5,000. Looks to be off of one lineup. Looks like he pulled that lineup and then showed his things that came off that lineup. So looks like his bottom entry paid for all of those, though. To be completely honest. Oh. Well, and then a buddy, Bill Haskell, who was just here. So wide receivers, I invested more USD than Puka on this year in Underdog. Velus Jones, Noah Brown, Juan Jennings, MVS, Shamari Thresh, Jonathan Mingo, Trey Tucker, Bo Melton, Trey Palmer, Jacob Cowing, Brendan Rice, Andre Yushvis, Yoshi, Elijah Moore, Rondell Moore, A.T. Berry. I feel like I missed my pick, but let's go ahead and check on that. No, we didn't. Okay. Samir White finally went off the board. Dun, dun. Jordan Addison. Chase Brown, welcome to the squad. Nice little Chase, little Cincinnati stack. Let's see here. Chase Brown, Romeo Dubs, Warren, Mike Will. Tell your truth. Da, 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 da. Game time stream discussions has a really good DraftKings setup. I think they do Underdog as well, but if you guys are interested in uh, another DraftKings drafter streamer out there, I just recently ran into them into the when like it was on my homepage, obviously, and they did a really good job bouncing off one another. It sounds like they've had success in DFS and in and in best ball. Two normal looking dudes. And they look like they're probably friends based on, them probably doing a draft together, sitting together. That's always good for it's always good to see like that kind of Javante, Tony Pollard, TJ Tajay Spears. What a very interesting run out. Very interesting run out. Da, 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 da. So we got at running backs, we've got Harris, Brown, and Singletary. I had two quarterbacks. I wasn't like stressing if I don't get Trevor here. Though it looks like my Gabe Davis is gone potentially. Gabe Davis won at 111. So wild. It's like, how are you supposed to predict that Gabe Davis is going to go the 10th? It's been a very fun, interesting draft, to say the least. Dalton Schultz comes off the board. But Warren, right at ADP is good. So he handcuffed his own second RB. Right, Benson. Mm-hmm. Altavian Wicks, Brandon Cooks. No, looks like it must have been Tua or Trevor. 6, 12, 12. Like that's QB room. Good wide receiver room. Chase Neighbors, Kirk Godwin. Running back room is Singletary, Chase Brown, Najee Harris. Tight end is Travis Kelsey. Taysom Hill, Rashid Shaheed, Thielen, Mitchell. Kind of wild if Dallas Goddard makes it today. Adam Thielen, it's literally, again, he's drafted Mike Williams early, drafted Gabe Davis early. I don't know. He's probably right at the point. I don't have no idea where he really goes. Should get him here because the other guy has two tight ends there for me. We're not deep position, but we are deep at there. We're deep at the onesies. Uh, 140, 6 ADP or 6 bye week. Allard is 5 bye week, so we're good there. That feels good too. Team is pretty awesome. So it's pretty much have to focus running backs and wide receivers, so it works out. Hawkinson, Firemouth, Hope is a good pick. Few picks in comparison to what is it yesterday. Quarterbacks go here back to back to back. Or sneaks them to a quarterback. So we here. Charbonnet. We need a wide receiver has dried up. Why can't I scroll down? Looks like I'll be all right. You know what? I'm not going to risk it. Josh Downs, the good player, when he gets back. I like Charbonnet, but I don't need Charbonnet that much. I'd rather have Davis for the next round. Since we got Blake Neighbors, we grab Josh Downs. Dun, 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 dun. So last year, nice. We had 161 views and 22 likes. We get 23 likes today. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Oh, no, sorry. Running back, taking Ray Davis away. The running back run. Well, that's he's not really worried about ADP value, but Um, Seth Charbonnet, with the buttons, world to push the buttons. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, let's see. So today, the record is Mahomes, Burrow, Lawrence. Running back, we have Najee, Chase Brown, Steve Harris, Charbonnet. Wide receiver is Chase Neighbors, Kirk Godwin, Josh Kelsey, and Gallagher tight end. Um, 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 so we should be able to wait till. I guess we be drafting four straight wide receivers here. 2 Let's see here. Receivers. Whew, wide receiver is right. Go ahead and put Johnson on see. He plays KC at least once. I think they play the other one. Matchup. 18. Okay, so Los Angeles Chargers play the Chiefs twice. We get a couple matchups there. Another. Hopefully we'll go Burton and Mims, maybe. Burton, Mims, and then Jalen Hyatt. So we're I know that he's technically on the bad side of the coaches. If something happens to you, you know, he or hopefully not Chase, these guys can easily take some of the stuff. Let's see here. Boy, I dare you. How many do you got left? This is 142 of 150. The CDK just opened up a $3.20 max, but in the first round of playoffs, only first advances and the last four have been top two advance, which is significant. Which, yeah, it is curious why they did that. Maybe that's more in the first place. I don't know. So here. Yeah, it looks like the prize pool is cut in half. The final players is cut in half. It's only 38,000 people, so there's 70 some odd thousands. So the finals a lot smaller. A lot of running backs, quarterbacks, tight ends going off the board. So we're feeling pretty good about that. Stuff like that happens. This is an opportunity to pick up the ground at wide receiver. Nice to see for the DraftKings tab. He's already on it. So that lives. Awesome. So now we're gonna get Hyatt. Trying to think of what other wide receiver we could grab to. We could go Parker Washington. Small or go. Parker. Hyatt. Yeah, just arrived from work. I'll be chilling with you today. Thank you, Dane. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. The running backs and tight ends still are flying off the board. So if I'm getting our guys, we have a nice little. No, so if the Chargers are facing the Raiders week 18, that means the Chargers play Denver twice, and then the KC play them once. They also play them. So 18. But it depends on the board. I don't know how. Mm, La da 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 da. Yeah, the PGA Championship. I just looked at there's like no golfers to select from. It's all good golfers, but there's like no having having less golfers is tough. One pick away. Lazard and Reynolds go off the board. Two, supposed to get Parker Washington. We were going to get Parker Washington for free anyways. Gives me a nice little Trevor Lawrence double. What you looking for, bro? Spray. Okay. That I do not know. All right. Or finished up at the wide receiver position. Now we're just going to grab Hassan Haskins as my last pick. Again, Hassan Haskins did sign with the Chargers. He has familiarity with Jim Harbaugh. He was, highly drafted, highly touted. Did some unexcusable things to his, I think, fiance. He said it was in self defense, I think, in one of his reports, but you still don't do that like what he did. At the same token, running backs have done worse things, I guess. I don't know. Seeing the Ray Rice snuck out in my lifetime, pretty bad. And he still came back, so still got the same amount of time taken off of he had the same amount of time taken away from him. So and obviously Hassan Haskins has had less time to play and he's a little younger. Chance that he's able to come back from all that jazz. Not saying he's a good person, but it's not like you always need good people on your team to do well. He served his time. Last time we saw him, he was running for Tennessee Titans against on a terrible offensive line. So hoping that since he's You know, maybe potentially a better line. Is able to. I don't know why I can't remove it. All right, so we finished up our first draft. A 3-5-10-2 build. We have Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Travis Kelsey, Pat Mahomes. How long was that take? Hour 7 minutes. That was a longer draft for us. Usually they don't take that long. Everybody's on their first cup of coffee of the day. Malik Neighbors, Travis Kelsey, Pat Mahomes, Christian Kirk, Chris Godwin, Najee Harris, Joey B, Chase Brown, Devin Singletary, Trevor Lawrence. Dallas Goedert falls to 138. Joshua Downs, Zach Charbonnet, Quentin Johnston, Jermaine Burton, Marvin Mims Jr., Jalen Hyatt, Parker Washington, and Hassan Haskins. I'm pretty light at wide receiver, but we have 10 of them. And my first four are good enough to hit the lot. My first three should hit the. Actually, my first four should intertwine and hit the lineup every week. It's not until my wide receiver 5 to 10 where we're just expecting a spike week here and there. We hit Burton for the upside. If something happens to T. Higgins, Burton's the role of a T. Higgins type player. I think Burton can do every position, but he does seem to have a negative connotation towards him and his coaches. But if he actually is the player that he was, at Alabama and whatnot, he can be a stud. Our running backs are great. We have our starting ones. We have Najee Harris. Obviously, we think of a incoming great season. Chase Brown, Devin Singletary, all great running backs. All passed a little bit past ADP too, so that feels good. And then we got Zach Charbonnet, who was just like one injury away from being a top 10 running back. And then Hassan Haskins, a couple injuries away from being a top 5 running back, in my opinion. And yeah, like if Hassan Haskins ends up being like, if there's a couple injuries and he ends up being the starter by like week 6, that week 6 on DraftKings, he'll be like a $6,000, like a $6,000 player. Like he would be in a good spot. And so we're hoping that something happens to the running backs. Obviously, you can't predict it. He doesn't have standalone value. He will be on special teams, but that does not really mean anything. Yeah. Wouldn't be Best Ball Nation stream without a good yawn in there. 9 to 12. 9 to 12. Little Timmy, get in, man. Little Timmy, get in. Da, 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 da. Places I want to be there. On air 24. Las Vegas, Phil. That looks delicious. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Got pick 9. Spaghetti's in here today again. Those who want something, Need shoes, shoe, mammal, comeback, zinc, Romeo 69, want me? Oh god. Spaghetti, Gibbons, Gibbons something. Gibbons, how do a Gibbons plow. All right. Domination, smash and grab, and Dan D. Danielson. Whew, a juicy Lucy burger. Let's see, potato bun. Never been to New York. I want to go. Merrick, New York. It seems there to be a normal start. Who's well, so what's week 17 end on? Okay, so week 17 ends before the year does. So taxes on will be applied to next year's taxes. It will not be on the year after. If you win this year, you'll be taxed on as if you won it in 2024. The year I won it on January 3rd, which allowed me not to have to pay taxes on it for a whole year and a half. Which is also, I think, something went awry with how I got taxed that year. I think it was just too long for them to hold on to all that stuff. Just incorrectly put it in there. Dun, dun, dun. Drafted Garrett Wilson at the 9 hole for my audio listeners. Um, Brees Hall. The only thing that was different is Brees Hall went at 5. ASB, Jefferson, Bijan went right at the board afterwards. It's pretty standard. The reason I'm not, the reason I'm kind of low on Brees, or I'm not as high on Brees as I am Bijan, is that the last 3 years the Jets have drafted like a second running back to go along with Brees Hall, and they keep drafting running backs. The first year they drafted Michael Carter before they drafted Brees Hall. The next year they drafted Brees Hall pretty high. The year after that they drafted Israel Abanikanda. Then this past year they drafted Braylon Allen, clearly indicating that they do not want to give the full workload to Brees Hall, and that he'll always have somebody like giving him a breather, which is not like the worst thing, but it also is mildly concerning for the amount of work that he like mildly concerning for the upside that he can bring. And clearly he still gets hurt, and and we hope that there's not injuries, but something is following those Jets around and taking out some Achilles here and there. Bijan, Saquon Barkley. I don't think I had that combination at all. Brees, Devin A. Chain. That's a fun start. Yeah, I guess that makes it a unique start. Even though like A. Chains are kind of going all over the board, so you could have gotten him at the 12, 13. Devin A. Chain has been at the third round. He has been at the 1-2 turn. He's been at the 2-3 turn. It's been everywhere on the board. Nico, Chris Olave, like Devontae Adams or Devontae Smith. Kyron Williams. Okay. Pacheco, again, I don't quite understand how he's going at the 1-2 turn or at the 2-3 turn. Takes Mahomes. Kelsey's not going to fall to him. Rashee Rice probably won't fall to him. But he might get Xavier Worthy to fall to that area. Or maybe Kelsey does fall to him. Who knows? Tyreek Hill got Nico Collins and Devontae Adams. I don't know if that's unique, but that is a very good start. Just realized there's two people with the name Shoes in my lobby. I forgot to check the best ball promotion at 5 p.m. And again, I wasn't going live at 5 p.m. So, oh well. Waddle goes off the board. That's a fun start. Oh, Chase Olave Waddle. I've had that one once before. Neighbors goes off the board. 2 picks in front of me, unfortunately. But we still got a falling Devontae Smith. Not a huge fall, but a falling Devontae Smith. Make sure there wasn't anything else kind of crazy. So we have Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith. Just look at them. I got a bit of a bad liquor in our family. Lamar Jackson at the 3-4 turn. I get that he wants to pair it up with Zay, but and maybe if this is like one of his only drafts that he's doing, I kind of understand it and I get it. Just a little smidge early. Definitely not the worst pick just early. Get your guys, man. Get your guys. Dun, 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 dun. I hate that I'm giving somebody else right now. But you know, the holdout, all the other jazz. It's like not that I. So yeah, he's a. But just giving some guy like Ajo 88 a really good pick to go along with his 2, RB round. Like he's getting good value. Let's see here. After that, Rishi Rice went. Diggs, Jacobs, Tank Dell, James Cook. T. Higgins. Let's see here. YouTube. Appreciate it. Gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you. Kincaid goes before. No, it doesn't go before McBride. Never mind. I mistakenly didn't see him. Doesn't take Worthy, so I don't really know why he takes Pacheco unless he's just worried about got the quarterback. They're getting all the chase air throws, touchdowns, and I'm getting all the running back touchdowns. Oh, let's see here. Your channel. Let's go ahead and hit this. I forgot to hit the share button. You guys can hit the like button. So we have five viewers. Appreciate if y'all hit the like. Was updating. That's okay. I wanted to pick and say myself. Just want to make sure. The good thing about having my own rankings is that I'm okay with missing a pick here and there. Like I've talked about it every day. More than before. I used to, I used to do my rankings, but it was like always kind of closer to what I liked. And I should say, I would keep players I didn't like still close to where they were drafted. But now I just take those players completely out of it, like the players I don't want. So we're okay with Pickens being selected there. I think he was still before ADP too, so that works out. Obviously, it's the 6th round, and we're in the first 6 picks. So we take Najee here because he doesn't make it to typically past 7-6. So while this lobby has been pretty stuck to ADP, there are some outliers that are in this lobby. And some people you kind of have to keep your right eye on. Da 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 dee. Da da la da 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 dee 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 dee. My little princess has woken up. Big ball of energy. I had that same Lamar's A stack last night from the 1 spot at the 4-5 turn. Started McCaffrey, Henry. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a great. It's a good pick. So it's like you can't complain. There's logic behind it. It's not a bad pick, right? But you're just going to be competing against people that have just a potentially stronger combo. But again, if you believe in it, take it. Just like how I am with Najee. Like people are going to have a later version of Najee. My idea is that, in my opinion, Najee's such a polarizing contract year, improved offensive line, you know, consistent head coach, constantly, winning half the games and or more. Also in every game, like Najee's is looking for a breakout year and looking to get paid too. Like a lot of things are headed Najee's way. So that's how I feel about like Najee. And I was like, I'm gonna get him practically no matter what, you know, barring a huge ADP rise in these next 10 drafts, 8 drafts. Holy cow, we're almost down to 7 drafts. 7 more drafts after this. What puppy? I took you out. We hung out this morning. You stood by the grass, looked longingly at the neighbor's house. Yes, puppy. Mommy's calling for you. So every morning, we wake up our son. Well, I don't because I'm usually at work, but we send in the dog. He loves it. She jumps in there and it is Lick City, baby. And nose pokes. She's a nose poker. She got wet, cold nose, and she pokes her nose a little at them. Do, 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 do. Da, da. I didn't get to watch all of the NFL betting episode with the FanSpeak Network. Um, they had a good show going last night. I think we might do betting content after we finish today's stream. After today's, well, maybe we'll start do a little bit of betting content. Maybe tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Like more sometime this week. Okay. Deontay Johnson, welcome to the squad. So 74, right? Okay, so obviously Najee goes. His ADP is here. We got him here. Yeah, his ADP is here. It's all going to even itself out. So it's not really a big deal. And hit him with the gritty thought process. It's very similar to mine. That you're going to get a unique combos when you reach and pull people up. Dun, 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 dun. Whoever's watching me on Twitch, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. We didn't get anything. Um, um, kind of like David Njoku here. and then hope that we get Chase Brown on the fallback. I think David Njoku's a tier above like that next set of tight ends and Brock Bowers, Dallas Goedert, and Shake Ferguson. I don't know why Shake Ferguson's being drafted so high. But I kind of get it, but I don't really get it. I think the offense is going to struggle mightily this year. I think CeeDee Lamb can succeed. I just think the rest of the offense is just going to struggle. They're going to struggle a little bit, and I don't see it going well. Huh. So who did videos last night? Who did videos? Pat Mayo put out another video with Tambo talking about NFL strategy. Looks like game time decisions. Spike Week did a video yesterday about the Drafters High Roller. RPS did a DraftKings Best Ball show. Ship chasing. Fantasy Week did a sibling showdown 9 hours ago. That's probably some good content there. I'm not even on the right page, so I'm missing half my people. Those are the ones I have followed on Best Ball Nation. I don't have that many people followed on Best Ball Nation, so I'm always like confused when I don't see my regular people on there. I try to keep it mainly best ball related content / DFS content. My other YouTube account is like, it's got a little bit of everything. It is. My other account has best ball. It's got paintball. It's got cruise content. It's got gangster rap content. I missed the Swolecast. Hi, Billy. Hi, Billy. Hey, dude. Oh, hey, Billy. Oh.
I like that you're on the
bunch of different stuff to go along. Chase Brown, Javonte, Tony Pollard, From Ford, Zach Moss. I'll go off the table. The Chase Brown is also the Zach Moss drafter. Doubling down on that Bengals running back room. They're also the Jamar Chase owner. Yeah. But he missed out on Burrow, I believe. Who grabbed Burrow? The 12 drafter. So that's silly. I turned down the volume, dude.
Sorry.
Hold on. And I couldn't figure out the thing last night, though, so I'll figure it out sometime today.
Okay.
So don't try to play any games on Fortnite or any of that stuff. I know. Well, he knows not to. I'm saying, like, don't try to play it. Oh no. Whew. Hey, Addie J, can you turn down your tablet for me? It's a little loud. Okay. Taysom Hill goes off the board. I'm just not down for drafting Taysom Hill before the 10th round. And not to say that it's just I've seen it a couple times now where he goes before the 10th round, and it's a little wild to me.
My birthday, Dad.
It is almost your birthday.
It's good.
About 32 days.
Birthday video.
Let's go ahead and grab Gabe Davis. I don't know people in this lobby. As much as I would love to have had Trevor Lawrence, he goes off the board here. We were able to get him at a later pick earlier today, but can't get him here. Was able to get Gabe Davis in the last round, or in the last team, I believe. Yeah, pretty sure it wasn't. No, yeah, I wasn't able to get Gabe Davis, but I was able to get Trevor Lawrence, but it worked out because I was able to get Christian Kirk earlier and Parker Washington. But you can't have all the good stuff, you know. Back in the day, earlier in the season, off season, you were able to get that combo very early. That's why I think it's good to be drafting through the entire off season. It is helpful, like to draft later because you get some wild lobbies, but the same token, you know, not every lobby is wild, and then you miss out on some stuff. I think you should draft throughout the entire off season. That's my personal opinion. You're losing some value, I think, drafting in just one period of time because you never know when that winner may come. I think the consistent drafting a consistent time. I haven't really figured out whether if I should draft all at the same time or if I should vary it up or if I should change it up to drafting like earlier in the night or earlier in the later in the evening, maybe trying to find easier lobbies, maybe waking up and doing a draft before I went to work because that first lobby was pretty weak. No offense to the people in that lobby, I just had it felt very unexperienced. What do you think of the Brown Moss situation? I mean, it's Brown and Moss. It's not a Brown Moss and insert other name. So no one's excited for it to be a what is it? What am I trying to like a dual running back room? But at the same token, like bless you, Bubba. It's not like the worst thing to have in the sense that if one fails, the other one may succeed, kind of thing. Like in the sense that I have Najee Harris, something happened to Jalen Warren's hamstring, Najee Harris stock went up. So I don't know about drafting them in back-to-back picks, but I guess they kind of have to because that's where they go. But I don't know. That's pretty tough. I do think that I mean, if you're asking for my opinion, I think Chase Brown is the elite talent. Everybody thinks like he might be small, but like he's only a few pounds lighter than Zach Moss. And I was hyped on Chase Brown last year as he was my highest owned running back. I think that he can handle a huge workload. So good morning, Mr. Jordan Thackeray. I think that Chase Brown is the elite talent there. Zach Moss, can help. I don't think there's anything wrong with having Zach Moss there. I don't think in this day and age that running backs should have the full workload. It kills their value in the long run and really doesn't hurt us in the DFS because everybody's in a running back by committee backfield these days. We're going to push Stafford to the next round, but we're going to grab Blake Corum here. We're going to grab Blake Corum here. If for some reason we don't get Stafford, we're going to grab A.D. Mitchell. Even though he's a little bit down the line. I feel pretty good about my 2 starters, so it's okay to take a shot, I feel like, on my hybrid room every once in a while. Obviously, I'm high on Singletary and Najee Harris. Smash and Grab has the Tom Cruise from Tropic Thunder. Such a good movie. Such a good movie.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Hey, Grandpa.
This is a wild fight. This is actually amazing. I don't know if he's figured out.
I'm on the clock. So I'm like, man, this guy's taking forever. It was me. Stafford works there. So I have Jalen Hurts with Devontae Smith, Cooper Kupp with Matthew Stafford. So maybe with my next, not my next pick. Well, maybe my next pick, actually. I don't even know. I don't even know if he'll be there. Aaron Rodgers, 146. Maybe we'll grab him. Have my top 3 wide receivers paired with their quarterbacks. That seems ideal. If worse comes to worse, maybe we grab Deshaun Watson, my number 1 tight end, to go with my number 3 quarterback. Again, I don't care about when I get my quarterbacks. They could be the first 3 quarterbacks if I had like good stacks, but I just realized they went Laporta and Evan Ingram. And Evan Ingram, I feel like that's a little early for Evan. I like the pick, but it feels early. Oh, maybe he was hoping to build like a little Jacksonville stack. He was hoping to get Ingram here and then grab Kirk on the next one. Maybe. Oh man. Xavier Leggett, Mike Williams. At least Mike Williams kind of went in the right area this time around. I think he went 100. Like he went 9th round or 10th round. I think he went, was it 10-3? I don't remember. He went fairly early last one. Baker man. Justin Herbert goes off the board. Curious if he was thinking he was going to get Quentin Johnston there. Bless you.
Oh my gosh, we dropped all this. It looks like we got a silence pistol. We got a shadow trapper, exotic. Wow. We got a sniper. Okay. I mean,
Jalen Polk. We'll pass that ADP. In my eyes, I think his ADP is like 145. I personally love grabbing Malachi Corley with Rogers. I know he hasn't had the best camp reports, but the kid is a monster in college. He's going to pay off later in the season. He reminds me of Randall Cobb. I mean, that's what I've been comparing him to. The person that got me onto it was Derek, I believe, and he wasn't wrong. And that guy's been my quarterback whisperer. Oh, Thackeray, we got picked on so hard right there. It's okay. We'll grab Deshaun Watson. We'll grab Deshaun Watson now because I don't want to risk not having him here. And then we're going to grab one of these running backs or tight end. If it doesn't, we're grabbing one of these players. One of these 4 players. 5 players. One of these 5 players. Funny enough, I need to move this because I have. Well, maybe I don't move it because then I'd be like 20 picks before ADP. Maybe I move Charbonnet back. He got rid of his Q. Dun, dun, dun. Hawkinson, Gino, Zach, Charbonnet. So Stafford, Deshaun Watson, Jalen Hurts are my quarterbacks. Super Bowl MVP, an almost Super Bowl MVP, and one of the greatest college football quarterbacks of all time. To go on a bring back game, we're gonna go Michael Wilson. I wanted Ray Davis. I want Ray Davis. But we're good at running back. We're gonna get 2 more. One of them's gonna be Hassan Haskins. There's a couple, good ones. It depends on how many running backs fly off the board here. It's more of the question. One already is gone. Oh, I don't know how I missed yours. It's 2 things here. I'm going to go ahead and put it on here so I can read and look at the board at the same time. Some of my best drafts were early on. On the other hand, I might have crippled some of my early teams by grabbing light tight ends like Woods and Waller. It's true. Yeah. And then, who is the wildest ADP mover you have seen so far from the beginning of draft season to now? I think the most interesting one was Cooper Kupp going from the 4th round to now the 1-2 turn, and then the Rasheed Wright. The most wildest ADP mover has been I was drafting Rasheed Rice at the 2-3 turn, roughly early the big board. He then shot to pick like 100 to 120, somewhere in that range. Now he's all the way back up to like round 3 territory. So the wildest mover has to be Rasheed Rice. Yeah, honestly, Josh, I had so much 2-3 turn Rasheed Rice. I was at 20 or so % in the big board, and then I was like, oh well, he's just dead to me. I got it wrong. I didn't buy the dip. I thought for sure he was going to get something, for endangering people. I mean, getting in a car accident on the highway is so dangerous. He not only got in the car accident off the highway, he then fled the scene. He left the scene of the accident, had a warrant out for his arrest, and still didn't get anything, and then got in trouble again later that week for putting his hands on a cameraman. Those charges got dropped. So not really surprised about that issue, but I was convinced that he was getting something. The commissioner exemplis, something. But got nothing. So shows to me that it doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. All my running backs flying off the board. Bucky Irving, Ray Davis, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Wright in the previous round, and Antonio Gibson in the previous round. Well, I was hoping to draft a running back in this round. But the Michael Wilson fall was a little too much for me. Then I was like, yeah, no. But we have one left in the contender. Braylon Allen. Welcome to the squad, Braylon. 10 picks past his ADP, too. Not that it matters, just putting it out there. We're done at quarterback. I would have taken Justin Fields. I'm not taking 4. 4 is overkill. It's probably high advance rates or something, but I consider it overkill. Ugh. Man, oh man. A little bit sleepier today. It took a little bit to finish my auction league last night. Just looking at my daughter and then her say, "Yay!"
Yeah, short week.
You do have a short week next week, Bubba? What, 3 days?
And then 2 weeks after that, you might have 4 days.
Okay, so we have a couple good wide receivers still left on the board. I think this is where we grab Hunter Henry. 182, a little bit past ADP. That doesn't really matter, but able to have a week 14 bye. What's the other one? Week 10, so different bye weeks. Give her your feet.
That's what you should do. And when I can get out of your school, I would.
You're gonna get tickled. You better give her feet. You're gonna give her your feet. You're gonna get tickled. Oh, I like your pants. Can I see your pants? Ninja pants.
We gotta be kind, dude. Come on.
Are they your like ninja kids or are they just ninja pants?
And about it.
Oh, they look cool, dude. And a Star Wars shirt. Oh, the coolest kid in class. No, it doesn't matter. You need to be the coolest kid in class. Being cool doesn't matter in school. It's just, I like your clothes. I wasn't the coolest kid either. I was quiet, and I did my best. Oh my gosh. Did it again. I don't think I meant for my Hassan Haskins to be at 193. I thought I had him at 210 or something like that. Well, regardless, we'll know where he is. Let me readjust that. That's a little too much. Right in front of Carson Steele. 206. Double qualifier. There's still some pretty good tournaments over on DraftKings. I know that they changed the advance rate on the $3, but it's okay. What about the single entry? The single entry still single entry right now. The $5 single entry they have on. The single entry is top 2 advance at round 1 and at round 2. Obviously, 1 advance at round 3, and it's a 10-seater in round 3, so it's even like it's still not bad. And a 33-seat final with first place is $5K. Nobody's gonna play about $5K. Last place would be $250, which is a 50x entry fee. Cam Akers. Go ahead and lead me back to the lobby instead of looking at my big old forehead.
All right, guys, let's go.
I'm surprised the Millions has lasted this long. I won't be surprised if it gets taken right in front of me. Have a good day, dude. Go. Love you, dude. And he does go right in front of me, of course. Oh, I wouldn't even mind getting like just light picks of like Tank Bigsby, Roshan. Stuff like that. Like, there's so many good late running backs. I try not to take too many in the early, but when you have shots at Devin Singletary, Chase Brown, and Najee, Chase Brown, the Singletary, when those 3 come up, it's hard not to take them. And then usually there's a value in that 160s range of a decent running back. My eye is itchy. One notification. Corbin Mosher liked your post. Thank you, Corbin. I appreciate you, man. Dun, 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 dun. Grab Malachi Corley. I mean, here at least a little triple stack here without the quarterback. You never know. You may not need his points. Maybe we go Elijah Moore unless he gets picked. Let's still take. uh, the short that the ship chasing guys put out about Samaje P. was pretty funny. I mean, I watched it live, but it was funnier. It was funny in that little short with the little background music. I would recommend check out the ship chasing shorts and look at the Davis Matic with Samaje P. Ryan keeping him up at nighttime. That was pretty funny. Are you? Are any of the guys you drafted early that you wished you had not? I mean, in the big board, it was Rasheed Rice. Justin Fields was my most owned quarterback, my most owned running back in the big board. Jalen Warren. Now he's injured. Obviously he's supposed to be fine by week 1, but as far as drafts, I mean, I can pull up my first draft here. Let's just check Underdog. It's easier and faster. Or maybe it's not. I have to log in. That's the end of that app. Not logging in. Da, 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 da. Let's go ahead and best ball. I thought I said it was in 2 drafts. I got a little concerned there. Okay, let's look at my first. Well, let's not look at the first draft. The first draft was a little, no ADPs on the site. You kind of have to. It's the Wild Wild West the first day. Okay, let's take Elijah Moore. And then we remove Hassan Haskins. No one's taking Hassan Haskins from me. And let's look at team 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that team was Joe Burrow, Devin A. Chain, Najee Harris, CeeDee Lamb, Deebo Samuel, T. Higgins, Trey McBride, Calvin Ridley, Christian Watson, Devin Singletary, Gabe Davis, Jerome Ford, Josh Downs, I guess, but he wasn't early. It's like a 6th, 7th wide receiver. Will Levis, Kendra Miller hype. I don't know. That one's a miffy about. Oh, Kamani Vidal is somebody I think early on that has screwed me over. But I had Gesicki on that team, Tank Bigsby, A.T. Perry. I am a Charger slappy, so I should have waited to draft the the thing is like you need to take shots sometimes on a situation that may not provide value later on. The problem was I kept kind of chasing him up. It was not letting him fall. First time I have seen Zach Wilson drafted. It's interesting. I still think he won that job. I don't know what Bo Nix did. That was so much better. But I think Zach did a really good job as the quarterback there. All right, so we're 2 drafts in. We're a little over an hour on the second draft too. Second draft took a little bit longer to fill, I do believe. Are we hour 3? Oh, hold on, what hour is this? We're hour 2. My team ended up with Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, George Pickens, Najee Harris, Deontay Johnson, David Njoku, Devin Singletary, Gabe Davis, Blake Corum, Matthew Stafford, Deshaun Watson, Michael Wilson, Braylon Allen, Hunter Henry, Jalen Hyatt, Malachi Corley, Elijah Moore, and Hassan the Man Skins. I like it. Round of applause. Round of applause. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's just go scroll one whole page up. Let's see here what that next team would be. I really like that team I read off. So try not to be biased. Okay. So my next team that I'm reading off here is like probably 6, probably like team 12, give or take. T-Law, Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Christian Kirk, Cade Otton, Rashad White, Najee Harris, Chris Godwin, Chase Brown, A.D. Mitchell, Gabe Davis, Baker Mayfield, Troy Franklin. I missed on that. I have quite a few shares of Troy Franklin. We missed on that one. Roman Wilson was another guy. I thought he would just fit smoothly into the Steelers wide receiver 2 spot. He has not done so. Drake May, Javon Baker, Daniel Bellinger, Hayden Hurst. Bellinger is another pick I messed up on. It looks like it's going to be a timeshare, at tight end. So he's not going to. He should be out there for early in the draft process. I'm hoping that Theo Johnson is not Sam Laporta. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Bellinger is good, and I think he deserves a shot before we get to Theo. Also, a big mistake that I could have made is that I full faded Brock Bowers. I have a share or 2 here and there, but not a lot. So everybody else and their mom was all about Brock Bowers. I was before in the big board when I thought he was coming to the Chargers. But once he got drafted to the Raiders, I was kind of out because I didn't really trust the quarterbacks to get him the ball. So let's go ahead and start up a new one here. It's already on $20. Yeah, let's go ahead and get going. 11 to 12. Only room for one more of y'all. I'm gonna go turn off my daughter's tablet. I don't know if I'll get copy strike from all that jazz, but that filled up fairly quickly. Obviously, only needed one. I'll be right back. Oh, got a wedgie. No Chalk DFS, Von Klemperer, SJF05008, T Castro 1988, Del Odello, or Dello Dello, Dello Dello, Ben Clark 99, AWOL 7221, Robot, I have a robot name, CMG 311, Dino Sala, Donde está el baño? PH Clapper, Blackburn 3, the King on 20. Let's look at another team. Scroll down a page, click on the next one. This one's A Rich, Devin A Chain, Travis Etienne, Jamar Chase, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams, Sammy Laporta, Najee Harris, David Njoku, Devin Singletary, Gabe Davis, Adam Thielen, Xavier Legette, Jermaine Burton, Bryce Young, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen McMillions, Jatavian Sanders, Audric Estime, and then I finished it off with Alexander Madison, who I accidentally got in my keeper league, auction league last night because the app closed on me and I was pulling it back up and I was out there typing and cursing. I accidentally hit send and nominate one more extra dollar for Alexander Madison. So I'm going to have to go ahead and get rid of and drop Alexander Madison. I will say though, my league mates in that draft, bit my tongue, in that draft have gotten smarter. I'm better to be smarter. Ooh, someone's going to get pick 5, Tyreek Hill. Well, that's nice. You're welcome. Ooh, ooh, what? Let's see here. I'm just going to go up every. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's about every 8 drafts I'm going up. Joe Burrow, Najee Harris, Tony Pollard, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, Laporta, Christian Kirk, David Njoku, Chase Brown, Jared Goff, Gabe Davis, Jalen Wright, Luke McCaffrey, Roshan Johnson, Rashad Bateman, Jawan Baker, Chig Okonkwo, Audric Estime, and Josh Reynolds. Not bad, not bad. Next 8 down. A-Chain in the first round. Interesting. It was Kyler Murray, Bijan Robinson, Najee Harris, Drake London, Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Trey McBride, Calvin Ridley, JSN, Trevor Lawrence, Gabe Davis, Jacoby Myers, Kirk Cousins, Ray Davis, Bucky Irving, Roshan Johnson, Damian Pierce, Audric Estime, Dylan Lobby, Evan Hull. Hey, we missed with Evan Hull. I didn't have a bunch of Evan Hull, but I did have some Evan Hull. Brees Jefferson Gibbs is interesting. Wilson London, had plenty of that early on. You know, I've been kind of spot on with a lot of things. I thought Barkley would rise, but I still didn't really want him. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, someone grab Cup. This one is Josh Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs, Najee Harris, Drake London, Malik Neighbors, Jaden Reed, Mark Andrews, Christian Watson, Devin Singletary. We're on the clock. Let's go ahead and grab neighbors. Malik Neighbors, Jaden Reed, Mark Andrews, Christian Watson, Devin Singletary, T. Law, Gabe Davis, Dalton Schultz, Jermaine Burton. So I was drafting Jermaine Burton pretty high. Ray Davis, Khalil Herbert, Daniel Jones, Jalen McMillions, Will Shipley, Malik Washington, Daniel Bellinger. Do. So Kyler Murray, the next 8 down was Kyler Murray, Josh Jacobs, Najee Harris, Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Trey McBride, Xavier Worthy, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Palmer, Dotson, Ray Davis, Kamani Vidal, Hunter Henry, Roshan Johnson, Tavian Sanders, Jalen McMillions, Jalen Hyatt, and Malik Washington. Dun, 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 dun. We've gotten Devonta Smith a few times now. Let's grab Derrick Henry. His touchdown prop is kind of wild. So God, that wide receiver is nice. You know, Wilson, Adams, Cup. Jahan Dotson obviously being a complete failure now, I guess technically. Jahan Dotson's one I guess I just don't understand why people don't like him. I like Jahan Dotson. I liked him coming out of college. I liked watching him play his first year. One of the reasons I succeeded, his rookie years, is I had a lot of Jahan Dotson, and I won a 2K showdown event was with him in it. Also won one with Amon Ra in it too. I like Dotson. I think he's explosive after the catch. The problem is that he has a hard time exploding, like escaping, getting off the coverage. Tits, man. Tits. Always a big fan of getting maybe a value potentially in Stephon Diggs. We will take it. Chase Neighbors Diggs, Derrick Henry. Mm, oh, shucks. We can go Mark Andrews and then go. We have a comment. We have a here player there. Let's grab T. We can then push potentially get Burrow late because we're gonna go a regular player here. We're gonna go Najee here. We might be able to go him at 93. Ping pong weeks. Double tight end. As a good double tight end to have, though. Josh Allen with that double tight end. So he's a little light at wide receiver. And when I say light, I'm talking real light. But that other the other part of that team is really good. Though. Barkley Taylor, not a fan, right? But he then has Allen, Kincaid, managers. Like it's pretty good. Man, I am ready for the season to start. I'm like over just talking in general. It's just ready. I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready to get it going. I'm ready to go watch some. Let's see here. Kyle Pitts. Uh, uh, T-Box Corey put the Zal Galifianakis interviewed Hillary Clinton, and that shit was so funny. If you guys aren't following T-Box, he's one of the greatest underdog drafter there is. He's always, on the top end of doing really well, as well as he's a pretty funny dude, and he's a dad. So if you're a dad like us, I think T-Box is a good follow on. He doesn't like overpost. He's not posting his hot top 8 takes, like I don't know who this guy is, but Connor Allen here. My eight hottest takes of the fantasy football season. I actually believe will happen this season. Let's see here. Who's Connor Allen of the NFL? Okay, looks like a regular dude with a good 5 o'clock shadow. Player pop bets, high stakes FF, 4for4 football, 4for4 bets, director of business development at betting at Betsbert Group. Cool. It's from Chicago, Illinois. Let's see here. Bum, 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 bum. Why does Sam Sherman hit the Rams so much? Does anybody know why he hits the Rams so much? Because he thinks Cooper Kupp is too old to do anything. He thinks that Kyron returning punts is actually a bad thing. I don't know. Like I think we saw somebody put out a photo. The last people to return like 10 punts and have a bunch of work were like Antonio Brown, CeeDee Lamb, a bunch of good players. No, we're not excited, but honestly, doesn't have a bad precedent behind it. And one big hit, they're gonna put him. They're gonna put him back, just a running back. We're gonna get little Joe Burrow. Get little Joe Burrow. Come on, Dello. Thank you, Dello. Thank you. One day you'll be as good as me, Dello. The ceiling is the roof. Good morning. Worked out all the problems over a cold cocktail and a hot grill at home. Pork tenderloin from Marathon Custom Meats. My guy, Will Hugh, if you want another follow, he posts some really, he is, I think, Boys Who Cook, and he posts the most delicious looking food on the internet out there. we might grab Jaden Daniels here. Different bye week. Give us a high floor at quarterback. Ten picks past ADP practically. Nine picks past. Well, 8.1 picks past ADP. Doesn't matter. He goes. We're gonna look at drafting at ADP here. I feel pretty comfortable with Kyle Pitts at my tight end position. We'll grab Chase Brown here. My running back room is now Derrick Henry, Najee Harris, Chase Brown. All NFC North running backs or AFC North running backs. So that's interesting. Who am I missing? Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. And I'm not drafting Chubb or Ford or whoever you think may be the running back there. I mean, I guess a good draft. Could draft Pierre Strong, but I'm not going to. Man. Let's see here. Let's see here. Looks like Neil Orfield is going to have a couple guests on today. I hope he's getting close to finishing. It's getting to be about that time, Neil. You got to finish up them drafts. So he drafted for like 6 hours yesterday. The amount of best ball content that you could ever want is this week, man. If you had all the time in the world to listen to people talk about best ball, this is the week. There's nonstop content. What up, Jose? Yo. How we doing today? GM. Oh, my guy, Jose. The party is here. He's going on his cruise today. So it said Happy Cruise Day. Today is Happy Cruise Day for my guy, Jose. About to drive to the port. Let's go. I forgot what cruise line are you going on? I'm a big cruise guy myself. I think we talked about that in our little chat. I've always done Carnival, but I've always wanted to try out. I'll be drafted from the cruise ship, by the way. Nice. I've always wanted to try the Royal Caribbean and stuff like that, but I've always gone Carnival, and I'm like so close to their next tiers of like levels. Yeah, Liberty, the Royal Caribbean. So I actually follow a lot of cruise YouTubers. So like I know about all the ships and all the fun stuff you can do on them on the Royal Caribbean. It always looked like so much fun. I like the open middle and like where you can have like I always get a balcony room, but I'm half tempted that I would want a balcony room facing the middle. I feel like that'd be cool too. T-Law, welcome to the squad. Welcome to the squad. Della, come on, man. Yes. Does anybody have any reason to draft Cam Davis? Taking a risk here at drafting T-Law here because Gabe could easily go. between now and then. His ADP is, I think, 129, so you kind of have to reach a little bit. But if you're not getting T-Law and you don't have any other pieces, do they have any Tennessee or Jacksonville? There's really no reason for any of these guys to grab him. He would literally just be a one-off piece for literally every single one of these drafters there before me. But putting T-Law onto the team should dissuade them from taking Gabe Davis. Should. Especially early when you have nothing to go with it. Gabe Davis, well, welcome to the squad. Nathan D, how you doing today? How we doing, Nathan? It all depends on what you're looking for in a cruise. Yeah, I just want to be on a cruise. Oh, man, I missed the cruise life. Dude, I had booked a $4,000 cruise with my, I had $150K. The year before I won the $1 million, or that same 6 to 10 month period. No, wait, this was before that. It was before that. So I had won $50K 2019, right before I had my daughter. And so 2019, I booked a cruise for, we were booking a cruise right after I had my daughter. I was like, okay, I'm going to need a vacation from, all this. And so we booked it for for 2021. We booked it for 2021 or late 2020. And I was like, finally, we're gonna have a little bit of a alone time, me and the wife. And then COVID happens, and they pretty much cancel all cruises and whatnot, which sucked. And it is what it is. So yeah, 2019, I won $1 million or 50K. Then I had my daughter, bought a car, and then COVID just ruined a lot for my trajectory. Was going straight up there for a little bit, and then trying to get that money back, because obviously, I didn't mind going on the cruise, but I did not want to wear a mask while cruising. That just seemed weird. Yeah, I want to enjoy my time. So we ended up canceling because it was a lot of them were getting canceled anyways. Yeah, I'm excited to eventually get back out there on the water, man. I've cruised to pretty much everywhere down in the Caribbean, everywhere down there, but I haven't gone to Cuba. That's one place I want to go. I've been everywhere else, I think, down there as far as ports go for them. And then I have been to Alaska, but I haven't been anywhere else on the southwest side. I haven't been over there. I've been to Hawaii when I was a teenager, my senior year in high school, but that wasn't a cruise. I went with my mom. She had free points on her she had free points on her I'm thinking here, guys. Sorry, I'm thinking. Grab AD, Mitchell. We don't have a lot of AD. She had some free points on her plane stuff, and she had a free stay at the Marriott. So we decided to, as my I guess gift to me, I don't know, that we would go out there. It almost got canceled because we had never had the success in high school football. So, but we had just made it past the first round of the playoffs, and we're like, oh man, we're going we're supposed to be going on a trip in 2 weeks, and it's like, well, if we beat Triad, we're gonna go into the semis. We almost made it to the the state finals championship. Would have been the first time in forever that we do that, but we ended up losing the Triad. And So I think we lost 7-11 or something like that. It was something ridiculous. We had two safeties in that game. But it is what it is. I made some big plays in that game. Strip fumble. Didn't get the recovery, but hit the strip fumble. They ran a crazy option. They were good at it. They were big and strong. But they beat us. They were so, according to the paper and the news, they were so beat up and so tired from facing us that previous Saturday that they were still tired going into that game against Cahokia. That was their excuse in the paper. I'm pretty sure we would have gotten our butts kicked by Cahokia as well. They're a pretty big school with some good talent on their teams. But I don't even know who ended up winning the state title that year. By some school from Chicago. I always wanted to be a state champion, but I never was. Let me know when you want to go again. Dude, I want to go right now. Alaska is great, yeah. Last year I went to Italy, Greece, Turkey cruise. Yes, we are going to be planning our Greece cruise here soon. And then we'll probably do regular cruises after that. But yes, I am very excited to go on a Greece cruise myself. We want to do that, and then we'll probably spend like a week out in Europe or so. You know, I want to go see the Eiffel Tower. I want to, see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I want to try out some good food. Kind of want to do a little bit of everything while I can out there. I'd like to also visit London, just spend a couple days at each place and then bon voyage right back. But I do not want to go on a tiny plane or be on a plane with somebody in my elbow space. So I've seen some nice planes. So I'm going to save up for that. That's what I'm saving up. That's what the next big win is for a nice trip down to the eastern part of my country or eastern part of the world. I haven't been out there. I want to visit. No, 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 no. Bum, 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 bum. I think we might go Daniel Jones next selection. It's 18 picks early. I don't really care. We have neighbors. I didn't realize how good we were at running back. I forget every time. I'm like, what am I going to do at running back? Oh, no. That must have been fun. That must have been fun. Cruises are fun. People that don't like cruises, I feel like, are just scared of the water or something. I'm not sure. I can get it also if you have the bad thing in the brain. I get that too. I can understand. But cruisers are so much so relaxing. And you get to visit best viewers on RTP Go Live. I don't know what that is. I'm not clicking your weird link. I am an old man. I've been taught and trained my entire life to not click a link from somebody you don't know. I don't know who these people are that click links that from people they don't know. It's beyond me. PSA for all people who were not trained on computers, I guess, growing up, never click a link from a random person and never trust anybody. And if somebody's threatening you, it's probably fake. Don't click it. You say have mail coming and you didn't order anything. Do not click that link. I don't know how many old people we have in here. Just don't click links. Go to the website yourself, verify it yourself. You can reach out to their customer service probably. Anthony Bahia. I did my auction last night. I think I screwed up my team prices. Screwed up my team prices went way too high. Oh no. Tell me what happened. Because my team turned out all right. I think you guys tell me. Did I do okay? I think I did. Where are you at, Yahoo? Yahoo! Mansley, 10th year keeper leaders. So it's a super flex. I got Josh Allen, Garrett Wilson, Jamar Chase, Najee Harris, Devin Singletary, Trey McBride, Puka Nakua, Malik Neighbors, and Trevor Lawrence. And now I want to preface that I was 3 minutes late, and I was 3 minutes late, and it already had taken Puka Nakua for $35, which sucks. But on the offhand, it was a pretty decent price based on other players that went in that range. I have Chase Brown on the bench, Khalil Shakir, Alexander Madison, which I accidentally drafted, Ray Davis, Jalen McMillions, Braylon Allen, and Roman Wilson, and Jatavian Sanders. I feel like I did pretty good. Pretty good, in my own personal opinion. McMillions, welcome to the squad. Man, oh man. Tell me the team, Anthony. I don't know if you screwed up or not if you don't tell me the team. I thought that was Devontae, and I was like, Devontae Williams, that late? No, not that late. Tight ends flying off the board here. Fortunately, Chig, Bryce, Sean. Our bring back for week 17. Bada bing, bada boom. We need one more wide receiver. Jalen Hyatt here. We need, what else do we need? We need one tight end, one running back. So that's running back. Well, yeah, we want Hassan Huskins. At tight end. We have quarterbacks of Daniel Jones, so we can get Daniel Bellinger. We can put Gesicki on here. Mike Gesicki. And then let's see here. Son Haskins could be last round pick. Yeah, that looks fine. And worst comes to worst. There we go. Life still doesn't hope. I wonder if she just went straight to the play place. Yeah. You guys get that like button? That would be great today. We got 122 likes, or no, we had 160 some odd views and 22 likes. Just want 23 likes today. Just 23. Just a solid 23 likes. Is that too much to ask for? Probably. Probably too much. Gosh, dog it, dude. I can't stop yawning. We have our next pick selected, before we get here. So it's like, is this the end? Is this not the end? We should be good. Hyatt, welcome to the squad, baby. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Man, oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Wait, wait, Thank you, Alex14, for liking my YouTube link. We're on the clock again. Someone took one of my tight ends here. Gesicki was taken for his third tight end. Michael Penix. I don't blame you for taking Penix, but I just think you should take Penix if you're drafting Atlanta guys. It's weird if you're not, kind of thing. Even if you think he's going to pop off, probably should draft him on teams that make sense. I'm going to grab something to eat here. Maz, I said I put so last night I put my optimal lineup. Well, it was supposed to be. I forgot to put the word prediction there, and I wanted other people's teams, but regardless, Maz picked up what I was trying to put down. He put on his optimal lineup. He has Jaden Daniels, James Conner, Bijan Robinson, Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf, DJ Moore, Colby Parkinson, and Brian Thomas Jr. It's very interesting. Very manure. MD followed you. Thank you, MD. So last night, I don't know what was up with me. This guy, Herm J, he posted, I'm assuming you took a ton of 6th round Najee, ? I love Najee this year. I'm just generally curious what it takes to get 81% of a player. And then I posted, I took a lot of 7th round, and it takes some tough skin because there's a lot of creators out there that will say it's unoptimal, and then when you succeed with this strat, all those come back with you is how lucky you are. But in all reality, you need to put yourself in a position that when you do get lucky, you win. Hey, princess. You got 2 flowers. Can I have one? Jatavion Sanders. Welcome to the squad. We finished another beautiful draft. So we end up having Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Derrick Henry, Stephon Diggs, T. Higgins, Kyle Pitts, Najee Harris, Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, T. Law, Gabe Davis, A.D. Mitchell, Jalen Polk, Khalil Herbert, Daniel Jones, Jalen McMillions, Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt, Hassan Haskins, and Titanian Sanders. And then Herb Jake responded back to me, that fired me up. I'm rooting for you. This was my first time max entering BBM, so my exposures are flatter, but this changes the way I look at it for next year for sure. So that was, didn't mean to go off of that dude's tweet, like what was going on in my head. I just kind of put it out there because it's true. Like if you listen to anybody who wants to talk about, I wanted to Olave, London, Harrison, Metcalf. Okay. I don't blame you. If you listen to content creators, they're the flat exposures. I think the world's round, baby. The world's round. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat exposure. Go ahead and leave. Let's stay real quick. There was a 4-quarterback team. I thought I saw a 5-quarterback team. Holy cannoli! Took Penix at the 19th round. He took Gardner Minshew at the 20th. Doesn't have any Atlanta. Did he have any New England? 0 New England. He has a bring back with the Chargers, but no New England. He had Terry McLaurin to go on with Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay. Let's see. Tampa Bay this way? No Tampa Bay. Very manure. There. 2 4 12 2. 2 4 12 2. The King, AJ Brown, Puka Nacua, Jalen Hurts, Rashad White, George Kittle, Christian Kirk, Tony Pollard, Hollywood Brown, Nick Chubb, Brock Purdy. Oh, you're dead. No, I'm sorry, but Ezekiel Elliott's your running back 4. Nick Chubb, who's starting the season on PUP. And then you have Pollard and White. Probably not the greatest start. If you're looking for one of the cats, he's right here. My team was above that, Felix. My team was above that. Above what? Did I miss your tweet earlier? Your message? I don't see anything. Did I miss something? Did you send it on me on Twitter? I don't have any notifications on Twitter. Do. Unless I missed something, this is what I have in the chat. So I have this. It says I did my auction last week. I think I screwed the prices went way too high. I wanted Olave, London, Harrison, Metcalf. I mean that seems like a good solid quality. And my team was above that, Felix. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. It's a little early still. So I apologize if I'm not comprehending what you're saying. I'm gonna go ahead and take a 2 to 3 minute break. I'll be right back. And give me 2 minutes before we start the next one, all right?
I guess I don't want to order the burrito because it's only been breakfast sandwich.
Oh no. Hey, you're gonna keep it for yourself?
some of here, see if you need. Yeah.
So you're gonna look at the burritos?
Yeah. I was just gonna get myself. You want one? Okay.
I'm gonna save my sandwich for.
I'm just gonna order for me. You want one? I'll have to eat.
I'll try the sausage with this.
Where is toppings? Same one I had. All I got is the bottom of all of it still.
Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. DoorDash. All right, DoorDash, rate your red dasher. No, thank you. Appreciate the offer. Order again. I don't see the buy one get one free. See if there's any other deals. Just to see. I don't remember where ordered from yesterday. Bed and breakfast. Food was good. About put me to sleep. So it's bed and breakfast. Breakfast and bed. So you want the sausage one?
Yeah.
2 of those. Do you want a side of sriracha aioli?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then. Alrighty. How are the drafts? I'll have to try and join one this morning. I'm about to jump into the next one. Basically, that you came in. I just got my double dash. I just got my DoorDash order in for breakfast. Somehow it cost more than yesterday, but there was a deal yesterday, so it kind of makes sense. Good morning, Mr. Kyle. All right, DraftKings lobby. Total prizes. Ba-bang, ba-bang. Enter. Jumping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 of 12. Plenty of spaces. Plenty of spaces, guys. Plenty of spaces. Who we got in here? Who we got? We got King of Crush and Jerry M. The lobby at 5 a.m. was fairly weak. I will say there were some wild prices that I got. It kind of reminded me of early best ball prices based on what was being drafted on the other side of the board. It's like the first draft this morning. I was a little out of it, so not the best vocal quality, but the team turned out really well. The team turned out well. It's just I was trying to wake up. But I'm almost done. So we're at the finish line. We just gotta finish. We just gotta finish at this point. We got some good teams. I was going through my teams earlier from the off season. I just can't draft those teams anymore. So like I feel like I like my earlier teams better, but the value of like certain players, because the value of certain players, but I know I'm not drawing any zeros early on, as many zeros I should say, because I'm still taking some. Like my QB, tight end, wide receivers went way too high. Gotcha. Yeah, wide receivers in my auction league went pretty high as well last night. Was still I nominated Gabe Davis on the Yahoo League app, right? And then it crashed on me. And you have like 30 seconds. So it's like the 10-second marker went beep, beep, whatever, the little sound. I was like, okay, sweet. I got him. Somebody put a bid like right at when I hit 10, hit a bid, and then my app crashed. I'm like, fuck. And then went found the app and then had to let it load and then accidentally clicked the wrong league for like a half a second, went into there, and it just like finished. I wasn't able to click it. And I didn't get my. How many drafts do I have left? I don't know what hour this is. I'm ahead of 1 hour because I was up one draft. Let's see here. Best ball contest. This is draft 145. 145. So 5 more after this, right? So 46, 47, 48, 49, 150. 5 more after this. All right. We've got Twisted Fantasy at the 1 hole. We got Burrito at the 2 hole. Me at the 3 hole. Jerry M157 4. Dumenzo 1316 at the 5. Mo Script 6. Tech 9. Pretty sure that's a rap name, Tech 9, but like spelled differently. 7. We got our man, the myth, the legend from Ship It Nation, Big Marley. We got King of Crush. Unless he's talking about the soda. That's a good name. Porteous. I don't know, man. Miami Devil. That's interesting. Oh, we got Moxie in here. Moxie is definitely a member of the Spike Week community. Always in the lab. The thing I talk about every Tuesday night. My buddy, my high school quarterback, runs Spike Week, which is so funny. Like, what are the chances that like somebody I grew up with, we were in grade school from fifth grade on. When I moved there from California, he was one of the cool people. Like you always wanted to hang out with those guys. Obviously, I hung out with my crowd, which is a little bit more of the outcast type, right? But Eric was always so cool and nice, and then his dad ended up being my coach, for the offensive line because I played O-line and I played defensive line in most of high school, and then I played linebacker my senior year, and then we have good relationships, him and I, and it's just funny, like, because we didn't like connect throughout after high school, like we weren't like close. Grab Jamar Chase. He did come up to where I went to school because I was playing college football in McMurray College, and he was playing. They were playing Illinois College, I believe, or maybe he was playing my school. I just quit not that long before that. Yeah, their JV team was playing our JV team, and I just quit. So like, his dad came up, and we all went out to dinner together. Me and the Illinois College guys, and I don't think Eric was there. He went back with his. I went out to dinner with his dad, and it was Saunders and Big Mike. We all went out to dinner in Jacksonville. Regardless, like he and I have been close, and it just happens to be one of the thought leaders in the best ball space. I find him like right before like the year I won the money. Like right before the season started, I found out that him and I were like in this like stuff together. I didn't know he was like doing DFS. Come to find out, he'd been doing podcasts with the bald guy. I can never remember his name, but very very big known on the Twitter space. I can something Jordan Cooper. He did a podcast with Jordan Cooper and whatnot. So it's like he has all these ties to everybody, and it's like what in the world? Like, how did I not know that he was doing all this? Whatever. And then, JT mid to late first round is pretty wild. And then what was I saying? Yeah, and then then they run all those stuff, and now like Spike Week is like a known commodity in the best ball world, run by my good buddy. And what was I going with this conversation? Oh, then they create all these tools and stuff and whatnot, and now he doesn't really they don't really stream that much. Like Bond4 and Coakley Rob streams a lot, but I didn't play for Illinois College. I played for McMurray College, which was in the same same city as Illinois College. So I had two buddies, Brian Saunders and my boy Mike. I can't remember his last name. In 2006, this is when I was there. 2006 to 2007. I was only there for a half semester. I pretty much dropped out of high school or college after that point, for like a nice solid 2 weeks. But then I ended up going to the community college where I'm from, and then went up to Monmouth College. Thought about trying out for their football team because they had a decent one. Quarterback he was a quarterback for the Browns at one point. Alex Tanney was from the same college football from there, and I didn't really want to go through all that again, so I ended up playing tennis for them, and that was pretty fun. Did McMurray close? It did. It did in fact close. I got an email from my mom like the moment it happened. I was like, it's all right. Like, it's not a big deal. Dude, that college was trash. All right, so I'm guessing since you're from the Midwest as well, you know how cold it can get out in the Midwest. And the heat was not working in the dorm rooms, at least the freshman dorm rooms. So we're, my first year at college, and fucking freezing, iced out, and no heat. Like, classes are canceled. There's no heat in the rooms. Man, McMurray was a piece. Played against him in fifth grade through high school. Alex was a good guy. His trick shot throw stuff was wild. Yeah. So in college, his brother had a good reputation there, but he did not have the greatest reputation at that school. He came off on the douchier side of things. I didn't have only but one interaction, and wasn't great, but he was, he was drinking, so everybody has their own personalities when they drink. But he was a good football player. Yeah, his trick shot stuff was on Sports Center, like not Sports Center, but it was on the show with Michelle Beadle and not Collinsworth. What's his name? He has his own show on Fox, I believe. Whatever. He had Colin Cowherd. He was on Cowherd and Michelle Beadle for his trick shot throw. Regardless, yeah. Yep. This is all to say that, my boy Eric has created this thing called the Lab, and Moxie's a big part of the Lab community, I believe. He's definitely part of the Discord of Spike Week, but which is for it being free, it's the most communication between players, former champions, all of that in there. Yeah, Mitch. That was his last name, Mitch Taney. I don't know. He was there my senior year, or sorry, he was there when I first got there, and he seemed good. So I don't know. And then his brother went there, and he was all hype. But I mean, they were pretty decent. So it was pretty cool that I could just like walk from my dorm room onto the where the seats were. That was always pretty cool. When you enter 150 in these, can you profit by winning your 12 main, or you have to you profit by winning? You pretty much don't make any money in these until the final week. I had a 50% advance rate the first year, and I really didn't make any money back till the finals. I think I got like somewhere around $1,000 back after the first week of the playoffs because I had like 60 eliminated. So I went from 80 teams in the playoffs, which obviously there was like a couple in different tournaments, and then I had because they didn't have that many tournaments back then, so like mainly was the Millie Maker, and then so I had 80 of them, and then I had 13 left. I believe I think it was 13. I could be wrong. It's starting to get a bit of like to exactly not remember the exact number. I believe it was 13 teams left, and I got $1,000 back, and it was a $20 tournament the year that I won it, and so that all got eliminated, and then I got 12 of the 13 teams got eliminated the week after that, so it was another 1,000. And the last place prize for the finals the year that I won it was 1,000. So in my head, I was breaking even when I was going into the finals, and I was like, "That's fine, I guess." Like, all things come to the worst of the worst. I broke even on a tournament, So you're most likely going to lose money. You're year to year, you're probably going to lose money in best ball. Just putting it out there, you're not very many people are profitable, and if you don't win a tournament, you're probably not going to be. And it's not that you're not a good drafter; it's just most people aren't profitable best ball players in general. There's some people that will never show you that they took L's. I've taken L's the last 2 years, though I still came out profitable. Week 17, I was out of the playoffs, so I used my knowledge of like stacking week 17 over and over and over and over and over again. I don't know how I'm getting Zay Flowers here. I'm certainly appreciative of the turn picks here of taking everybody I don't want, and I will happily take Zay Flowers. So weird. And did you think I was going to take Stroud from him? So interesting. Yeah, you can't unless you bank a tournament or you go deep into the finals. You're probably not going to be like hugely profitable. But yeah, I banked the Battle Royale week 17 last year. So last year I still had a profitable year, but it wasn't because of best ball. It was because I ended up just doing. I think I did 20 Battle Royales. It's the first time I ever done Battle Royales, and turned that into a 20K profit. It paid. I only put roughly 10K into this every year, so it paid the last 2 years off. Even though I still had some decent teams 2 years ago, I made 6 or 7 finals. I spent more than 10K 2 years ago. That was the year after I won it. I spent 15K, and I had I think 1,600 teams or something like that. Because that was the year I maxed out. I maxed out like pretty much everything they had on Underdog. And but the DraftKings had some cheap tournaments and stuff like that. So I spent about 16K the year after I won it. Ended up taking home 10K So I had a pretty big loss in that sense, but I made the finals, and all my teams that were in the finals all had a Cincinnati versus the Buffalo Bills stack, and obviously, DeMar Hamlin dying put an end to all those dreams and aspirations I had for being a profitable player that year. I think I was like 50th in the big dog, and like you just get up to like the 20th, and you're in my loss turns into a halfway halfway less terrible year. Yeah, a lot of things I say in life are luck, and especially in DFS. There's skill. Don't get me wrong. There is skill when when making teams and drafting teams. I think there is some skill, but you have to put yourself in positions to get lucky to have that luck. You can't just play to cash. You got to play to, if you're trying to win the tournament, you got to play to win the tournament. So if a person wants to make money, they better off with DFS or sports betting than best ball. I mean, I think everybody's. I mean, if you want to be profitable, if you're just trying to min cash, yeah, I would say sports betting is you're better off. DFS is still tough, like unless you're using a sim and then you're paying for that sim. People like Big Marley here, they have a wonderful group of people that are super profitable and have betting. They have DFS. They have. I mean, I rely on Big Marley to tell me what's the best way to attack a DFS slate, and like I hear their opinions. I think you have to do a lot of work to be even profitable in DFS these days. I think you have to win the big money. You have to put a lot of work into win a DFS slate. It's not like you'll see certain DFS tout sites that not saying like Chipit does this by any means, but I'm saying like just in general, DFS tout sites will put. I got her hash browns in case she wanted any. Because everybody does it, and it's okay to put out big ticket slate like wins and stuff like that. But yes, Boo. Yeah, they're the same. You wanted the same thing as I did. Sims tools and Sims and tools are why I'm pretty much out on NFLDS. I've gotten into more DFS. I like using the Sim tools and using it in my own way. I've enjoyed it. I don't feel like I'm like that far off the process like when I have these things. Before, I was just hand building. I hand built everything, and I would have some success, but the success I'm having using tools like Stochastic, I haven't used the tools from Ship It Nation. I have thought about it because the best college football player that I know of is the Degenerate 75, and I would love to use what they use there. And I haven't used the golf though. I think obviously it's proven that they're amazing golf players over there at Ship It Nation. But you never heard of Big Marley? Oh my guy. Go ahead and Ship It Nation. You check out YouTube channel and you can check out their UFC content. He's gold tier like of content creators / actual player. Like they're always nailing stuff over there. If you want good golf content, Tambo, Hoop, they're like again cream of the crop. Like they are really good over there at Ship It Nation. I am 100% on board with the guys over there as the cream of the crop type players over there. I started with listening with Pat Mayo, and then I quickly found out like these people like ETR and I gravitated towards Stochastic / Osimo. Those guys were my home, my bread and butter, and then they all kind of broke up. But Lofty's still over there, so I still watch Stochastic guys. But yeah, I definitely will advocate for the Shipping Nation guys. They have been a part of my research team, and like when I need to sit down and listen to an hour's worth of football talk, they're definitely in the mix of people I listen to. I don't remember Big Marley doing too much content for football during the season. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle. I don't remember you being too much in there. I remember a lot of hoop. I remember a lot of Tambo from last year. I missed the 28 to 21 DFS contest creators. Najee, no matter what. Najee, no matter what. Mossy, we out here. 7th round, we're getting Najee here. 7th round is for Najee, unless we are on 6-1 to 6-6. Now we have to take Najee between those two, between that area, because he doesn't seem to make it past 7-6 in the drafts that I have been in. This is the year. Contract year, improved offensive line. Offense coordinator does develop a really good run game. Everything has gone his way so far. Best shape of his life content has been out there. He's not looking like this big guy. He doesn't really look any different to me. He doesn't look a little bit thinner. Okay, that's fine, And then you can put that weight back on like that, I'm sure, too, for the winter, So, and then the first play of the practice against the Bills, he runs out a 40-yard touchdown run. Just putting that out there that things have been looking good for our boy Najee. And my commitment and my dedication to him will have paid off. And the 2 years that we've had him, even though he's had great week 17 matchups or week 17 games, this will be the year that he pops off. I do the small slates. Tiers is my specialty. I also do the afternoon and primetime slates. But just for members, I don't remember yet. Okay, that makes sense. Best ball shows are for free, but we just ended those on Monday. Yes, they ended on Monday night. It's past Monday night. Open up my burrito, let it cool down a little bit. Ooh, that's a hot burrito. And to top it off, they have like one of the lowest prices to get in at. And good customer service, from what I can tell. This is the year. This is the year. I just never played enough volume to justify it. And that makes sense, Brent. That makes sense. That happens. I don't blame you for not, if you don't want to shell out, huge price points. I do think Chip and Nation has a pretty good price point. I do know that Stochastic also is running a small, like a lighter version this year that's like where it can judge your single, like if you put in a lineup, it'll judge it. It'll tell you whether it's profitable or not. I think that's what Greg Ehrenberg's tweet was saying the other day. I could be wrong. I might have misread it. So we got Chase Brown. We have Najee Harris, Chase Brown. We're going to hope that Jaden Daniels makes it back to us. Some quarterbacks were taken by this guy, so I guess not that many quarterbacks. So maybe he doesn't make it back to me. Maybe he does, because Conklin just went to this guy. Hold up. What's going on here? CeeDee Lamb at 2. Great pick. Okay, so it starts off early that he went a little bit wonky. Joe Mixon in the 2nd round. Stephon Diggs in the 3rd, which is, again, a little not too crazy, but a little interesting. CJ Stroud. Alvin Kamara was a little early. Dobbs was a little early. Swift is a little early. Tyler Conklin's very early. Dak Prescott is a nice value. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I don't know. I do not know. All I know is I hope that none of my drafts get thrown out. Like with the last few, Like that's all I'm like terrified about right now. Haven't even seen Osmo in any DFS contest this baseball. Did he retire? He pretty much retired. He retired for the content game, but it sounded like he just made a post on his Twitter talking about how he's in the WNBA streets. So I don't really know if he's retired. I think he's just taking a step back and doing a little less. I think I have 5. I think I've gone and checked every time, and I feel like I have 5 left. I could be wrong. Back-to-back 10-hour streams. So from what I heard, this is not pray hands. This is a high five. So high five. Let's go. I thought it was funny because whatever comedian put it out there, it was like, and so whatever time we were praying for somebody, we thought we were praying for somebody, we're actually like somewhat celebrating their prayer. Is there anybody dealing with something that in the cut down day that they're like struggling with? Because I think the best pick that came out of all of that yesterday was not Samaj Piran going to KC. I think it was Hassan Haskins going to LA. Did you take Jerome Ford? Okay. Good pick. You got the old Zach Moss. But who grabbed Joe Burrow? Who got Joe Burrow? You did, Big Marley. Of course you did. Good selection. I've been getting him at the 8th pick or the 90th. I've had a lot of selections on the first 4. He's been following me there. I should have realized when you were drafting there, when you grabbed T. Higgins, I probably should have grabbed him. So I don't want to draft him way too early. So he's just at a weird spot for me when I get him there. So good selection there. He's got a nice hero RB team. Who'd you get with your second RB? Zach Moss. So Bijan and Zach Moss. You got to kind of have to worry a little bit about your bye weeks at this point. Probably not, but probably just a little bit. Got to be careful you don't take another 12, bye week 12. Or else it might put you in a hole at that point. Might, you know. Now just have me checking my bye weeks. I think we go T-Law here and then Gabe Davis there if he falls to me. Unless he already went. My mustache keeps hitting my inside of my ear. Or my nose hairs. This right here is hitting the inside of that somehow. First world problems, you know what I'm saying? I don't have very many 5th round Zay Flowers. So this combination of T-Law with Jaden Daniels and Zay Flowers. What? Gabe Davis goes at 119? Oh my goodness. All right, well, we're going to go Parker Washington, I guess. Well, tight end. Trey McBride. We have a little mini Houston stack with the Nico, Dalton Schultz, and Zay Flowers. So we had that week 17 game built out. This might end up being a naked Trevor Lawrence team, which is fine. I still think he has MVP status material. So I'm not mad at getting, any shares of him because I think he has such high upside. But it limits my upside. But we have Jaden Daniels also naked. So we're just out here just taking naked players left and right. If you like a little ASMR, we are chewing, but hopefully you hear me. The theory from Smashing Gabe is one, I always like to go with vibes based. So the vibes are good with Gabe Davis going back home. This home cooking, his mama, his whole family. He's from Florida, right? So Florida vibes, that's always good. Two, he's going to a quarterback that doesn't just feed one wide receiver. He's going to a quarterback that can focus on Gabe, like when he's open. Versus Gabe's open, but Stephon Diggs is demanding that he gets the football. So even though the game's open, like he's not getting the ball because, Josh Allen's afraid of getting yelled at, right? So probably better quality targets, more quality targets. Two, I don't see his I think they're going to open his route tree up. Like he has good routes, but they only really sent him on deep flies. He has a good inside, 15-yard in game and whatnot. So they're going to allow him to open up his route tree. He's going criminally way lower than he has ever gone. He was in the 4th round 2 years ago. He was in the 8th round last year, and now he's going in the 10th / normally the 11th round. Doesn't make sense for his opportunity has gotten better. Also, I believe in the Trevor Lawrence bounce back, and potentially I put a couple $5 to $10 bets on Trevor Lawrence for MVP. And they play Tennessee, who's notoriously been pretty weak at the cornerback position. And if Christian Kirk is really taking the coverage, that's going to leave Brian Thomas Jr. and Evan Ingram. And, there's only one good corner over in Tennessee. So, and now you can't predict defenses being good or bad. Yes, you can. Those people who tell you that are full. They don't know anything about football. And I'm not saying you could predict like the teams that are going to shoot way up and the teams that are going to shoot way down. They're not going to go from the worst to the first. They're going to go potentially from worst to 16th. So you're getting about the 16th best defense. And they paid them pretty well too. Yeah, they paid their wide receivers pretty good. So Massa says he loves it. All right, good. Anthony Fahia, Adams, Pittman, Cooper, Flowers, Kirk, Deontay, Johnson, a weak wide receiver group? No, dude, you got Adams. He's still up there as long as he gets his targets. Pittman's good. I think I disagree with most touts out there. I think Pittman's in a good spot this year. I've never liked Cooper, but I've taken a lot of Amari Cooper this year. Zay Flowers is explosive, can have spike weeks, and his floor is a little bit lower on a week-to-week basis. So, but it's fine. And then Kirk and Deontay both have high floors, and I think Deontay is ready for a bounce back season. I just can't get enough of him. I just also don't have him rated high enough so I can get enough of him. But I am above the field on all those wide receivers, I believe. So you're not going to hear me talk negative about any of those guys, which is why I always come into those issues when people want me to roast their team. And I'm like, well, I mean, I like your players. Why would I roast your team? I want to roll down and scroll down my roster there. There we go. Now I don't want to go that far back up. We're gonna grab AD Mitchell. I need to readjust my ranks because I like AD Mitchell than I do Polk. I do like Polk, so I'm hoping to get Polk back as well, but which is funny because I don't have any of those guys. I don't even know who I want from Washington is Luke McCaffrey, I guess. We'll reach for Luke, I think. Not this round, but the next pick if it's not in the same draft range. But we want Polk here. We can. We want Polk. Do not want Ezekiel Elliott. We did draft him yesterday. That's good enough for my profile, my portfolio. Am I ahead on Zeke or something? I'm 3 picks past ADP, I guess. I'm not like that far away. I think I'll jeer if something falls through here. Okay, we'll take Polk. Take Polk. Running backs that I looked up yesterday. British Brooks. Let's lose blurb. He made the initial 53-man roster. Aaron Wilson of KPPRC to Houston reports Brooks, an undrafted free agent out of North Carolina, was a long shot to make the roster heading into training camp, but ended up securing a spot. Houston cut all 3 of its fullbacks and kept Brooks, who had 2 touchdowns against the Giants in the second week of the preseason. It's unclear how the Texans plan to use Brooks, as he could find himself as a healthy and active on game days if he's unable to carve out a role in the Texas special teams units. Or if old man Mixon gets hurt, I can see him, making the squad. Ramel Keaton was another good player we looked at yesterday that made the squad. And then Hassan Haskins. These are my late round flyers that I've taken since finding the news out on who got cut by the rosters and who got picked up on the waivers. These 3 players, probably, and my guy Isaiah Williams. But I was high on Isaiah Williams with nobody even knows who this guy is. But if you do not, if you have the stones to take him, he made the squad. He, I think, is the more direct backup. So when I said Puka was probably the backup for Cooper Kupp last year, I was kind of right. I thought they played a similar game. I was right about Puka. I think this guy, Isaiah Williams, who went largely undrafted most of the year, before like 2 days ago, I'm pretty sure he didn't have an ADP. I've been touting this, not touting, but I've been saying this guy is, if something happens to Amon-Ra St. Brown, this is the guy that they'll put in there that will give them a budget version of his production. I don't think he'll be Amon-Ra St. Brown, but if something happens to Amon-Ra, which he is clearly, if you watch the wide receiver show, dude went through a lot of injuries last year. But he still played, but if something was to happen, he didn't play, Isaiah Williams will step in and give you Wan'Dale Robinson type numbers in his absence. But I don't think he sees the field really all that much unless he's hurt. I have Kenneth Walker guy offered me Charbonnet for Zeke, but I declined. Yeah, I don't want Zeke. No, thank you. The British Bulldog Brooks. Nice. Trying to work and do this draft, and it's not working well for me. Didn't even realize how many drafts I already had. I already forgot how many drafts we had too. I had plenty of time. Holy moly. I'm not that far behind you, though. I'm not that far behind you. I have 7 wide receivers myself. It's not hard. I think everybody should stop at 10, but I'm not here to police anybody's wide receiver rooms. Ray Davis makes it finally back to me. We should look at Luke McCaffrey. I don't think he makes it back to me. He could make it back to me, and I could push it, right? Or I don't, and we just take him here. I would like Braylon Allen, but I would like at least one corresponding wide receiver with my quarterback. At least one, personally. Let's see here. Do I have any? I had neighbors. I might be able to grab Daniel Jones in the next round. See about that same pick. If I don't get him, no big deal. Do you like Kenneth Walker and A-Chain? Well, to be completely honest with you, no. I don't like both of them. I do like him and A-Chain. I do think Kenneth Walker is a pure rusher and probably one of the best in the league at it. I think if you had Kenneth Walker and the guy who just got drafted, Khalil Herbert, in the same room, I think they would be comfortable. But since, Kenneth Walker's had the job to himself, he's looked like the better player. But you put Khalil Herbert on the Cowboys, I'd rather have Khalil Herbert than Kenneth Walker. Than on, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just not a fan of Kenneth Walker. Devin A-Chain, stud, top 5 running back if he stays healthy. If he stays healthy for all 17 games and gets the amount of work that he had during those huge shootouts that he was not shootouts, but huge blowouts that he was a part of, he's the number 1 running back. He doesn't get drafted that way because there is an injury risk for him, but we can't predict injuries. Well, we kind of can for an undersized type player. And now they're talking about putting him at wide receiver. Like, he's going to get a lot of usage. But that usage could lead to point injuries, but could also lead to big games. So, who knows? Antonio Gibson. Waddle way better than Cooper, and Kyron way better than Walker, right? Way better than Walker. Better than Cooper. And with the injury risk to Waddle right now, I personally would have Kyron over him. But I don't think you can go wrong either way. Because if Waddle's healthy, I think they're producing at the same level. It also depends on what you need or want. If you want to build out a hero RB, then you want Kyron. If you want your second/third wide receiver to be a stud, Waddle. Daniel Jones, welcome to the squad, my homie. Who's my third? I got Ray Davis. Okay. Man, if something happens to Jamar Chase and he doesn't play for some reason, man, it's not going to feel good. Not going to feel good. But we have faith in our men. So we have 4 picks left. 2 of them are going to be running backs. Two of them's got to be receivers. I'm on the clock, but I can't get this thing to move up. Thank you. One of them's got to be Parker Washington. Let's grab McMillions here. Move the wide receivers. And then Parker. Let's draft him next. Did you take Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off this week? I took Wednesday and Thursday off, and I have Fridays off because of my my work my schedule. I work 10-hour days at my job. 10-hour days. I haven't worked a 10-hour day in forever. It's actually like 12 to 13 hours a day. I took 2 days off because I wanted to do this on stream and whatnot. Because I was hoping I'd be able to do a 24-hour stream, but we didn't even get close to 500, and I moved it to 400, and we still didn't get like that close. But we got to 381. So yesterday. So if you guys aren't subscribed, please hit the sub button. We are so close to getting to 400. We had a good year. We've had the most like viewers watching the channel like when I go live. We just haven't had the spike in viewership, and I don't know if it's because people aren't hitting the like button or I don't know. I don't really know how the YouTube algorithm works. We're headed that direction. We're just headed that direction at a little bit of we're not going up. We're going up this way. You know what I'm saying? Which is fine. You know, not all channels progress the same way. What up, Doc? How we doing today? So yeah, I'm off normally on Fridays, which is nice. And I have off. I took off for these days. I have I think I have like 120 hours of vacation time, and I have like 130 hours of sick time. I have plenty of hours to use. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking off a couple days in October for a bachelor party in Tennessee, or no, wait, West Virginia Mountain. No, it was Tennessee. I'm back. Made it to my office. Let's go, Nathan D. I don't remember what we talked about last, Nathan, but I remember I made a point to whatever you were talking about. So I apologize, Nathan. Brian Robinson from Jacksonville. Brian Robinson from Jacksonville. Or Leggett from Carolina. I'll be honest with you. I don't know any Brian Robinson from Jacksonville. So I guess Leggett. Leggett is your best bet because Brian Robinson from Washington is a good pick over Leggett from Carolina. But I don't know any Brian Robinson's from Jacksonville. Brian Thomas. Okay. So no, you're good. I was like, I don't know any Brian Robinson. I don't even know if that was Bijan Brian. Yeah. Anyways, Brian Thomas. Yeah, no, that I would go BTJ for that one. Brian Thomas for sure over Leggett. He has an opportunity to have an impact later in the season. I wouldn't say he's been coming along in the preseason. I think it's going to take a couple weeks for him to get going. I don't think he's going to be. I don't think either player is going to be a stud right off the rip. I say Brian Thomas Jr. will be a stud at some point, but he will be an impact player more along the lines a couple weeks in, at least until the bye week, and then the bye will get implemented more, and then it'll probably take more of an injury for him to make an impact, but he will have more of an impact, I think, in splash plays because he is like dynamic down the field. So if for some reason Gabe got hurt, like he's going to take over that Gabe role real quick. Let's hope he doesn't, right? But he has the talent and the ability to take over.
And Leggett, he's gotten comped to poor Quentin Johnson too much, I think. I think he's better than that. I do think that he isn't ready to be an every down player just yet. I don't think he's there yet professionally. But and I don't think he's Debo. Some people have talked about. I do think that he will be productive past the season. I don't know how productive he'll be this season, but they're giving him an opportunity to be so later in the season. This might be a similar take to another Amon-Ra St. Brown. If he figures out how to use his talent on the field, he will be productive. If not, it might take a year or two. And he might be better off as a number 2 there. Because currently, all right, so Thielen has to get hurt, I think, before he really makes an impact, because I think that's the role he'll play. He's not the instant separator because he's kind of struggled to get off press coverage. So Deontay's there to be the first read. And then they drafted Jatavian Sanders, who, might be a target earner. He might be a stud kind of thing. So then you got 2, and then Thielen's going to be there for a while until like halfway through the season where he tears both of his hammies. So he'll get 8 games out of Thielen, and then I think second half, if they feel comfortable with him over Mingo, they'll put him in. But Mingo had a good preseason camp too, so it all kind of depends. They have to have an injury / they have to put in the work. You can't predict whether someone's going to put in the work or not. You have to get kind of lucky with those two. But the upside of BTJ is higher than Leggett's. Roman's going ahead currently, I think, of Keenan because of the fat report. Which, it could be true. He might look big. And maybe Keenan's trying to do the OBJ route where he's out there, but he really just wants to play for the playoffs. Which I don't really know how that's going to happen playing for the Bears, but I don't really quite get it.
I found my baby doll on my tablet. I want it.
Congratulations, sweetheart. I don't know. I think Rome could be good.
I'm going to have bow. And I'm going to use an eye. I got Pathfinder. And I got the shirt from the white one and the bluish one.
Rome was elite 2 years ago in college. And obviously got outplayed by Polk. But Rome was good also in college. Fun drafting with you, Felix. I'll try to stop by again in the afternoon. Good luck in the 10-hour stream. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're 4 hours into the 10-hour stream. I like that Rasheen Ali pick. That was a good pick, Moxie. Just realized that Moxie was Mossy just at this current moment. I don't know why I thought your name would be Moxie on here. Ooh, somebody drafted Malik Washington. That's a good selection, too. Let's see here. Come on. All righty. So we ended up with Jaden Daniels, Najee Harris, Chase Brown, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Trey McBride, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, Trevor Lawrence, Dalton Schultz, A.D. Mitchell, Jalen Polk, Ray Davis, Luke McCaffrey, Daniel Jones, Jalen McMillions, Parker Washington, Hassan Haskins, and British Brooks. I think I drafted a solid 16 players, and then it went off a little bit off the deep end. Well, McMillions is not bad either. Really off the 17 to 20. I took some shots. They may be nothing. They are maybe inactive, inactive players. But on the off chance that something happens to Joe Mixon, and some reason they got rid of the other guy, Pierce, maybe Brooks is the guy, And if something happens to the Chargers guys, which has happened their entire careers, maybe Hassan Haskins is the guy. They already it sounds like they already plan on using him on special teams. And then, maybe he has a Terrell Davis type career where he has this, revelation after doing some special teams. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. All right, our friend Big Marley ended up with the 2792. Didn't realize he had drafted so many wide receivers. Sounds like he cut it down as soon as he realized he had 9. He went Bijan, Cooper Kupp, Mike Evans, Tank Dell, T. Higgins, Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas Jr., Joe Burrow, Zach Moss, Jordan Addison, Jerry Jeudy, Tyler Lockett, Baker Mayfield, Cade Otton. Ooh, okay. Now you had another one, did you? Did you have Mike? Yeah, you got Mike too. So you have a nice little trio there. Khalil Herbert, Antonio Gibson, Tank Bigsby, Noah Fant, Alexander Madison, and Carson Steele. And I'm big on that Carson Steele. So even if they brought in P. Ryan, I think Steele will have a couple sneaky games here and there where he hits a couple catches for a couple touchdowns. And those showdown weeks. He's going to be a showdown monster. I already have this feeling where everybody's expecting big games out of Pat Mahomes, and it's going to be like 2 fullback sneaks or whatever, or handoffs. It's going to be the Carson Steele. He's going to be a showdown monster. He took Vidal and Jay Wright. It's not bad. Not too bad for $1. Not too bad. And then we had Moxie at the 12 hole. He went Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Devontae Smith, Travis Kelce, Xavier Worthy, Kenneth Walker III, Christian Watson, Jordan Love, Khalil Shakir, Dontavian Wicks, Ty Chandler, Jordan Mason, Jalen Tolbert, Samaje Perine, Marshawn Lloyd, Justin Fields, Will Shipley, Tucker Kraft, Roman Wilson, and Rasheen Ali. Solid. And we talked about Jordan Mason and Samaje Perine and players like this in the lab. I get Jordan Mason. And, I know that I think it was Spags disagrees with taking Jordan Mason at this point in the 13th round. But I don't think it's bad. I think if he gets, that's the appropriate price for the CMC handcuff. I mean, back in the day, that's where I was taking Chuba Hubbard when he was with Carolina. You need to take your backups when you take your backups, I'm personally out on Samaje Perine. I don't want to take players I never thought highly of. And I've never really thought that highly of Samaje Perine. Even if he got the job, he never really has the job. Now, I understand he's going to have the Jerick McKinnon role, but I just don't. What do you win when you win with Samaje Perine? You still get a part-time back. You know what I mean? To be fair, you're on the part-time back with a great offense. But I don't know. I just don't see what I win when I win with him. Versus what you win when you have Jordan Mason. That's why I like Jordan Mason. Because Jordan Mason will get probably the full workload. That's somebody I'm more interested in. You get a league winner if you have Jordan Mason. All right, here. What do you think of Dalvin Cook to the Cowboys? I'm so out on the Cowboys. So I think it's a non-plus move. I think it's making a muddied situation more muddy. I wouldn't touch him. I just made a trade. What did you make a trade for? Yeah, I wouldn't touch him. I personally still don't think there's a good RB there. I honestly starting to think that he's trying to tank so he could get Quinn Ewers. Uniqueness goes up with Pirine. What uniqueness? I can guarantee you there will not be the two same teams drafted in any league in the finals. I can almost guarantee you that. So week 17, Pirine 2Ds could be big if you can get there. But I prefer Mason. But you can say that about literally anybody in the league. Literally, I'm making a case for Hassan Haskins. Like, you could literally make a case for any running back in the league to score 2 touchdowns in week 17. I don't know. I guess I'd rather make a bet that if your running back gets the workload, I'd rather have the guy that'll have, again, like you agree with me. Like, I think Jordan Mason is a better pick. I agree. Like, and I agree with myself, and I agree with you. we agree on that. What do you win when you win? And I think you win more with somebody like Samaje or somebody like Jordan Mason than you do with Samaje Perine. I think you just don't win as much. I don't think. I think he should be drafted. No, I'm not saying that he should be drafted. I just don't think he should be drafted where he's currently going. I think he should be like a last round pick or a second to last round pick, not where he's currently going. So, like, I don't know. Misprice. That's all. Especially not one time was anybody really talking about Samaje Perine until we started talking about camps. He clearly came up in conversation like in early July or late July. He came up in a couple conversations where, like, oh man, there are like 9 running backs in Denver. What's going to happen when Samaje Perine goes back to the Bengals? So, like, he's probably not going to go back to the Bengals, but he could. Traded Amari Cooper and Zay Flowers. I got Drake London. So you're trading a 4th round and a 3rd round for a 2nd round. If you like Drake London more, I don't know what your roster, like what you play on a week-to-week basis. I don't know exactly what your team is, and I'm not a redraft expert. I'm a best ball guy through and through. To be honest with you, so I think I'd feel more comfortable with having Drake London on my squad, knowing that I'm going to get more consistent week-to-week play from Drake London. I don't have to worry about the spike weeks of having a 0 from Zay Flowers. I think Drake London's going to outproduce Amari Cooper on a week-to-week basis. So, and Zay Flowers, he might outscore Drake London on a game-to-game basis, but he may not be consistent like Drake London. So I can see where it works out for you. It also gives you an opportunity to draft somebody else. But I don't think you overpaid. I think you just paid for the right price. Adams, Pittman, London, Deontay, Christian Kirk as my wide receiver. Hold on. I think my daughter's trying to go pee. I guess when I put my daughter to bed, I turned off her light by hand, so she was flipping her switch, and she was confused why the light wasn't turning on. Adams, Pittman, London, Deontay, and or Kirk as my 3 wide receivers and 1 flex. Dude, it sounds like you're solid at wide receiver, yeah. And it sounds like you can take like a flyer at running back for somebody if you really needed to, or you can wait till somebody gets hurt at wide receiver, or maybe if somebody else deals with the wide receiver issue, you can send them one of those for one of their stud running backs or something. Yeah, I don't think PRN is good. I'm just saying, like, some people would prefer uniqueness, like why people are grabbing Carson Steele in contests. Yeah, I agree. Like BBM with lineups drafted since April with low ownership, so that makes sense. I love my Richardson, A-Chain, McBride. I got Kenneth Walker. Yeah, I agree with you, Marvin Mims, on that. I just think at the price that he's going, I don't think he needs to be going where he's currently going. You know, does that make any sense? Like Carson Steele's not a 15th round pick. He's the 17th to 20th. Like there's a big difference. Not a big difference, but there's a bit of a difference between where P. Ryan has been going so far in drafts since yesterday and where he's been going before that. I love my Richardson, A-Chain, McBride, and I got Kenneth Walker. Nice, dude. Yeah, I love your quarterback and tight end. Your wide receivers are great. I'm personally not a fan of Kenneth Walker, but with how good your wide receivers are, you're pretty much set there. You just need to have solid production from Kenneth Walker, which is not hard to do. You'll probably win most of your weeks. Alrighty. Jumping in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter. 3 of 12, plenty of room. Water's cold. Yeah, for sure. Piron should be a near last round pick. Yeah. That's just how I feel about it. But that's like I'm taking a shot at Hassan Haskins. I'm not drafting him because he got claimed off waivers. You know what I mean? It's like the first RB move where I'm like, okay, they're actually taking a generally healthy running back, has connections to the coach, you know. When he was with the Wolverines, I mean, he was practically unstoppable, short yardage. I have a feeling he's going to be brought in for short yardage, like work. He's going to be the goal line back, potentially, if something happens to Gus. If something happens to Gus, I can see Hassan Haskins being brought in to be like the 1-2 down work and then bring in J.K. Dobbins as the pass catcher, which is also getting very funny because they played against each other in the college, those two running backs. Like they were the ones that were going head to head their years. I'm pretty sure they came out the same year. Jamie Herda followed me. Following 7,200 people, has 96 followers. And using a very creepy photo. No, thank you. Not followed by anyone you're following. Can't wait for that count to be disabled in about 10 minutes. Let's see here. How many followers do I have? I think we're approaching 1,800. Yeah, we have 1,768 followers on the old Twitter machine. We're getting close to 2,000 there. Big Marley again in this draft. He's at the 1 hole. We got Tasteful Tides. Alrighty. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a quick digestive system. I'm going to have to hit the the bathroom after this one to finish off the other end of eating something. We got Roto Grinders, Tasteful Sides, Zach Coffee. You know, if I don't know if you guys had the McPhee computer defense system thing, that's what the first thing I thought of. Care Mom 7. Okay. B Fitzer, Jim Halpert at the 8-hole. Min Man 21. Dave 20 Giants. Our Raider Nation, I'm guessing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Win CJW. So my wife was asking me if she could do them. I'm conflicted. Now, what if my wife won it and I didn't win? Look, you know, would not feel great. But I told my wife, you know, like, what if like you won using my ranks? Like, as long as we weren't in the same draft room, there would be zero collusion, right? Or is it because it would? I don't see. I'm like, I don't really understand how that would be perceived. It wouldn't, like, people would have their eyebrows raised, but it's not like we wouldn't be able to be put in the same rooms or anything like that. No, I don't know. I'm not trying to jade and Tanner Tolver it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that friendly. But I was like, at the same time, I was like, I think she honestly, she might have been a more profitable player than I was in DFS last year. I think she started with $20. She has $50 in there. She's cashed pretty much every week last year. At some point, she did a Millie Maker. She did a $15 auction every time, and she would just barely come out positive, right? I think she withdrew one time, but it's like she hasn't had to really deposit. And she asked me if she could do these, and I'm like, probably can, but I don't know what the extent. Because what if two people met, you know, through DFS? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if there was a relationship created through DFS, like on a chat room or, you know, Discord or whatever? Is one of them not allowed to play anymore? Like, is that how that works? Or I really don't understand exactly how that is perceived or how that works. That is me, but my Twitter handle is let's see here. What is my Twitter? At Crying Buffalo, CryingBuffalo. Felix Castro, not verified. It's a picture of me, my son on my shoulders, my wife, and my daughter. And then I'm at SoFi Stadium with my hands out. DraftKings, and the bio is DraftKings Best Ball Millie Winner Season 2. I don't really know what to call it, but that was the year I won it. It's got my link tree to everything. I put my exposures on there. It usually sets people off. I tell you what, putting my exposures on the internet makes people go wild. It's super funny. Like, come on, guys, just chill out, honestly. I'm just having some fun with you guys. I'll try to move Walker. No, Anthony, don't try. Just if you like Walker, I do not want to be responsible for any downfall. I'm happily cheering you on, man. I'm happily cheering you on. Where do I follow Twitter? But not sure if it's yep. Yeah, I pissed off some guy yesterday on here, Little Timmy, and he tweeted at me last night or yesterday. SMF Bets followed you. Thank you. What did he say? He was very upset with me. Najee that early? Period. Pathetic. Period. Three quarterbacks also sounds like you're scared. Pretty sure I won with three quarterbacks. Not scared. It's been proven successful. And Megan Shop also wrote an article about it. She's from the Fan Speak Network on how people have been successful with 3 quarterbacks. And she's one of the smartest people I know out there as well. And love listening to her and her brother talk. They're really good people. They're Washington Commander fans, so we'll hold them to that as well. No, they're begrudging Washington Commanders fans. It sounds like for the most part, they have low hopes for their upside sometimes. Is Cooper Kupp washed? I fucking hope not. I have about 40% Cooper Kupp, so I don't think he's washed. And he was number 1 in PPG, 2021, 2022, dealt with the tight wire rope injury and was kind of starting to come on towards the end of the season. And I think that tight wire surgery takes a little while to recover. I was actually on him last year as well, but I was on him in like pick 4. And he ended up going at the end of the season. He would end up going in the second round, and I feel like I just got bad value with him. Like I just felt like I got unlucky with a lot of things that turned out last year. I think this year drafting a little bit later, finishing a little bit later than last year. What do you think about Aaron Jones on the Vikings now? I mean, I think about Aaron Jones anywhere. He has huge upside. But he's also just he's a soft tissue injury worry at all times. He's so explosive that it's no act of his own. His body just can't keep up with him, his soft tissues or whatever. I don't really understand how exactly all that works. I'm not a doctor. But he seems to have those injuries reoccurring through his whole career. So on a week-to-week basis, yeah, he could be the number 1 running back, no question. Like he was the number 1 running back week 1, right? But he was then out for the next 6 weeks. So when he's out there, stud. But if he's not out there, a problem. You know what I mean? Our boy Kyle got CMC, Olave, and grab neighbors from me. That son of a gun. Good pick. We grab Kelsey here, partially because pretty known in best ball that you want to have a week 17 correlated pick. Obviously, I know that I'm going 100% Najee, as much as I can. Therefore, I need to grab if I want to grab a KC pick, I know for a fact I can or I should. I don't always. I don't want to be 100% on something that may not work out. Like I had Chase the year I won it. I had 0 KC players on the bring back. So I know I can win without playing the week 17 schedule. I do think it's more optimal. I think it's a better idea to do it. I think people also just assume or I should say this. I'm going to try to rephrase this. If and when somebody wins now with week 17 correlated picks, they just assume that they are doing it intentionally when ADP is now baked in with week 17 correlations kind of in mind. Like you kind of run into the same type of players, which is why I think you should do your own rankings, because if you do your own rankings, you will not 100% run into everything being week 17 correlated. I just feel like if you can get yourself into a rut with everybody else's ADP and drafting, oh, well, that makes sense here. Not that you'll have the same teams, but you can run into the same types of teams there. And then all it takes is somebody being a smidge unique to advance those teams. Like everybody had CD and Amon-Ra last year. Now I was passing on CD, so I had Amon-Ra and Tony Pollard on all my teams. I was taking Amon-Ra instead of CD, which I It's clearly I made a mistake. I was wrong about that. I should have been taking CD instead of Amon-Ra, but I still felt pretty good drafting Amon-Ra. I just drafted Najee Harris way too much last year in the sense that he was the better pick. Oh, Dave, 20 Giants. What are you doing, man? Go one wide receiver, then 2 stud running backs, and then you draft just an uncorrelated quarterback? Shame. Oh, shame. You should have. Oh, you didn't get Rice either. Jesus. It's okay. We'll pick Brandon Ayuk. I don't really want Brandon Ayuk, but we're gonna take it. I know it's a good pick. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a good pick, so I know I should take him. This is nice. I didn't realize I put my pillow on my desk. It's magnetic. Do you like Montgomery or Swift? Both are good. Is it? I can't remember if you said it was PPR or half point or whatnot, but I would prefer PPR. I prefer DeAndre Swift. I think he's going to get a lot of screens this season, and if it's half point PPR, I'd prefer David Montgomery for the touchdown upside. But again, I don't know exactly your league settings. Oh, I don't know what it is about that burrito, man, but it is making me sleepy. Half-point PPR, then I personally would go with Montgomery. My daughter left the room without turning off her tablet again, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the pause on that. So I'll be right back, guys. Grab a Coke while it's up, you know what I'm saying? Might as well. For those who like a little ASMR can opening, close your ears if it might be a little bit loud. This little can of whoopings. Chat. Now is our chance to take over. Oh, shucks. Time to take over the world. Yeah, I'm enjoying drafting George Pickens in the middle of the 5th. It gives me an out to draft Justin Fields in the 15th. It gives me like his single game upside, it gives me a chance to ping pong weeks with Najee Harris. Hypothetically, they're in a shootout instead of a dominating run game type of day. Then George Pickens is the guy, right? Like if Najee Harris isn't the guy that week, George Pickens is going to be the guy that week because they're going to be in a dominating. Let's run the game, run the ball down the throat, or they're playing catch up, which Najee Harris can do. He can play. They're probably going to put in Cordell Patterson most likely, but they could use Najee out of the backfield. He's a decent pass catcher / route runner. He's not amazing, but does his job. But if you get George Pickens, then it's like you also get the playing from behind scenarios. To Kirk went, Kenneth Walker, George Mixon, Joe Mixon, who went in the second round last match. Draft. At what point will Najee have to go for you not to draft him? Well, considering this is like my last few drafts, I guess he has to go early 6 to he has to go. So I'm not drafting him between 6'7" to 7'1", or I'm not drafting between 6'12" and 6'6" or 6'7", and I'm not taking him in the 5th. And let's say the season just started. Well, I ain't taking him at all then. I'm in preseason. The preseason just started. I mean, I kind of would, like I prefaced this before, kind of in a weird way. I would take him where he goes. If I think he's going to be a league winner. So if he went all the way up to the first round, I'd follow him up to the first round because I do think that he has the contract type year that Josh Jacobs had a couple years prior. I think he's taking it serious this year. I think so we're at 6'6". We got to take Najee here. I have to follow my system. If my system is wrong, then it's wrong. But I don't think he makes it back to me if it didn't go through here. I would follow him all the way up. I think he breaks out this year. I don't think it's I don't play best ball to be a stock market type player. I'm a vibe space player. I am what I think of the season is going to happen type player. Like I play it out on how I think it's going to be. I don't worry about where the player goes necessarily. I want to be on the market where he's currently going. Like if he goes to the second round, I'm not just going to assume that he constantly goes in the second round. It's going to take like 3 or 4 drafts where I believe that he's going to go there. And then I'll adjust my priors and start taking him at that other position. As if so for the reason why I'm drafting him in the 6th round here versus just taking him in the 7th, after the injury, Najee Harris was mainly still going in the 7th, but then I had like 5 drafts where I was, at this 7-7 position, and he wasn't making it past 7-6. So then I had to adjust it. So where if I'm 6'1" to 6'6", I take him. But if I'm at 6'7" to 6'12", we pass because he should make it back to us most likely. Most likely, not every time. It's not perfect, But 7th round is for Najee, but at this point, it's the 6'1" to 6'6" to 7'1" to 7'6". But I would follow him up to round 1 if that's where his ADP was going. I would follow him all the way up there because I do believe in his talent. Would I get 100% or 90%? No, because then I'd be in the first round, and it's harder to get somebody. It's harder to be overweight on somebody in the first couple rounds. I think we take Kyler Murray here. Past ADP, about 12 picks past ADP. Gives me an option to push Joe Burrow to like the pick 100 if I want to. Honestly, unless Aaron Jones goes, then we'll pass on Joe Burrow. But if Aaron Jones is still there at pick 90, then we'll take Aaron Jones. But if not, we'll wait if he's not there, then we'll take Joe Burrow. Oh. I don't know what they put in that burrito. Maybe they put sleepy pills. That way you fall asleep and you have breakfast burrito again when you wake up. All right, Aaron Jones is gone. We're hoping to get Joe Burrow here. You sniped me on Kyler. Brutal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have Cooper Kupp. Like my thought process, I'd be able to get a Greg Dortch, a Michael Wilson late. I apologize. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. hurt your draft. I didn't even know you were in this draft. If I took him from you, that means you're either Jim Halpert or I had to assume you're Jim Halpert because Zach Effi is on the other side. Dotty da dotty do dotty do 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 do. La di da la di da da di da di da. And as we discussed yesterday, I do not mind going 3 quarterbacks. It doesn't matter where they get drafted. I do not mind going 3, but I'm always going to go 3. I'm not stopping at 2 in any case, unless it was like Pat Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, or something along those. Unless it's like the elite quarterbacks. If it's 2 good quarterbacks, then it's different. But I'm talking, it has to be one of the top 3 guys. It has to be Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, or Pat Mahomes. If I somehow got a version of 2 of those guys, it's different. I would stop at 2. But in no scenario if I come across that yet. I've always had I've always had only one of those guys. I can't imagine passing on a player. Wasn't trying to take you out. I was just literally thinking about myself. Selfishly thinking about my Cooper Kupp having a brain back. You said yesterday 2 burritos make you sleepy. I only had 1 today. I only had the 1 because they didn't have the deal today. But it was, I had 3 burritos ordered yesterday, and we only got 2 today, and it's like $5 more expensive because they didn't have the buy one get one. How many total drafts have you done? I have done 250 on Underdog. And then I think on DraftKings we're at 300 plus, I think, or we're going to get to 300 plus. Go ahead and grab Chase. Chase is on the case. Let me check real quick for you. I keep maxing out the $3 qualifier for the King of the Desert. I really want to go to one of those live finals again. I had so much fun at the live final that I went to. I have 276 currently. We have 3 or 4 more. Here we're gonna be 280. We'll probably max out some $3 tournaments and stuff in the single entry. Yeah, we're probably looking at 300 to 350 plus the 250. We're looking at 600 drafts total. I'm looking at probably doing before the season starts, and then we're putting probably doing 700 lineups. Oh no, that's too many. I'm doing 150 the Billy Baker $5. I'm doing 150 for the $5 Fantasy Football World Championships. I'm going to do the $50 single entry, the $100 single entry, maybe the $200 single entry. I'm going to do the $3 20 max, the $1 20 max. I have my missions are going to be for like $20. I have them in the $20 missions for the $20 tournament for $15K. That's 150 entries. I'll probably end up getting like 10 of those in. We'll do the single entry for the $1. We'll do probably the 150 50-cent tournament as well. So we have a lot of stuff to do. And then we're going to make some bets. We're going to tail some other, people's bets. Like my favorite betting show, we didn't have betting last year here in North Carolina. So I'm going to tail, Pat McAfee. Not Pat McAfee. No, I'm not tailing Pat McAfee. Not that he gets stuff wrong like that often, but like, or maybe he does. I really don't know. I've never tailed him before. Pat Mayo in their stuff. They have a fun betting show. I think it comes out on Wednesdays. It's him. It's Rob Pizzola. And the star of the show, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but the star of the show, he actually followed me on Twitter. I about lost my mind. I don't know that there won't be no way I'm going to be able to go back and find it. I don't think. Where did he follow me? I'm going to check for like another 10 seconds. I don't even know if I'm on the clock. I am on the clock. Holy cow. We have 20 seconds. Oh my gosh. The anticipation is killing me. Let's take Trevor Lawrence. Boom. Setting the world on fire. Taking a third quarterback with nothing to correlate with it. I know. But if I want a shot for a Gabe Davis stack. Anyways, why am I drawing a blank on his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name. I love this guy. Rob Pizzola, Pat Mayo, and you guys are gonna beat me to it probably before I even. Commented on the thing. And he liked it, and then he followed me. I can't. August 14th. I think it was that long ago, was it? It's a shame because I cannot remember anything. I could just look at Pat Mayo. The PME. I've been following Pat Mayo's career for so long. I've been following him forever, and like he's been a part of my fantasy football analysis for over 10 plus. I don't even longer than 10 years, 10 plus years. I don't remember when it started, but for so ever long. Cam Stewart, thank you. I don't know why I just didn't look at the chat. I assumed that you guys had it. No, I wanted him. Sorry, man. Sorry. He has vibes only better. Big Cats. I listen to the podcast every week, so I'll almost start reading the chat. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I love Cam Stewart, man. And then he followed me. I was like, what? I'm not. I have messaged people that have followed me, and it's like I've come off as retarded or weird or whatever. So I will never outright reach out to Cam. I'll just happily be blessed that he followed me. You know what I mean? And so it's dumb. He follows I think 1,000 people, but I'm happy to be one of those 1,000. And or he probably followed me for a day and then unfollowed me. I don't really care. The fact that he did it made my day. It's like the same thing that happened when I got followed by the guy that made the Garfield movie. We posted a photo of us at the Garfield movie, and then he followed us and liked our photo, retweeted us. It's like little things like that can make somebody's day. They don't even realize it. I don't think I would make anybody days like that, but what? Dude, that's awesome. That's super cool. I can't even imagine being followed by that. My biggest tweet that I ever made that got the most exposure was because I made a tweet about the presidential nominee Andrew Yang, and he retweeted me. He liked my stuff. He followed me for just a little bit, and he retweeted me, and it had 700,000 impressions and all this other stuff. I'm like, oh my god. and obviously this was before I won the money. This is before everything, and that pushed me over to like 1,000 followers. That was wild. Like that changed my life in a weird way. Andrew Yang. I was a Yang Gang member. I was at all the meetings. I was everywhere for Andrew Yang, man. I have a stack of Yang bucks. So at all the rallies that we'd go to, like to get ready for the rallies, and or for the handouts of this Yang buck, we would come out with it's like it looked like money, right? But it's like completely fake. It's like it was oversized. It was clearly Andrew Yang on the $1,000 bill, and whatnot. So I will say that guy changed my thought process in life in general. Like how, like as soon as I won the million, the first thing I thought of was like, this is great. I can push I know like working as a stay-at-home mom is like a job. And I can have my wife stay at home to take care of my kids, and I can kind of afford to like pay her, because the money that we bring in now from that million is enough to like pay her to stay at home, because she treats it as a job. I treat her as like she's an employee in the sense of like getting the kids stuff correctly. Like it's, I don't treat her as like an employee or anything like that, but like she treats it as a job, and it's like it should be treated as a job. It should be taken seriously, and she does take it seriously as a stay-at-home mom, which is great. That's what I wanted from when I want it. Like she takes it serious. Not that parents don't take it serious, but like I didn't have like the greatest childhood in the sense that like my family did not care whether, or I should say care. They didn't exactly care if I succeeded in school and whatnot. Ty Chandler, welcome to the squad, baby. Don't have enough Ty Chandler. We've been running a little light on him. I don't want to be completely out on him either. I wanted AD Mitchell as well, so it's like, but my wide receiver room is pretty good. I think I needed a third running back before I got my sixth wide receiver. So yeah. The picks show with Jeff and Tim is good too. Yes. Yeah. The day before, yeah. That's when the Pat Mayo channel is like the very first hour of my day, because my job is very monotone, is very boring, which is perfectly fine. I think there's nothing wrong with having a monotone type job. I have a lot of time to myself. So to get my day going and having a good laugh, I start my week off every week with Pat. Usually I think he does like a Sunday show where he reviews the golf courses, and then he has like a show with Jeff and whatnot. I usually try to catch up. So Monday's usually a weird day, but like my favorite shows during the week of the NFL season are with Pat Mayo. I haven't been able to watch the last 2 episodes that he made because I've been streaming for so long this past couple days, but I'm excited to catch up on that. I will probably be listening to that next week, the beginning of the week. I'm going to be behind already, but like I have a lot of work to do when I get back. Actually, I'm off Monday. What am I talking about? I don't know. I'm just going to have to catch up tonight, I guess, or some point today, because I love those shows. I love the prediction shows. I love their AFC total shows. And then the Tambo, I think that's Tambo in the YouTube thumbnail that he has on him. Right, let's see. Go to the very top. Yeah, Tambo in some. Yeah, it's Tambo. As soon as you touch the preview, he's on it with a big old Ship and Nation hat. Ray Davis, you talking about practice? I guess it's a little early for Ray Davis. Not early enough. We'll take it. 151. There's nobody here at 151. Right? Like, yeah, 151. Who am I supposed to be taking? Cole Kmet? No. TJ Hawkinson? No. Jaleel McLaughlin? No. Blake Watson made the team. Audric Estimate made the team. I'm sorry. The Jaleel stuff, yeah, like he was good, but like they drafted 2 other players. Well, they drafted 1 other player, and they brought in Blake Watson, who made the team. And they cut Tyler Beatty and cut Samaje Perine. I have a feeling that all 4 of those guys are going to be in a mix in some way, shape, or fashion. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Julio's not even on the team by week 12. Yeah, like I'm not touching these guys. No, thank you. I'd rather be early on my guys. Yeah, your quarterbacks are not safe when drafting with me. I have 3 quarterbacks that I like to draft in every draft: Joe Burrow, T. Law, Justin Herbert. And if I get a combination of those 3 quarterbacks with or two of those 3 quarterbacks and a combination of another, that's awesome. If not, I'll happily take Burrow, Herbert, and Lawrence. We're light at wide receiver. Let's go. The tight ends I compare, I don't have. No. Yes and no. Wide receivers, Jahan Dotson, Bateman, Leggett, McMillions, running back, Bucky, Khalil Herbert, Braylon. Our last running back will be Bucky Irving. Let's check out our bye weeks to make sure we had any running team issues. 9, 12, 6, 12, 11. Only 2 with the bye week 12. The other ones are different. Should be able to be fine there. Let's check out wide receiver. We have a 12, 6, 9, 9, 12. So far, good at wide receiver. We need to probably diversify if a little bit if we can. If not, not a big deal. Throw this guy onto the squad late. Since we draft Hassan Haskins. We'll go back to maybe a talent that, let's try it. I don't know how to spell Gesicki. It's a GC. It's not QC. La di da, la di da, da di da dee 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 do 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 do. I don't have any Jalen Tolbert. 0. How big of a gap is Josh Allen to Anthony Richardson? Talent-wise, not much, right? In a week-to-week basis, not much. They both have huge ceilings and low floors when they play. But if I was to say one has been able to stay healthy his whole career and one hasn't even made it through 5 games, there's a big up to Josh Allen versus Anthony Richardson. So there's the price gap between them is perfectly cromulent, aka fine right now. It is what it's supposed to be right now, in my opinion. It is perfect. He should not be that close to. They should not be that close to one another. I think Anthony Richardson should be a couple picks past because of his injury history. He hasn't been able to stay healthy through a full NFL, college football, high school season ever. I think that's what was discussed on the FanSpeak Network. They had the DGen doctor on, and he said he hasn't been able to stay healthy through an entire season, his entire life. He always gets nicked up. What the fuck? I was swiping down and it drafted Dodson for me. Oh no. That's okay. I really think the Dodson stuff, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's apparently not good. I thought it was a good thing for him. I was like, get him out of this horizontal raid. He's more of a downfield type guy. Kellen Moore, kind of a downfield more type thrower, like a offensive play caller. I thought it was better for him than to be in there. Clearly, he didn't develop a good rapport with Jaden Daniels. So I thought, like, if anything, this, gave him a better opportunity to succeed. Yes, he was competing for wide receiver 2 for Washington, but sometimes it's more of a team fit. He didn't fit their team philosophy. And if Kellen Moore is bringing you over, yes, he didn't cost them very much, but it's also like he gets less coverage because there's not really a good number 3 there. Like they cut Paris Campbell, who's now on the practice squad. I don't know. I thought it was a good thing for him. Call me old-fashioned, but I thought it was good for him. Is that Hurts too? I think, yeah. I mean, Hurts. Allen's number 1 quarterback for a reason. He's a stud. I think he struggles this year, and he ends up being quarterback like 2 or 3. In my opinion, that's what I see him as. But still does well. Like, you can't really complain about being quarterback 2 or 3. And did whatnot. I think that's good for him. And then I'm scrolling. And then what was I saying? I think Jalen Hurts has a higher floor than A-Rich. Again, he hasn't really dealt with that many injuries. And then I think they're going to get him out of the tush-push scenarios. I think they're going to take him out just a little bit. And I think that just means more opportunity for Hurts to throw touchdowns, like bringing in a really good wide receiver. Hurts is going to be quarterback 4 on the season. Pat Mahomes, I have a feeling, is going to go scorched earth, throw for 50 and 5K yards or something along those lines. It's going to be something crazy. And then I think there'll be a couple surprises. And then I think Anthony Richardson, quarterback 6 or 7. Total points, because he's going to miss like 3 or 4 games. If I was to guess, I think he misses 3 or 4 games. I'm not saying he's out for the whole season with those 3 or 4 games. I just think at some point he hits a hurt shoulder and he needs to keep it rested, or he has like a bum knee because someone went low on him because he's hard to tackle or something. Or he sprains his ankle, like high ankle sprain or something like that. I can see something silly like that happening to him and keeping him out for just a little bit. So another reason why Marvin Mims is so high on my list is because I am going high on the Cincinnati Bengals. And this is a perfect bring back. Would you feel more comfortable with Allen over Hurts over Richardson? I mean, yeah. If I could, yeah. If they all cost the same, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they all cost $30, give me Allen every time. If I had to pay $50, but I could get Anthony Richardson for 10, give me Richardson for 10, and I can spend that capital somewhere else. If they're all the same, I don't see myself in this scenario. Like, I think Hurts is the most median player of all 3 of those. Like he's going to give you the most solid production. There's not going to be fluctuations because we don't know what this new offense coordinator's full season is going to be like. Could be good. It could be bad. We don't really know. Wait, what did I say? Yeah, it's all wide receivers now, Felix. Go ahead, tag that up. Switch this around. There's Troy Franklin. Welcome to the squad, Troy. Should have taken Malachi Corley, I guess, but I'm not really needing Malachi Corley at the same token. Kyler Murray. Is there an Arizona Cardinal in the room? Arizona not taking newly fired Arizona Cardinal Zay Jones. I mean, they had to have known that was going to happen based on what had happened. What had happened was and then T-Law, Joe Burrow. We grabbed 2 for Joe. So we're good there. I forgot Atlanta. They're playing week 1. They're playing Tennessee. Is there a Tennessee guy? Tyler Boyd probably already went. Oh, this is 19 and 20. Well, if we get Corley, cool. If not, cool. We'll draft any of those guys, honestly. Happily. Is Calvin Ridley in the Deontay Johnson, Christian Kirk tier? Calvin Ridley in the Deontay. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the right area for him. I personally take a little bit more Calvin Ridley over the whole year. I've recently probably taken more Kirk, and it's like somewhere in the middle, I was taking a bunch of Deontay. Yeah, they're all in the same tier. I have a bunch of Ridley because he faces off against his old team week 17 in that matchup. You know, like also I want that game to be a shootout, so I have been kind of targeting that game personally, but it is what it is. Sorry, I can't sit still, guys. I have an issue that I have to go poop. I have to go poop. Oh, my dog does not like when I say that. That means she has to go P-O-O-P. I just heard her wiggle back behind me. All right, I might as well start reading my team. Because if you take Ramel Keaton, I don't know. I have to assume you're just stream sniping me, which is perfectly fine. If you take Ramel Keaton, you're not hurting my feelings. All right, I went Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp, Travis Kelce, Brandon Ayuk, Georgia Pickens, Najee Harris, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, T-Law, Gabe Davis, Ty Chandler, Ray Davis, Bucky Irving, Jalen McMillions, Jermaine Burton, Najee Harris. What? Mike Gesicki. I just wanted to say Najee Harris again, I guess. Jermaine Burton, Mike Gesicki, Troy Franklin, Malachi Corley, and Ramel Keaton will be my last pick unless someone out here is somehow picking him over somebody else. I don't really know why you would take Ramel Keaton. Alrighty. And then out of the – where are you, Jim? Out of the 8-hole, Jim goes Justin Jefferson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Brendan Rice, Josh Jacobs, Christian Kirk, David Montgomery, JSN, Ramondre Stevenson, Jerome Ford. It's because the screen's like all the time. Drum for Brock Purdy, Dalton Schultz, Mike Williams, Matthew Stafford, Xavier Legette, Bo Nix, Tyron Tracy, Marvin Mims, Jordan Whittington, Isaiah Carrendo, Jatavian Sanders. All look good. That looks delightful. That looks delightful. Away, away. Looks like you spent enough capital at wide receiver. I haven't seen anything too crazy. That's good there. Nice to break it up with the core running back. Alrighty. And then the one hole is CMC, Chris Olave, Malik Neighbors, Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews, Jaden Reed, Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey, Khalil Shakir, Taysom Hill, Austin Eckler, Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Wright, Jahan Dotson, Braylon Allen, Derek Carr, Daniel Jones, and Derek Carr, Daniel Jones, Alexander Madison, De'Ami Brown. It looks like an A.T. Sperry. A.T. Sperry. Yep, an A.T. Sperry. Cool. That is a good draft. That's a good team, guys. Good drafts, good teams. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Daniel Jones. A little less on Derek Carr, but I like the targets. He's going to have to target A.T. Perry. Obviously, you didn't mean to take Jahan Dotson, but I don't think it was a terrible pick. I think it's one of those that will end up working out in the long run. 3692. I had a 3510-2, and you had a 3692. Builds seemed correct. Let's see, did anybody have anything wild? Nothing. Nobody went too crazy in this one. There's some pretty crazy ones in the last one. All right. It happens. Only 2 tight ends, but we'll do better the next one. I'm used to underdog. That's all right, man. It's all right. Alrighty, let me hit this up. I'm not going to start the next one. I had to take a little poop break. Obviously, I'm not going to take you guys in there with me. I do remember somebody saying that they took it with them the last time they went to the bathroom. I'm not doing that. We're going to go take a bathroom break. I should be back by 10:15. I have to poop. I poop very quickly, so I'm going to go do that real fast. I'll be right back. I'm going to take my phone with me so I can catch up on Twitter if anything has happened. So I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to give you guys some background noise. The Boom Boom Room, a.k.a. college. And we're back, boys. And we're back. Turn this down. Oh, was somebody going crazy? All right, I have 30% ownership on Neighbors and DJ and BBM. Nice. I don't have that much of DJ. I just never felt comfortable where he was going when I was drafting in that area. I always take like Kyron, or I always take Derrick Henry. I wasn't fading him. He was just never in the pocket where I drafted him. I did always get him at a value though. Like I always got him past. I wasn't like, oh, I don't want to draft DJ here. But it was always like, oh, DJ's here. I can draft DJ now. So I'm definitely underweight, but I wasn't like fading him. Oh my gosh, what fell and broke the background? Oh, that was probably just me. Wait, something fall, right? Like, what happened? Cat must be running wild or something. I met Daniel Jones as DJ. Well, we all know that I love me some DJ. Look, I labeled that as like my underdog. I don't know how you guys label your teams, but I labeled it with the quarterbacks I had on each team. I have a lot of DJ. I was just messing. Okay. I was going to have to go back and watch what happened. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hop into the next one. I'll give you a countdown from 10. I don't know how far the thing is, but if you guys have figured it out, congratulations. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 of 12. 10 of 12. Yeah, dude. I don't know what it is. I'm just full of shit every day around this time of the day. I really do take an abnormal amount of poops. I'm happy to think like that in my future is a good thing. Like when I was a kid, which probably didn't need to be doing this. My great grandma, I used to live in her house. Like when I was a kid, I used to live in my great grandma's house, and she had a bag of prunes. And we didn't really have like candy, for us, like for us kids. We didn't really get too many tweets. We were pretty we were living with my great grandma. We were pretty poor, right? And so like a sweet that we had in the house was her prunes, man. And there was one day I think I ate like half the bag of prunes. And I didn't know this as a kid. Like they clean you out a little bit, you know what I mean? Like they make you have the gas. And I was farting and shit all fucking day, and it, it's not great. It's not great. Well, Brett, if I think you get on one of the last two drafts here, we're gonna be. Let's see here. We're approaching. Oh, and I was watching some funny fucking videos. So in the bathroom. I think we have 3 left or 2 left after this one, or maybe 4. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, this is draft 147. So we have 3 left after this one of the regular drafts. We said 10-hour stream, so I guess we were going to put 10 hours in. So 3 drafts after this one. We're probably going to look at probably the $5 single entry. So save that if you guys don't already have it completed. Looks like the $3 is going to fill up before then. The 200K were first and second round or first 2 seeds. What pick do we have? We picked 12 here. Is the $5 still there? $5 50K single entry still there. Only halfway completed. Missed it. Was the first one in the overflow, so just withdrew. Yeah. I'm a Giants fan, so my bad. Yeah, I'm all in on the Giants having a bounce back type year. Their prop market's not bad either. So finish, higher. I always want to check the prop. We might make some live bets right after if we have a little extra time. We might get into the betting market today. If not, we're definitely gonna have a show where we do that here. And then on a weekly basis, we're going to be doing that over with my buddy. This was his previously named YouTube channel. Now it's the Fantasy Football Plus Network. We're going to be over there. I'm going to be over there on weekly and doing some betting content over there. Obviously, I'm not as good as other people, as this is my first year doing betting stuff. So I'm going to approach it from a new person coming into the field and whatnot. So we're going to be doing that over at the Fantasy Football Plus Network. And then over on my Patreon, I'm going to drop my 3 favorite bets, Saturday night probably. And then put maybe on my put on the like my confidence level, so you can use it like as a survivor type situation. What am I thinking? As a survivor type play, you could use my picks. Like every week, I'm gonna have it, 16-1, depending on how many games there are that week. 16-1 games. How confident I feel. I guess it would be less than that because there's Thursday night games, but like 15-1. How I feel about the other games. I'll probably put out something on the day before on Wednesday. What I feel about the game on Thursday, on Wednesday. Maybe we'll do that live. Obviously, we're talking about Thursday nights, trying to do a live show. So far, all I'm hearing is Blake is the only person interested. No one else has hit me up for being interested in that. I know Dennis and Derek would be there. Jose would be there. So we got at least 4 from the sounds of it. The only people I know that do a show, it was brought to them by Underdog. This would not be brought to you by anybody because I don't know how to reach out to affiliators. I'm not really good at reaching out to people. I think I would try to bring on a guest. Maybe that's the show I do with guests. Not sure yet. Because that's a bit of a long episode if I try to do that. Maybe we try to do like a Peyton Manning-esque type show where we bring on a couple guests for parts of the game. If they want to get off, they can. If not, they can stay on for the next guest type of thing. I actually never really went Lamb last year. I went with Amon-Ra, Tony Pollard. So that was I messed up on the 112 last year. Cup over Puka? Yep. Yeah. One of them won me $1 million. The other guy I just liked. Funny enough, I was on the Puka train last year. I wasn't the conductor by any means, but I was on it fairly early last year. If there was some way to go check and look at all the things, and I'm like, there probably is. And I was on we got into really big detail about it when King Cap came onto my channel last year. And we talked about it. We talked about Puka Nacua for a little while there, and how he's like the direct replacement for Cooper Kupp. Like if Cooper Kupp gets hurt, Puka Nacua is gonna explode. And this was before Puka Nacua had that hamstring injury, and it's like we were on that train. We were on the right side of that fight really early on in that thought process. So I think now that Cooper Kupp's back, I think he's healthy. They might, Kupp might be the one and Puka might be the 2. Like, and it might go back and forth some days. But personally, if you're gonna ask me who do I want more, I want the guy that won me $1 million on my team versus the guy who I got right, but I didn't win anything off of it. Personally, I'm also gonna reach at Trey McBride here at the 3-4 turn. Prepare to have your brain fried. Trying to think who I'm going to go with here, though. Probably a wide receiver. Probably not Pittman. Maybe Diggs, though. Maybe not Diggs. Da, 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 da. Bum, 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 bum. Josh Jacobs the third. Very interesting. Cool. We just got to take it. Dave Montgomery. So we got Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, Trey McBride. We're going to grab Najee and Kyler Murray here at the next turn pick. But I'm a little confused. Derrick Henry went in the 111 for Mal Lamar. David Montgomery. Huh. Yeah. It's just like you could have got DJ Moore in the third easier, like without stress, and you could have got Josh Jacobs in the fourth without stress. I feel like you should just exchange their third and fourth round picks. The Devin A-Chain over 775 rushing yards, I think is a very easy call too. That's a good turn pick here with the Lamar Jackson and Mac Andrews. Jalen Hurts making it all the way to the end 411 is nice. Joe Mixon, solid. So back in the day, I don't remember which music's a little distracting to me. I don't remember what site was like spewing this information the last couple of years, but the top 10 offenses or top 5 offenses usually provide like the best running backs because they have more goal line opportunities. They have like, those kinds of things. And obviously you can't like successfully predict it every time, but if you can kind of predict which ones are going to have the best offenses, you can also kind of predict which ones will have the best like scoring opportunities for the running backs. And I think I might regret not having more Joe Mixon. That was another person on that question that somebody asked earlier. Somebody like I didn't get enough of and I wish I had more of, but I still won't grab, which is going to be Joe Mixon. Because I don't want. I didn't want to. He's a boring player. That's really what it is. He bores me. You bore me, Joe Mixon. You know, he had, what did he have like a, was it a 4-touchdown game or was it a 6-touchdown game? This dude at the 11 hole lives his best life. Is living his best life. I don't think it's a throwable draft because they're viable picks. It's not like somebody that's going undrafted. It's just really throwing me for a loop. We're taking these two guys. We're scrolling down for these two guys. Oh no! Didn't mean to take Xavier Worthy, though. Was it Xavier Worthy's ADP 54? I mean, I'm not mad at it. I just don't think I needed to take him there. I meant to take Kyler there. I've done that before. Is there a way to see his ADP? I had him ranked pretty far down there, obviously. Hold up. Wait a minute. What should... Okay, well, we actually got... Why does it say I have him ranked at 93? His rank is 71 on my ranks. His average ADP is 54. So I got a 7-pick discount on Xavier Worthy, but it was not on purpose. It was by accident. It was supposed to be Kyler Murray, who ends up going to this drafter, the Marvin Harrison drafter. He was supposed to be mine, but it is what it is. Wait. Oh, shit, you're in this draft. I didn't even realize you were in this draft. Yeah. Hey, princess. You were hoping that Xavier Worthy would come back to you, or you were hoping hold up. Don't think he had made it, and I chose Scary Terry over him. I don't think Scary Terry is a bad pick because you can always get JD. You know, that's a good quarterback. He had JD and DJ. Whoa! All right. For the Chiefs stack, but for Rice and Terry. I mean, I'm not complaining because I have now a bring back for that game. I didn't realize that must have been a mistake, or maybe he jumped up in ADP and I just never adjusted. I stopped resetting my ranks entirely because I kind of liked where I was like at value wise for a lot of those picks. I felt like the ADP was correct at that point in time. I was messing with this piece of tinfoil and I kind of made it into a perfect hash brown. You know, like those little hash browns you get at some places. I don't know where their hash browns are. Little tater tots, not hash browns. Little tater tots made into a perfect little tater tot. Little tater tot. Topanga, la da dee 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 dee. I wish I could play music and not get copyrighted. Back in my day, I used to be able to play, music while I shoot games. And then it's been a while now, but like 7 years ago, you weren't allowed to stream music while you played games. And then I think that it's the same with streaming and just in general. All right. Did my disturb get turned off? I was in the bathroom. It did get turned off. I always have do not disturb on. Wait, Anthony Richardson made it a 7-7? What's wrong with you guys? Accidentally took Xavier Worthy, but 7-7? Holy cannoli. What is wrong? Deontay Johnson. Do we have a second RB? We might as well grab a second RB here. Zamir White. We do not have a Bengal. No reason to grab one of them. I'm pretty much the ADP grabber of ADP grabber, and then I make it like each usually every other draft or every other pick. I go ADP faller, and then I grab vibes. It's like so it's a vibes / ADP value. I need to be more focused on how I draft the year after that. If I'm taking a lot of ADP followers, should I always be chasing? Lamar and Andrews were in the 5th and 6th rounds. My draft. Yeah. Yep. I've had a couple of those where I grab Andrews first, and it takes a while for Lamar to go off. Usually it doesn't really happen the other way, but sometimes it can. A little bit quieter. Thank you, Princess. Did him Jim Halper again? He did. He got both Mahomes and McLaurin. Jaden Daniels. That is Jaden Daniels looks like a good stack. In general. Here. I'm hitting the spot, man. Sugar's wearing off. Got 3 drafts left, guys. 3 more drafts after this. We have been grinding. We've been grinding drafts for the last few days. Let's see here. I did 11 drafts yesterday. On Monday, we did 6. Tuesday, we did 7. So it's 13. 13 plus 11, 24. We're doing 9 today. Well, we're going to do 10, but we've done 9, or we're going to have done 9 before we max this out. So we will have done a lot. I'll hit me up with some questions. Oh, thank goodness. All right. Thoughts on Ford? Okay. We'll start with Marvin. Marvin's question. start with Marvin. Thoughts on Ford? I have a lot of them, just because I thought he's played really well. Are you more worried that he gets no value come playoff time? Yeah, which we were drafting. Like, there's this combinational play where people are drafting Ford with Chubb, or they were drafting Ford with another back with Jonathan Brooks. I thought that was really sharp, but I think Ford's has good standalone value. I just think he's being a little bit overdrafted based on he can't easily get like shut out of work. So like his price point, he's not going to pay off that price point. So therefore, it's tough to even take him. I think, we've all known that Nick Chubb was probably going to start on the PUP. The fact that he did start on the PUP and they got rid of somebody, they got rid of Deontay Foreman, made everybody think that it's just, Jerome Ford's job. I still think Nick Chubb comes back like week 5, week 6. I don't think that spot in the draft pays off for 6 weeks, especially when the money weeks come in week, the playoff weeks. I did think it was sharp for those people to be taking. I thought it was really sharp for those people to be taking. I do not have any of that. I'm not going to risk it this time, but we are just going to take Gabe Davis. He wouldn't make it back to me potentially. He could make it back to me potentially, or he may not have. I'd rather not have to just draft a single naked Trevor. But yeah, I think he could have like contingency value, so he would get the backup role / if Nick Chubb was to get hurt again, and then but like that's not including his own injury risk. And what if Pierre Strong is just the guy? Like was the better running back in general? Like there's something to say that Jerome Ford locked this thing up. Like he wasn't like he was like super impressive like the last year. You know what I mean? Like Pierre Strong is a decent running back. I thought coming out of college, and then did well. I believe in New England. But Kevin Harris was there. They were both doing fairly decent. I don't know. The Pierre Strong thing kind of worries me for his own value. Here you go with some questions. Thank you. You can include the year you won the money, but what's been your most enjoyable year of fantasy? Honestly, the year I won the million, but it wasn't like because I won the million. It was because that entire year I'd won the 50K. So like having all this capital that I could spend on fantasy football was fun. Like I had so much fun drafting every day. I'd wake up excited to do my because I do like one draft in the day, one slow in the afternoon. I would start one up. So making a pick pretty much every day. And then I was off for about a month because this is like COVID-esque time where it was kind of running rampant, and there was like not the cure, but the shots were going out, whatever. And we ended up getting COVID, long COVID, and then we were headed. So I had jury duty. So this is when I found out like Eric Beinfor was also like in Spike Week, was like starting Spike Week up. Back then he was only doing like a show like once a week, once every other week. But it was like pretty cool to find out that my friend from high school was doing the show. And so like that was pretty fun, like to find out like I wasn't like alone in doing DFS. None of my friends, except for one of my coworkers from Pizza Hut, was doing DFS stuff, and he was mainly a baseball guy. And none of my friends were close to me were really into football. They all played the fantasy football league, I think, to appease me because I would be bothering them if they didn't, talking about it. So it was the first time I felt like a sense of community, like with other people that enjoyed football, is doing a draft every day with people I wasn't talking to. And then I found Spike Week and I found my buddy Eric, and I was like, oh my gosh, like there's like it wasn't just like, because on Pat Mayo there was like a lot of trolls, but there wasn't like a lot of communication. And then there was Best Ball, and I found Spike Week and my buddy Eric, and I realized, oh man, there's not just like it's not just me. You know what I mean? Like there's people that enjoy this sport more than I do, you know. And then I implemented a strategy that I had heard from Rinpack, and then to see that nobody else was talking about for best ball, I implemented the heavy ownership strategy, like on certain players, the overweight, like my exposure strategy. Nobody was doing what I did before I did it. I don't believe in best ball. I don't think anybody was doing that. Like Liam says he had such and such exposures, but like I should say, no one did it and had success the way I had success, because he apparently had a small advance rate and whatnot, and just I think he got more lucky than anything else. But I thoughts on I'll get that. Yeah. And then going week to week, and again, I was a no name. Nobody was paying attention to me. I was just another guy. I was, that was the same year I was like spouting like, I was one of those guys showing my receipts for all my like 5th place wins on NASCAR stuff and stuff like that. I was really having just a good time that season. I've cut back on silly stuff like that, but I definitely was I definitely enjoyed the year that I won it. I posted every Tuesday on Instagram. I was posting little TikToks about my team exposures and my best team and stuff like that. Like that was back in the day when I had off on Tuesdays, and I would go through all my teams. I would go through every one of my teams. I'd screenshot the best one. I would screenshot, my entered and like how much I was winning, because on DraftKings they give you like your projected winnings or whatever. And so it'd be like $3,000 entered and you're winning $7,000. And it's like, yeah. So that was pretty cool. So like to have the experience that I had to win the whole year, that was pretty fun. And then to come down and have to get hit by a hammer in the face of humility of losing, from going from 80 teams down to 13, and then having those 13 down to 1, and only surviving because Devontae Parker did not have a single catch in that game. I don't remember. I think it was the New Orleans Saints Dolphins game. Jalen Waddle had the game of his life. I think they were just feeding him catches. That game was like 20 catches. It felt like, and they were feeding Jalen Waddle. Devontae Parker, if he caught one 30-yard bomb, I don't even make it to the finals, and I'm not $1 million winner, right? So that year was the ups and downs of that year / just the fun of that year was so much. It was worth it. And then, so yeah, that was my favorite year. I've had some other good years, but nothing along those lines of being right about everything. I was right about like back in the day about Eddie Lacy, but nobody would know about it, kind of thing, Just doesn't have to be best ball, but yeah, it was, unfortunately. And I won my home league that year or not my home league, but like the auction league. I had the nuts on that squad. I had everybody you needed at all times that year. I think I won my championship by like 40 points because I had Chase, Cup, and we had everything. And Josh Allen. It had everybody. Thoughts on Green Bay wide receivers, tight end ranked 1 through 6 for best ball? Ranked 1 through 6, I'm gonna go Addie Jade. Please leave the kitchen and go to your room. I can't keep an eye on you in there, sweetheart. You okay? Take it to mommy, or take it to your. Don't take it to your room. You can take it by my tablet. And you can sit and watch something on my tablet.
Well, I don't know how. Wait, I don't know how to put it back on.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll be in there. Okay. Or bring my tablet out here and you can sit out here. You can just have to unplug it, okay? Okay. I love you. Jaden Reed 1, Christian Watson 2, Dubs 3, Luke Musgrave 4, Wicks 5, Bo Melton 6, Tucker Craft undrafted, I guess. Or you just thinking okay, you weren't talking about just the Packers. Tight ends ranked 1 through 6. I mean, Kelsey and Laporta should be 1A. Like, they should be going right next to each other at the end of the third round, starting of the fourth. I think McBride, is going to be the overall winner, but I'm going to draft him third most times. And then, but McBride, Kincaid, and Andrews all have upside to be number one. I do think McBride will be number one, but all have upside to be number one. And that's how I would draft them. Do we have 3? Quarterback, tight end, Baker Mayfield, Cade Otton. Welcome to the squad. Done at tight end. And then I think there is a small drop off, but they have a potential to be top 3 is Evan Ingram, George Kittle, and Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts has the most potential to hit that top echelon tier if Kirk Cousins does in fact target him. I don't know what this new offense is going to look like for him or what he's going to look like in the offense. It could be explosive or he could get ignored again. I do not know. Evan Ingram is great, but there are a lot of mouths to feed in Jacksonville, so his numbers will be short sometimes. And it's kind of the same deal in George Kittle in San Francisco. There are going to be games where he goes just absolutely nuclear, but there also might be weeks where he just gets ignored because it's a CMC or it's a Debo, or if Brandon Ayuk goes back, it's Brandon Ayuk. It's kind of tough to analyze that situation. No one did it and had success. Sorry, just left. It's funny timing of misspeak. Oh, did I say sex? I was having a lot of sex back then too. Vibes were good. Vibes were good back then. Let's see here. As someone who enjoys DFS betting, I think there's a lot of unclaimed value in UFC DFS. Don't think people have figured it out. Haven't figured it out. I will say there are people like I was talking about earlier, Kyle Marley. They have I don't think anybody has figured out it down to a perfect T because you put two dudes in underwear and let them have it out in a ring. Sometimes it's not perfect, right? John Kelly DFS and the Greg Ehrenberg and the Pat Mayo guys. I always Cody Saftik and the Buffalo Bills guy. I can't remember his name. Cody Saftik's the host of the Dogger Pass podcast. Those guys, like, if you combine all of their brains and the guy that Big Marley got me onto, I can't remember his name is. I think it's the Undefeated podcast. If you put all their brains together, you take your time. Paul Shaughnessy, thank you. I don't know what my brain's like fogging today on Pat Mayo co-host and host and people. Was like if you put all their brains together and you can kind of pick apart like who they're all on and who is expected to lose, you can kind of get a leg up. Also, I've been, I have a lot of time on my hands to listen to a lot of people. So like that's one of my perks of working. I have had pretty good success now in MMA DFS. I'm not saying I win every time. I'm not saying I'm not posting Twitters where I'm taking down the 10K, but the RPS guys have had a lot of success lately. I've been listening to the DFS Army guys talk about it. They've all been really fun to listen to, and like their thought process on how to attack slates. And I'm only good at putting in like one or two lineups. So, no, I was talking. I was talking just Packers. No worries. Just wasn't counting on Melton. My bad. Oh, you're good. Yeah. So over here, Melton has been brought up a few times. I don't really see it, but he is brought up in my chat quite a bit as somebody that people like. I'm not personally in on, but I can kind of see it. You know what I mean? I take Bryce Young here. I probably should have gone Bryce Young instead of Justin Fields, but it is what it is. We need a running back. Yes, we do. Marshawn Lloyd, we're looking at you. All right, I'm going to go get my daughter's, my iPad and give it to my daughter so she can have a movie on. I'll be right back. All right, well, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. The joys of children, y'all. The joys of children. Ugh. She has. I don't know if you guys can. Let me see if you guys can see this. She has put me on she has put me on timeout. iPad unavailable. Try again in 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. Love that kid. But no patience. No patience there. Andra and Kraft can be. Yeah. Tight ends can vary over on each site because it's more of a sometimes you're touchdown hunting on UD. So some people think that Tucker Kraft has an upper hand over Luke Musgrave, but I think the fact that Luke Musgrave is more in there for the receiving chops, and even like even if Tucker Kraft was in there, I don't see him running enough routes to matter. I think he's in there to more be the blocking tight end, and when Luke Musgrave's in there, he is the receiving tight end. Though I could see them using a fake, run to the right, and then as a play action pass to a leaking Tucker Kraft to the left. Like it's the classic, running back to the right, tight end to the left play. Justin Fields. So we're going to end up with like 3%, 4% of of Hassan Haskins, but I have a feeling we might be one of the highest owners of Hassan Haskins at this point, unless someone's smashing like 20, 30 drafts today / this next week. Jalen Hyatt, 18. And Russell Wilson. Let's go ahead and get our Fields guy. Obviously, we have Stafford with Cooper. And we have Mayfield with Kate Otten. McMillions was not available. This is where we grab Palmer. Not always drafted. And I've been just 90% McMillions. And this is where we add the 10% Palmer. You know, the 1 out of 10 times, probably even more than that. The 95% McMillions and 5% Trey Palmer. Or we grab him every once in a while. We're not expecting the talent or we're not expecting a huge rise out of Trey Palmer. We're looking for it with him. We're just looking for one show up in your lineup one time, because that's what we're looking for in our 19th and 20 round picks. We're looking so they hit our lineups once or twice. What do we come up with about here? And then if they hit roughly 5 or more times in your lineup, I mean that's a league winner right there. Topanga, we have Hassan. I was just stuck on show. There it goes. How much McMillions do I have? I got a McMillion. I'll tell you on both sides here. Give me a second. Jalen McMillions. I have on DK. Let's see here. Under NFL. Hit game sets. All go to Best Ball week 14-10. We have 34% on DraftKings. And on Underdog, forgot we had to sign back in. I don't know my password and stuff, man. I don't even know if this is the right email address. I'm going to guess my password because I do not remember. Right password. Such a good guesser. And on Underdog, we have 20%, 19%. Let's double check because that's all tournaments. On BBM5, we have 19%. So 30+% on DraftKings, and we have 19% on Underdog. You have to realize he's a late round pick on both sites, but it's easier to grab on DraftKings because, one, I have adjusted my ranks to have gotten them a little bit easier on DraftKings. And on Underdog, it was a little bit tougher because I was usually okay at wide receiver. I'm usually grabbing running backs later. I need to see what this guy next to me has done. He went 2.682. He obviously started with Derrick Henry, Puka Nacua, David Montgomery, Samuel Laporta, Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, Jordan Addison, Palmer, Isaiah Likely as his first tight end, Jacoby Myers, Justin Herbert, Khalil Herbert, CEH, Cordell Patterson, Jalen Tolbert, Demario Douglas, Luke McCaffrey, Tank Bigsby, and is on auto draft now. Greg Dulcich. It's so very interesting. And we're going to take Palmer and Haskins for myself. I have Matthew Stafford, Najee Harris, Zamir White, Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, Trey McBride, not Dwayne McBride, Xavier Worthy, Deontay Johnson, Devin Singletary, Gabe Davis, Rashid Shaheed, Baker Mayfield, Kadon, Justin Fields, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Hyatt, Robert Wilson, Trey Palmer, Hassan, the Haas Haskins. That was a fun team. And our friend at the 6-hole for the day, Mr. Jim Halpert, goes with Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Rasheed Rice, Pat Mahomes, Terry McLaurin. Looks like Christian Kirk, Keenan Allen, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Warren, Jerome Ford, Dalton Schultz, Kirk Cousins, Zach Charbonnet, Ray Davis, Wandell Robinson, Jalen McMillions, Mike Giasecki, Malachi Corley, Keith Mitchell, and Joshua Reynolds. A good fun team. Ugh. I have like 5 open drinks right now. Let's go ahead and finish off the Red Bull first. I don't have 5. I have 3 open drinks. One's the Red Bull from the crack of dawn this morning. Did I read my own team? I don't remember reading my own team. I had to have. I think I just read the 11 hole first. I don't remember reading my own team. So we'll go ahead and read my own team first, or last, and head on out of here to the next draft. We went Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, DK Metcalf, Trey McBride, Najee Harris. Supposed to be Kyler Murray. We ended up drafting Xavier Worthy, Deontay Johnson, Amir White, Devin Singletary, Gabe Davis, Rashid Shaheed, Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Kid Allen, Justin Fields, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Hyatt, Ramon Wilson, Trap Palmer, Sean Haskins to finish off. Do 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 bang bang bang. 3 more, gentlemen. 3 more, and or ladies, if there's any ladies here. 3 more. I didn't even give you guys a countdown. 4-12. Jump in. I have so much Troy Franklin. I need Reynolds Hedge. I also went Daniels and Cousins, which I generally sucked for week 17, but whatever. Is it you're saying that because what? Because somebody said in a article that you don't have a better chance at winning? Sorry, those nerds don't always get everything right. Yes, one of them has made it to the finals every year. Oh, well. I also made it to the finals with 3 quarterbacks, with 2 of them facing each other. It doesn't matter. Again, back in my day. Eric Bedford, let's go, my guy. And we got Big Marley. Ooh, we got Best Ball Nation. We got Ship It Nation. And we got Spike Week. Eric. Wait, Discord, Eric. I don't know. Somebody tagged me. I don't know. How do I message them? How do I message people? Add a server. I don't want my own server. I don't know what that means. How do I direct messages? Go here. Invite. StreamYard. Where am I? I'm going back to Discord. Jump in here. Control V. Get in here. Get it. Oh, I don't even know if I have it set up to have another person in here, but oh well. Oh well. We have Eric Bonfor. We got Big Marley at the 5 or at the 7. Sorry, I can't read. Oh, we got little Timmy here at the 4 or at the 5. I misread. Oh man, little Timmy, Mr. Deuces. Recording a pod in 30 minutes, otherwise I would. Sorry, my dude. Oh, you're all good. All good. All good. Go ahead and take Jamar Chase. Oh, We got Jim Halpert here at the 11th spot. Little Timmy here at the 5. Let's see what he takes here, because I mean he called AJ Brown and Puka Nacua a reach at the turn. Little Timmy, what we got here, man? It doesn't matter what you draft. This guy was on my nuts yesterday, so no, I don't really care. Congratulations, man. You got him at 105. What a reach. Little Timmy. Little Timmy G. Justin Jefferson. Let's go. What we got, Big Marley? What we got? Brees Hall. Put it on the board. Yes. Bijan. Pretty classic start here, guys. This is not a bad draft room. Not a bad draft. I'm sure little Timmy's going to try his hardest to try to keep up with appearances and hit all ADP chalk here. I'm expecting not to see a single reach in the draft from little Timmy. Little Timmy decided to show up to the fight. Feather hat. Poor guy doesn't quite know what kind of room he's in. But holding his own. Grabbing Garrett Wilson. That's good pick. I love that JT has now become a first rounder, and like no one's even talking about like how random that is. Like we all went from Puka Nacua and and Jahmyr Gibbs being in the first round, and occasionally Drake London to JT just solidifying his dominance somehow, even though his like workload has been astronomical since Wisconsin. And trust me, I have a lot of JT in the second round, late second round, so I'm all on board for some JT. It's just funny to me now that Barkley's also has been over the last day and a half has been a first round, early second round selection. Again, I have him listed as like 28, 29. So personally not in on that message of first round, but it's getting different, I guess, from early draft markets. I don't know if you want to be that different, but you can be. JT, Malik Neighbors, you get that week 17 matchup. Good pick, Marvin Moms. Good pick. Alrighty, Featherheart, playing it cool. He's in here making a name for himself as a decent drafter. Nothing too wild. AJ Brown, Marvin Harrison Jr. Nice. Not my cup of tea, but it's nice. I like that Malik Neighbors went ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. I am pro that. Cooper Kupp goes to Big Marley. Good pick. Drake London. I can see Devin Achane here. Boom. Nailed it. What's chalk? Yep. There goes little Timmy G with his chalk picks. What's ADP next? You guys are taking my good picks here, So we're gonna go with we'll probably go Devontae Adams. He won me a nice solid 20K at the end of the last year, week 17, dominating. I don't even remember who they played. I was out here playing Fortnite with my son, and we were all of a sudden I look over, I'm in like 7th place, and then I jumped to 1st place off another touchdown. Oh, Nico Collins. Okay. Yeah, we'll go Nico. Next on my board. Hopefully we get Waddle. Maybe we get Devontae Smith. I don't mind Derrick Henry, but I know in this room, I know running backs will last a little bit longer. I know because of this one specific person. I know running backs will last a little bit longer. I'm up for this. I'm up for this draft, guys. I needed this. Thank you. I needed a little bit more competition in here. Me and Big Marley are out here just dominating with Jim Halpert. Those 3 are going to be competing for 3 picks. Now I got like 5 people in here. I need to worry about. Need to battle it out against. Mainly 4 because the chalk donkey over here at little Timmy. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, little chalk donkey. I can see DK Metcalf. I can also see him going. I don't think he'd go Kelsey. Ayuk makes sense for him. Yeah, I think it's gonna be DK Metcalf. I'm just guessing. Maybe it's Tank Dell. No, it's DK Metcalf. Just saying. Nailing picks. Yeah. I mean, after the second draft where you drafted Mike Evans, I kind of saw you drafting Mike Evans here. People do rely on their player takes a little bit on a game to game, on a draft to draft basis. I can learn very quickly on who people are drafting. It's kind of the reason why I think I dominated Chess is Okay in a lot of drafts the year that I won it. For those who don't know, Chess is Okay was a guy who dominated the early versions of DFS and was like a poker legend of some sort, like he was in those streets back in the day. And I wrecked shop with him the year that I won. I destroyed him in the slows. I believe he was doing slows, and I wrecked him in the slows. Featherhat. Featherhat's taking a lot of value here. He is a little bit of a chalk donkey, not chalk donkey, but he's getting a lot of ADP value, so that's good for him. I don't know. I've never heard of Featherhat, so Featherhat's doing a really good job out here. We're taking the rise here from Rashee Rice. I'm not going to be surprised when I see Pat Mahomes come off for you, Jim Halpert. I would, you may not, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised. It's a good pick. These are good picks that you guys are making, so I'm not surprised. Down. Who grabbed Cooper Kupp? Okay. Nice. Was still able to get an elite quarterback with one of his top players. Smart move by bro. Smart move by the Brontosaurus. Josh Allen, nice selection. He might be able to get Kincaid, potentially. Tank Dell, makes sense. What we got here, Eric? What we got? My brain says McBride, but you don't really have anything to match with it. So another wide receiver could go for you. Stephon Diggs, maybe. No, you went Trey McBride. Yeah. He's the reason why I like Trey McBride. He talked about, was that like 2 years ago when he was a rookie? When he came out, he was the first person I heard talk about Trey McBride. And though it wasn't like a huge success like right away, I think one of the reasons he did succeed, like he was a good pick because it was like late, one of those later on picks that came around late in the season that turned out really well. Like I think he balled out week 17 his rookie year. We got ourselves an RB piggy at the 4-hole. We're gonna take Mark Andrews. If we don't get Lamar back, we at least have Andrews for the Week 17 correlated matchup, so then we can at least get Stroud later, so we can have the Stroud Mark Andrews correlated matchup. If we don't get Lamar Jackson, that's what we're looking for. If we get Lamar Jackson, then we reached on Mark Andrews, but we solidified the Week 17 matchup without having to worry about that. I'm personally grab tight end first, then grab quarterback. Personally. Do. So we have Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Devontae Smith, Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson. And I drafted Devontae Smith because there was literally the previous draft that we just did. Jalen Hurts did make it to 411. So on the offset chance that he does ever make it that late, then I get a sweet matchup with him. And I can always, I could have gotten Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts with Devontae Smith. So it was just a way to play that version of that lineup, leaving myself open options. I think that's the number one thing you should do is like draft and have options to draft other stacks later. I obviously like to draft at least one team onslaught if I can. The year I won it, I had just one. No, when I say team onslaught, I'm talking one for every position. So a quarterback, running back, a wide receiver, and a tight end. If you can do that, like a full team onslaught, I call that an onslaught. I don't know if it is or not, but if you can get one of each, I think if that offense does do well, then you're more likely to have one of the better teams in not only the teams in your league, but when you go into the playoffs, because you're just betting on that offense to do well. It doesn't matter who's doing well. I mean, it matters who's doing well, but like it doesn't matter whether it's the run game or if it's the pass game. If it's a run game, sweet, you got the running back. And if it's the pass game that week, sweet, you got the passing game. You got two options to go with it. You have your wide receiver and tight end. And if it's a running game, then you have the sole running back. When I won it, I had Leonard Fournette, stud running back for them. Not like amazing statistically wise, but he did get the job done. And then when Tom Brady was passing it, I mean, I had Chris Godwin and Rob Gronkowski. They all alternated weeks, including Mike Evans, but I wasn't short at wide receiver clearly because I had one of my core players being Cooper Kupp, and obviously Chris Godwin ended up being he was a core player of mine, but he just happened to be on the stack with everybody else, and Jamar Chase. So like obviously I was sitting pretty with that team, and then having Najee Harris and Nick Chubb as one of my other running backs was also nice. And now Leonard Fournette was a later round pick. He was where I'm trying to think of like somebody that's going in that position. A Devin Singletary. That's what he's going positioned as, but not attached to a really good offense, just as in workload. Yeah. Let's see. What is that Chalk Duncan doing at the 5-hole? Yep. Everything he's doing is pretty basic. Pretty basic, little Timmy. I did max out the Millie Maker that a year I won it. I will be maxing out the Millie Makers both on DraftKings and underdog. I probably won't do the 555 maxing that out. I just don't like to waste that much capital on best ball. I think, and it's like I don't like drafting against the pros because sometimes it's illogical, and I don't really care for drafting against them. It's not as fun. And this is supposed to be fun. Number 1, number 2, be profitable. Try to win. And for some reason, I'm like I am not terrified by any means, but I am nervous when I draft against people with a higher bankroll than me because I do immediately think they're smarter than me. I don't actually, in all reality, I don't really think that they are, but like in reality, when I actually get down to a draft, I get a little cautious when I draft, and I'm like, I don't want you to play cautious because I played pretty cautious when I drafted. And if you look at my teams that I drafted in the 555s last year, it wasn't until my last one where I finally felt comfortable like drafting, and it was my best draft. But I definitely felt like I had to draft. I didn't want to get criticized by the people who in those leagues. We're going to go take Naj, and we're going to see what falls back to us. Normally, I don't take Najee there. We're going to see what falls back to us here. You got your pirate booty?
I don't eat it all.
You ate it? Let me see. Oh, my goodness. Go throw this in the trash for me. Thank you, sweetheart. All right.
I found this in the hallway.
This is the gold coin.
Wait.
Good
I got
pick.
horses on it.
There's what on it?
I got horses on it.
It has horses on it?
I got horses on it.
Oh,
The
wow.
king of the forest. Oh, there's a book. I just read a book. I got to
Draft board. Take Dante Johnson here. We might be able to push Joe Burrow. It maybe not in this lobby. Might be able to push Joe Burrow to the way how quarterbacks are a little bit falling. We might be able to push Joe Burrow to pick to round 8 quarterback. I don't know yet. I'm kind of because the chalk donkey might take him, obviously. Little Timmy.
I put it in my set. Makeup stand.
You put it in your makeup stand?
Yeah.
You don't have a piggy bank?
Mhm.
Okay.
On my nose too.
On your nose too? You're so beautiful. I love you, baby girl. I love you.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you, princess. Kyler Murray goes to Trey McBride owner. To my good buddy Eric. Raheem Mostert. It's a good selection. A couple picks past ADP. You like Raheem Mostert? What?
Wait,
Wait, what?
I didn't remember this one before.
You don't remember 7-12?
No.
No. There's nobody there yet.
Yeah. They have a wait a long, long time ago, right?
What?
They have a wait, right?
That's right. This is Daddy's team right here.
Oh.
You got weird pants on. You got pajama pants on.
Hey.
What you got your pajama pants for? What you got your pajama pants on for? What you got your pajama pants on for? All right.
I changed to my age.
You did.
But my face is Daddy.
Okay.
No, mine is Princess Peach.
All right, Princess Peach.
No, mine It's a pink.
Princess Pink. I'm so sorry, ma'am. On with your day. Computer's dirty. I need to clean that up. Again, I know I need to clean my fucking keyboard. I don't usually see it during the daytime. It is. I mean, I've had it for 3 years and I haven't cleaned it once. So, looking at it now in the daytime, it's pretty dirty. It's not like dirty on top. It's like dirty in the crevices. It looks like I spilled soda, which I have once. Which I felt really dumb. I usually keep it in arm's range, but not that close. Arm's range, but down. It's weird that I had the small camera. Oh, Joey B goes to the 12 hole. He has 4 running backs and 3 wide receivers. I thought I was going to be able to sneak out the quarterback. That way. She is that way. She has not come this way, sweetheart. She's over there somewhere. She might be in Bubba's room. She might be in your room. She might be in her room. Or she might be in the bathroom. She's not over here. Oh, we were drafted in the 8 hole. 1-4-1-1. He's got his hero wide receiver start. He just grabbed a second. Bijan, Drake London, Travis Etienne, Josh Allen, Kenneth Walker, George Kittle, Aaron Jones, and Cortland Sutton.
You want to go to the playground?
No.
No? You stay home?
Yeah.
He is going to be there.
Yeah.
Come here.
All right, we got to grab Chase Brown as my second RB here. Yeah, Chase Brown first. I don't want to lose out on Chase Brown. I'd rather lose out on David Njoku because I already have a solid tight end. And that'll give me 2 tight ends. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody in the chat out here, we're working hard, trying to be a profit. Sorry, my daughter was screaming because she's excited to go to the play place, but she had to change. So I had to tell my wife, "Hey, no changing out here." Not that I don't think it should even pop up, but I don't need my daughter on the internet like that. Out here, okay, we'll grab David Njoku. Couple picks past. Ooh, or do we take Tony Pollard? We're solid at tight end, right? We got Mark. We could take Tony Pollard, 10 picks past ADP. Let's go ahead and do it. Tajay Spears out here jumping over people, but I feel comfortable taking Tony Pollard. Everything pointed that like things were headed in the correct direction. He's my first person off the bench. That feels better than David Njoku, who has a noodle-armed quarterback. He has the superior talent, but if we're going to be honest, we're not 100% sure how the offense is going to look. And if for some reason Trevor Lawrence and Gabe Davis make it to me the next round, that would be nice. Let's see what this chalk donkey does, little Timmy. Little Timmy, what you doing? Drafted DeAndre Hopkins at 92. Terrible pick. All right, makes a thoughtful decision on pairing up his number 2 wide receiver up with his quarterback. Yep. He should back-to-back quarterbacks here. If he doesn't, he's going to miss out on stacking his wide receiver and tight end. And if so, that's perfectly fine with me. I'll still grab Gabe. Gabe is universally perfect in the 10th and 11th round. What did the 1-4? He went with a Joshua Palmer pick. So he has Josh Allen. What in the world did I just do? So 151, 1241, 1250, 1430. I think this pick, the 6-1 Alvin Kamara, if he would have made that Chris Godwin and made this a 1-3-4-0 build to start off with, I think Shorty Ainge has a really good team if he makes it a 1-3-4-0. But he overspent just one pick too early on that. Obviously, I would say, if you got Najee Harris still here, obviously it would be a great pick. But like, regardless, I think the Kamara instead of Godwin, or honestly any of these wide receivers, or even tight end, Gun Kittle would have been a good pick. I think that would have been the right approach to it. Personally. What are you doing out here, Jim? You doing a good job? I'm sure you are. Godwin's great pick. Stevenson, good pick. Conke, good pick. Addison, good pick. He's your 6th wide receiver. He doesn't need to start for you right away, even with his high ankle sprain. He could take a couple weeks off. Again, you still have 4 other wide receivers that you got an early starter in Keenan Allen. You hopefully Rashee Rice doesn't get, he's not going to get suspended first games. Malik Neighbors might take a week, but you might have a tough start to your season, but you're going to have a good ending to your season from your wide receiver group. But even then, you have Chris Godwin and Keenan Allen. That's going to be a good start. We all hope that Malik Neighbors and Lad McConkey have a good start, but we're not 100% sure. There's a little bit of a question mark, which is okay to have on your teams. We got a good running back room. You have 2 Week 14 bucks. Eddie Jade, I'm streaming. So you look beautiful in your purple flower dress and nice pants. They match your dress.
No, it's not.
Yeah, purple and gray match. Do you know what Daddy's football colors were when he first started football? They were purple, gray, and white.
I don't like that color.
It's a good color.
I want pink.
Addie, I told you to keep your pants down.
I don't know.
Right, so you want to wear these?
What up? Oh, Felix the man. What up, Anthony? What do you do? Do you do best ball, NBA, or MLB? No, I do. I do try it. I usually do one lineup. It's usually very unsuccessful. And who's your favorite best ball nerd? I would go with, if we're going just like throwing out stats and stuff like that. Jade, I'm busy, sweetheart. Let's take Gabe Davis here. And then I know. You have class with Atticus this year. That's very sweet of you, baby. Well, with this running back room, we will be able to go Jonathan Brooks if he makes it back to me. I'm not like too worried if he doesn't. With this running back room, we have time to have them develop. So we're going to have a little bit of a team onslaught of the Panthers. Look, we have Jonathan Brooks, we have Deontay Johnson, we grab Bryce Young and Jatavian Sanders. That team could be very lit late in the season. We're bouncing off each other. What are we talking about here? My favorite baseball nerd. Okay, so the first person I saw putting out stats for me was obviously Eric Bamford. But if I'm going to go somebody I enjoy listening to on a week-to-week basis, and we're talking about best ball nerd, I enjoy listening to Sam Sherman, even with how dry he is. I enjoy that the ship chasing is it ship chasing? Yeah. The ship chasing crowd of Sherman, Maddock, and Pat Carane. I enjoy that trio of people. And then obviously Michael Leone's a really smart dude and whatnot. And I don't consider him a nerd, but the Fantasy Sanctuary, Tom Strachan, always has some really good stuff for DraftKings guys. So honestly, there's a lot of people out there I enjoy listening to. I don't always agree with their opinions, but that's why we play best ball to figure it out. Sacrilegious is really good though. B Kurt dropped some knowledge for us last year. Dooley Data. He's really smart for the weekly winners, and I believe that's what it was, and stuff like that. It all depends on what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for this like something specific, I think everybody has something specific that you can find from each person. And I like I said, I listen to roughly 90 hours of content a week while I'm working. And because not only do I have my 40 hours, it's never been 40 hours. I work 46 hours of work a week, and then it's like I got to drive 2 hours. So on Tuesdays, I listen to the lab on my way home and then it's like I listen to content on my way to work. I listen to content on my way back. I listen to roughly 90 hours of content of DFS best ball content. Now there's so much best ball content. I don't ever have to worry about a lack of it. So yeah. Yeah, and then Anthony asked if I do NBA or MLB. I usually do one or two lineups. I usually suck, but I do throw my hat into the ring just in case I get lucky. But I do listen to a lot of golf content at the beginning of each year, and I did dominate this year in golf. I was the only person to make it into not only the big scramble, but the regular scramble finals. And yeah, I got top 10 in both I think it was top 10. I might have been 12, but I got top 10 in the little scramble, and I was 12 or I was near top 10 in the other. So near top 10 in both the scramble and little scramble with not the same strategy. Not the same player takes. It was just a different combination of players. So, I might produce some golf best ball content next year. What up, dog? My boy Derek, Gabe Davis. I set my alarm for 4:45, and it was going off for 4:45 till just now. I sleep like a rock. I don't blame you.
Daddy.
No problem, baby girl.
Hey, I love you.
Love you too, baby.
Bye.
Bye. My little Addie Jade. Love you, boo. Is Kirk Jacksonville number one? Yeah. I do not think that it's like the way that Trevor plays football. I don't know if being number one really means a lot more than being open. Is he going to be the first option? Probably. He has a really good connection with him. I don't know how good the connection is him with Gabe Davis, but when he was out there, he got targeted a lot. He ran a lot of routes. I think it's Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Evan Ingram. And then eventually Brian Thomas Jr. will be in there as well. And I think they'll evenly spread out the rock. Maybe some games it's Gabe Davis's day. Some days it's going to be Kirk Cousins' day. Some days it might be Evan Ingram day. I think, and maybe Travis Etienne might even get into the mix. So it's like they have so many options. It's going to be hard to stop them on defense, that they're just going to be pounding. They're just going to be putting the rock in the end zone over and over and over again. And if they don't do it like successfully or well, I have a feeling there might be an offensive coordinator change real early into the midseason. / they might find somebody else at the head coaching job if it's going poorly. Because who's the Patriots number one? Is it DeMario currently? I think at the end of the season it's Jalen Polk, but currently I think it's DeMario Douglas or whatever his name is, Pop Douglas. And maybe I'm wilding, but I feel like Kendrick Bourne had a really bad ACL tear, and like people are just assuming like this older side of Kendrick Bourne is going to be able to come in and be himself right away. Those kind of energies kind of take a little bit. Like that's what I'm kind of off of Mike Will, because it's like it kind of takes a little bit to get back underneath your feet and be productive and whatnot. So I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my brain cells. We're here of J.K. Dobbins and be done at running back. I thought about Darnell Mooney very heavily there. I don't know. That was a tough pick. That was a tough pick for me. Good pick by the Chalk Donkey. Big fan of Jalen Wright. Cole Kmet. I'm not a big fan of Cole Kmet. That's just personally my opinion. I see what other people see, but I also disagree with what other people see. But he's got a nice little Week 17 matchup with Seattle and Chicago. Sometimes he just takes one little side matchup for sure. It's funny that I brought up Eric a few times today, and we've had Moxie from his Discord in here. We've had Eric in here now today. And we had B. Kirk in here yesterday. Spike Week, appreciate it for you guys popping in, as always. We had Rob Coakley on the channel early in the off season. We did a big board together, I believe. That was fun. Yeah, I'm big on golf content too, but missed out on the Scramble finals by 1 week. Got it late, but definitely enjoyed PGA season best ball. Yeah, dude, the PGA best ball was unlike any other best ball ever. It's like set into 4 weeks over. So you're in 4 tournaments, but each tournament is like 4 weeks, right? And then we're always like big, a lot of amount of people. It's like it's kind of like the Eliminator where you're just like, just make the cut, just make it, just like make it. You know what I mean? We're just trying to make it till we, trying to fake it till we make it kind of thing. And we just kept cutting it, man. I had a crazy advance rate after week 1. I had like 60 or 70% of my advance rate in week 1 or the week first cut of PGA DFS. So I felt pretty good. And then it got slashed again in half, and then slashed again in half. And then that final one, I made one in each tournament, and we finally got into the finals. I was like, oh, thank goodness. So we were happy. And I had two totally different teams, and both made top 10. There was one, I can't remember the tournament already, which is not good, but there was one tournament in the finals where I had 2 golfers, or it was 3 golfers, wasn't able to fill out a full team. And the person that won it was able to fill out a full team that week. I was supposed to have 1 extra person, but that guy withdrew from that week's contest. So that really put me in the hole. I think if hypothetically I was able to have a full team that week, I would have probably gotten top 5 in both. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I had like 60% Batia if you turn it on a little earlier. Yeah, I had a bunch of Xander Shoffley and Victor Hovland and Big Dick Vic. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Polk or McMillions in season half point long PPR. I mean, that's a personal decision. I like both. They're both free agents. I don't have an opinion on which one you should take first. I mean, Polk is technically rated higher currently. He was the higher draft capital wide receiver, but I don't think you can go wrong with either. With McMillions, you have to beat out. He has to beat out one of the guys, right, to be more productive. Polk has an easier pathway. I guess I'm making a case for Polk. He has an easier pathway to hit the field faster, but the offense sucks. So the offense sucks versus McMillions, who has to hope for an injury. So you either have to make a decision how you want to play it, whether you want the easier path to playing time or you want the better offense, but may not get the playing time right away. You doing a milli afterwards or small dollar attorneys? I still have two. I can't remember. I either have two more or three more after this one. And then we might do the $5 single entry. Yeah, that's brutal to only have 3 for that tourney. I already forgot what the fuck we're doing. Yeah, that's brutal to only have 3 for that tourney. Only have 3 for that tourney. Marvin Moms, please help me remember what we were talking about because I already forgot. Refresh my memory. Refresh the memory. Javan Baker greater than Jalen Polk, my unpopular opinion. Yeah, that's a little unpopular, but it's not too far off. He just got to learn how to catch the ball. He's a better route runner, better potential player, but he's having a little case of the drops. Yeah, we should go get pushed up, but make a selection, man. Jesus. I hate when people take forever when it's running down the clock on me. So we went Bryce Young for I don't think he makes it back to me. I think it's a small reach, but I don't think it's that big of a reach when you have the players that we do have. And then we paired up Lamar Jackson with Rashad Bateman. It's the only thing we don't have with them is a running back, but we're good at running back. We might grab, if it's accessible, we might grab a late Rasheen Ali if he makes it back to us last round kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, only having 3 golfers for that one tournament. Yes, it was pretty rough because a lot of people had only 2 or 3 as well, but the guys that were at the very top had a full 6, and that's what it was like. That was the kicker. That was like what separated that last in that last final. That's what separated the top 2 or 3 was that last tournament was that tournament where they had 5 or 6. Well, considering that Jawar Jordan didn't make the team, I'll say Cade Stover. Why not Keaton Mitchell before Ali? I mean, Keaton Mitchell. I just struggle with because I've had bad experiences with drafting players that had an ACL injury. players that had an ACL injury coming off that like within the year, and that happened pretty late in the year. So I'm more likely to take the guy that only hurt his arm, like, and if anything happens to Derrick Henry, he has to go through Justice Hill. But I thought Rasheen Ali showed like he has the talent to be there. I mean, I love Keaton Mitchell for next year, like the next year's draft. I will probably have a lot of late Keaton Mitchell because of his speed. But with his speed and coming off an ACL, I want to give it a year. You know what I mean? Someone told me that George Jordan was this year's A-Chain. Guess that's not true. No, that's not true. Whoever told you that is smoking some dope. And watch 5 of his plays while he's in for the Texans versus Chicago. He doesn't got it. He sometimes you could just watch a player, see if he's got it. That guy don't got it. And maybe that's something I have or I overdo is I watch tape, I watch players, while I watch the game. And you can just kind of see who, sometimes it does take people longer, but that didn't seem like it's going to take him longer to figure it out. That seemed like he just doesn't have the right vision for the league. Take Bigsby. So this guy ended up with quite a few wide receivers. He had 2 from Carolina, but he still drafted the second one after I took Bryce Young. So that's his own fault. Who took Daniel Jones? I guess the neighbor's drafter probably did. Who's neighbor's drafter? Mr. Jim Halpert. So you? Good pick. Good pick, Mr. Halpert. We're going to go ahead and get Justin Fields. Since we have Justin Fields, we have Bryce Young, we have boring, we have exciting, and we have exciting. Let's go ahead and put them on the board. Let's see what players I like. Need to put tight end in here. Ja'Tavion Sanders. So that's 2 picks. So what round is this? I already forgot what round this was. So 17th round pick, 18th, 4 more picks. Height will be one of them. With Sanders, we want to have one more tight end will be Sanders. We have the quarterbacks. We need 2 more wide receivers. We have 3 more picks after this, and one of them is Ja'Tavion Sanders. Just get Roman Wilson in here. That's 2. We'll need 1 more pick. We have a double there. We have a full team on slot there. We have that. I think we can go. We think we go running back. I think we go Hassan Haskins. We go with our guy. We go with the upside. make sure we have it in ADP order. 224, 228, 226. So who was 224? So Roman Wilson gets to go first, followed by Jatavian Sanders, followed by Hassan Haskins. And if you take these players, I'm convinced you are stream sniping and you will be called out. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and look at some of these teams that we have in this lobby because it is a stacked lobby. We got Jim Halpert at the 11, going JT, Malik Neighbors, Rashee Rice, Pat Mahomes, Keenan Allen, Chris Godwin, Ramondre Stevenson, Lad McConkey, Jordan Addison, Zach Moss, Ty Chandler, Justin Herbert, Jordan Mason, Kate Otten, Daniel Jones, Ricky Pearsall. He's on the clock now. Mike Gesicki. It's a good pick. All right. And then at the 7 hole, drafted next to this weird Jamoke over here to his right. Brees Hall. I've been watching too much YouTube. Brees Hall, Cooper Kupp, Mike Evans, take Amari Cooper, CJ Stroud, Raheem Mostert, Hollywood Brown, Jalen Warren, Dalton Schultz, Jerry Jeudy, Matthew Stafford, Michael Wilson, Ray Davis, Tyler Conklin, Demarcus Robinson, Justice Hill. I feel like you can go anywhere with your last 2 picks, whatever you feel comfortable with taking, reaching on a couple rookies or reaching like your team's pretty well off. You're good at wide receiver. Like you're good there. You're good at running back with your hero and your other runs, like the other guys. I like Ray Davis. I like Jalen Warren, Mostert. I guess maybe another running back, but you don't need to. Quarterback, you're good. You have Stafford and Stroud. If you wanted to add a third, I guess you could, but I don't know what quarterbacks are left that would really bump up. I guess Drake May for your late season push potentially, like maybe he finally gets it late season, but the rest of the guys don't really do anything for you. Tight ends, you have Dalton Schultz and Tyler Conklin. You could add one there. That's really not a bad thing to do, but I would add maybe the Rams tight end. Just I think that's probably where your weakest is at tight end, and you might as well add was it Colby Parkinson as the tight end for the Rams, or Davis Allen? Davis Allen's the second tight end, but Juwan Johnson's a really good tight end, though. Juwan Johnson's a very good tight end, so no messing up there, that's for sure. All right, then my buddy from high school, my quarterback, Justin Jefferson, Devin Achane, DK Metcalf, Trey McBride, Rashad White, David Montgomery, Kyler Murray, Jamison Williams, Brian Robinson Jr., Curtis Samuel, Dontavian Wicks, A.D. Mitchell, Cole Kmet, Braylon Allen, Jalen Tolbert, Sam Darnold, De'Ami Brown, Jalen Naylor. He's been on the Jalen Naylor train. It's funny because I was on the Jalen Naylor train last year. Obviously, it was still KJ Osborne for some reason. Vidal, Tracy, or Jay Wright was hidden in draft. It was my hidden draft gems, but not Lockjaw Horror. Let's see here. Who the fuck took Javian Sanders? Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's see here. Was it the chalk donkey? That little son's a bitch. That little twerp. Let's see here. We'll make a little pivot. Oh, little Timmy thought he was slick. What do we have? We have that. We got Gabe, right? We'll go Hayden Hurst. We'll build a secondary Charger stack here. we're gonna take out. I didn't realize I had Haskins in there, or I forgot that I had J.K. Dobbins in there. So that kind of works out for that. That I remember that I don't have that. We're gonna grab another wide receiver. We got our secondary tight end, and fine. We might even get Baker on the bring back. Rice, Whittington's good. Parker Washington, I like. Clearly, I like all these guys because I put them there. You know, they weren't listed here in their ADP, whatever. Keyshawn Bodie. Push the button. Surprised he hasn't had any news. He got signed to the practice squad. Everybody acting like he on the team. He got cut too. Signed to the practice squad. Go back to those messages and check out. I can't remember who else I liked from the Elite Drafters thing. Xavier Weaver. I can't remember what he looked like. Was he one of the fast ones? Oh, we go Isaiah Williams. Somebody really far down the board. I can't remember how to spell Isaiah. How is that still here? I'm just want to point out there is a issue with WI. I get WILL. I don't get it. Why is the WIN still there? What if I just type it all out? IN. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, my wide receiver room got eaten up. That's okay. Push the button. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Selected. We win. $1.5 million in this tough ass room. Alrighty. So my team ended up with Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Devontae Smith, Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, Najee Harris, Deontay Johnson, Chase Brown, Tony Pollard, Gabe Davis, Jonathan Brooks, Jalen Polk, J.K. Dobbins, Bryce Young, Rashad Bateman, Justin Fields, Jalen Hyatt, Roman Wilson, Hayden Holmes, and Isaiah Williams. Whose, side note, his parents were 16 when they had him. And he was pretty much raised by his grandparents, so, he's got a good head on his shoulders. We won't review little Timmy's team. It's not very good. It's pretty much chalk. It's not really anything to pay attention to. Eric Wentz, Justin Jefferson, Devin A-Chain, DK Metcalf, Trey McBride, Rachaad White, David Montgomery, Kyler Murray, Jameson Williams, Brian Robinson Jr., Curtis Samuel, Dontavian Wicks, A.D. Mitchell, Cole Kmet, Braylon Allen, Jalen Tolbert, Sam Darnold, De'Ami Brown, Jalen Naylor, Audric Estime, and A.T. Perry. It's a good draft. This is going to be a tough draft for him to get out of. There's a bunch of good drafters here. One not so much. Brees Hall, Cooper Kupp, Mike Evans, Tank Dell, Amari Cooper, CJ Stroud, Raheem Mostert, Hollywood Brown. It's a good team. It's a good team so far. Jalen Warren, Dalton Schultz, Jerry Jeudy, Matthew Stafford, Michael Wilson, Ray Davis, Tyler Conklin, DeMarcus Robinson, Justice Hill, Jawan Johnson, Alexander Madison, and Cam the Bam Akers. It's a fun team. That's a fun team. And you got a little week 17 matchup here. You got a little week 17 matchup there. You got a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Your quarterbacks are good. They're not going to put up like the elite numbers, but they're going to put you good enough numbers to get you by every week to be at like the top. You know what I'm saying? Like CJ Stroud, top five quarterback. I don't know fantasy quarterback yet, but top 5 quarterback. And then Stafford, top 5 quarterback. Again, not maybe fantasy quarterback. So you're going to get solid production numbers, which is, sometimes needed. And then Mr. Jim Halpert at the 11 hole went JT, Malik Neighbors, Rasheed Rice, Pat Mahomes, Keenan Allen, Chris Godwin, Ramondre Stevenson, Lad McConkey, Jordan Addison, Zach Moss, Ty Chandler, Justin Herbert, Jordan Mason, Kate Otten, Daniel Jones, Ricky Pearsall, Mike Gesicki, Malachi Corley, Theo Johnson, and Javon the Bomb Baker. All righty, guys, go ahead and jump into the next one. I'm headed that direction. Get ready, let's get to it. 3, 2, 1. 9 of 12. 9 of 12. I hope you get in. Good luck. Oh, little Timmy. Oh, little Timmy. Doesn't show up until his team didn't get called on. So, little Timmy. So weak, Timmy. Yeah, your team was weak. Yeah. I'm sorry, little Timmy. Maybe next year you do a little bit better next year, little Timmy. Same guy told me to Stover was this year's Ferguson. Stover had an opportunity to kind of show out, but I don't think he really did anything to pop off the board to get that recognition. All right, we got our boy Derek in one of my final drafts. I'd love to see it. Love to see my boy Derek in here. Garrett Cock, 6 at the 1 hole. JGM 1108. We got Mr. Jim Halpert, Marvin Moms in the chat at the 4 hole. G Bally 333 at the 5. Chadalick, Lilac, so Chadalike, Chad. I don't know how to fucking say your name. Chad, Isle, AC 31. I'll really run. That's what it looks like when he has the Philip Rivers face on it. Keybrung Gart. And we got Derek, a.k.a. Gabe Davis, a.k.a. all names are taken at the 9 hole. I may have 44 at the 10. Arbane 04. CT Kelly at the 12. CT Kelly, I feel like I've seen you a couple times now. Let me know if you're here. Push the button. Ding, ding, ding. I don't think Singletary ends the season as the Giants' lead running back. I do. But it's okay. That's fine. You can have your opinion. Who do you think leads the backfield? Just a curiosity. Who do you think it's Tracy? Do you think it's Eric Gray? I keep taking Colby with my Rams stack. I mean, I don't blame you. It's a good tight end to have. I'm personally not taking a lot of him, but I don't think it's a bad selection. Corum or Charbonnet? Any preference? again, it depends on what you're looking for. Corum needs an injury, and if he does get that injury, he's a top 5 to top 10 running back. If you're looking for some playing time, it's going to be Zach Charbonnet, but he's also injured currently. Not like injured, but like seems to be dealing with something right now. So again, it depends on what you're looking for. If I had to choose between the two, I'm probably going Zach Charbonnet, but I don't mind Corum as well. But yeah, so no real preference, but yeah. Yeah, I don't really care for Tracy. If I was to pick a secondary running back for the Giants, I would go with Eric Gray. But I think it's going to be Devin Singletary for a landslide of the carry touches and the domination with the Giants' revival. Just kind of like the broadcasts over whenever the Giants played the Texans kept spewing their love, how much they loved having Singletary there and how much they miss having Singletary there and all these other things. And all that shit doesn't really mean anything, right? At the end of the day, if you're not producing, it doesn't really mean anything. But they were gushing over Singletary. And the Giants could have kept, Barkley, but instead they went out and they let him go so they can go get Singletary. Now, I didn't watch the Hard Knocks, but that's what transpired in real life. They got Singletary and they let go of Barkley. So they obviously feel comfortable enough to pay Singletary the amount that he was asking for versus, they valued Singletary more than they valued Saquon Barkley. That means a lot to me. May not mean a lot to anybody else, but it means a lot to me. Who can only just look to see who I'm competing with right now. We got Skotastic MLB DFS. They got Pat McAfee show, obviously. You got Davis Maddock with 398. Dude's killing it out here. I got my Sweet Six. Let's go. Little Timmy out here getting up all upset because his room was weak. They love Singletary 100%. Yeah. They don't value Singletary more than Barkley necessarily, but overall cost, they thought of it wasn't particularly close. Well, that's what I'm saying. They value monetarily more Singletary than they did. I was going with value as in the literal value of Singletary. Obviously, I think if they had the choice, they would have kept. If they had the choice between the two, they would keep Barkley. But I think, honestly, I think the better person in the room to have there. It's not that I think that Barkley is a disturbance by any means, but Singletary knows the offense. He was a part of that offense, right? So Singletary was part of that offense, and he's the kind of guy that just does the work in it is a team player. I mean, he was there a part of a running back committee where they wanted to replace him with Zach Moss, but he just kept out working him. You know what I'm saying? He was out there putting in the work. That might go over well with the rest of that team. Hey, it's not like we have this hot shot running back. This guy is a part of our team. It could be a galvanizing type player in the sense he's a glue guy. Sometimes you just need a glue guy. He's not going to win the MVP. He's not going to win RB of the year. He's just going to be a RB guy that makes the team better. Just kind of like Darren Sproles, even though he wasn't the amazing piece, but every time Darren Sproles was on the team, that team was good because that guy would push the rest of the team to do better. Now, I don't know if it's that player in particular or it just happens to be lucky that guy was on good teams. But sometimes there's something to it where, these players end up on good teams because maybe they're a good teammate or a good person to be around. All right, we'll take third round Debo. I don't mind that. I have gotten Chase, Neighbors, and Kyron before. Thought we'd try Chase, Neighbors, and Debo Samuel. Don't have too many of those. Little Timmy, oh, poor baby, little whiner. Your wide receiver world was weaker than my army room. And I didn't take my first back until the 11th round. Yeah, I agree. And Singletary is usurped Pierce, yes, who was pretty great in the previous year. Not only was he great, he was looked at as like a building block piece, and he like outworked him. They gave him all the work. 100%. I just think sometimes there's just these guys that are like good for teams, and I think Singletary is good for the team. And if they do better, like they can advance a lot better, like a lot quicker, I think. Little Timmy's hung up on that team. I honestly, I don't even remember that team already. I just know that draft was pretty awesome. Having Big Marley in it, having Eric and Jim Halpert, aka Marvin Moms, in there. I'm already on to the next one, dude. If you were so hung up on one draft, and I don't even remember. I remember liking my team, so if you don't like my team, okay. At least I wasn't drafting a literal chalk donkey team with no original takes. And then checking out your exposures and seeing that you are literally a basic bitch. I think Panthers and Patriots are going to have better records than the Giants. I could see the Panthers. I don't quite see the Patriots. I don't know if you have a little bit of bias in there, but I don't know. I don't know exactly where you're from because I don't see the Patriots having a good record this year personally, but I can understand like why you would think that. I think the Giants have a really good defensive line, and I think if this team can gel at the right time, I think they can make the playoffs and make a run at the money here at the end of the season and maybe pull off a Daniel Jones type Super Bowl run. Something like that, something crazy like that. I think that'd be fun. Better record than the Giants, and maybe I think Giants will be the worst team. You should put a bet on it, man. If that's how you feel, because I don't feel that way, but I feel like the Raiders are going to be in competition for the last place team. I think the Patriots have a chance to be a last place team. Who else have I thought about putting a bet on like last place? Cowboys, I have a feeling, somebody might miraculously get an injury if he doesn't get a deal done. Records don't always reflect fantasy either way. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And they can be in a lot of close games. And for the way I'm betting on the Giants, I'm just expecting them to be good at offense. They may not be good. I don't like their defensive backs, so they might be getting cooked defensive back. Like they have good defensive line, which means they should help the defensive backs, but the defensive backs kind of suck. So I can kind of see that. Tight. Oh, Saints. I've been calling the Saints to be terrible all year. That's who I was thinking. Dennis Allen should be the first coach fired. Should be fired by their bye week. Should be fired, honestly, after game one. If you don't have 80% Najee, you're a chalk. Got it. Who said that, Tim? Little Timmy. Little Timmy, no one's making you be here. Just so you know. Also, no one ever said you're 80%. You're chalk Najee or you're chalk. but you have no player stands, dude. I looked at your exposures. You have no player stands. None. You're 2xing the field just barely at most. You have nothing, dude. Get out of here. You have no nuts. Let me go buy 1 million lottery tickets. Maybe one of them will hit. Who knows? Probably still won't. You can build out as many teams as you want. You're probably still never going to win because you don't have any thought process. You're just hoping to get some good ADP value. Okay. Like, good luck, man. And you're out here being negative. So out there, the karma gods are going to be an asshole to you because you're a fucking prick. You can take a nap. Yeah. We got Chase, Neighbors, Debo Samuel, Hank Dell. We'll still go Trey McBride. I like Trey McBride this year. Getting him in the 4th, sometimes in the 5th, feels like a good value, even though I'm at the turn and it's not too hard to get him in the 5th when you're at the turn. I've been having some serious pod luck or draft luck. My draft slots at the beginning of best ball or the DraftKings Best Ball season did not favor me. I was at the end to / the middle to late. I wasn't like always at the turn. I had a lot of turn picks, but I was at like 9 and 10 a lot, which is not like my favorite place because I was always missing out on Justin Jefferson. So I was having to make that decision between AJ Brown and Garrett Wilson, which I leaned towards Garrett Wilson a lot more. So I had a lot of Garrett Wilson early on. 1-8 should have taken AJB first to get to the full Eagle stack. It's never going to work taking Barkley first. What did he do? Oh, yeah, 1-8. Yeah, don't do that, man. But I see it. I get it. But I like the way you built out better then. So you don't see like he has this full stack, but you have the number 1 there. You have the number 1 in Atlanta. You have the number 1 in KC, and you got the number 1 quarterback in Pat Mahomes. A potential number 1 quarterback in Pat Mahomes. Like, that's a way better way to build out. Obviously, kind of weird that guy took Travis Kelce instead of trying to get Dalton Kincaid, but that's fine. That one's not like terrible. Like, I get it a little bit. Can you check other players on player exposures on UD? My user is Cal Django. Because the D is silent, right? In that shit. I have no idea how to check other people's exposures. Yeah, it has a completed tab that shows your exposures. Not sure if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I can't see your exposures. You can check your own exposures by looking at the completed tab, and then it says exposures. Is Chris Godwin the biggest overrated NFL player? Anthony, I feel like you're personally attacking me here, man. That's no. He won me. He was part of my millionaire making winning team, man. And my first 50K. He was on my 50K team in 2019. Him and Chris Godwin, which was why he was one of my most owned players going into that season. And I wanted to make a stand. I wanted both of those players. And the reason I got both of those players and it was successful is because I ended up pulling up Cooper Kupp and then taking Chris Godwin in the 4th. And so I had a unique combinatorial position on those guys, and not that many people had. Yeah, I just didn't know how he knew Timmy's. I know mine. Oh, I went to his Twitter post. He posted them on his thing, on his Twitter post. Let's see. What did he post? Posted something rude. Doom, doom, doom. He posted his own regimen, so I went and took a look at his exposures. He is 14% Brock Purdy. Clearly a 49ers fan with his one on his profile. It leads to his profile leads to a 49ers website, leads to 49ers.com. So it makes sense, fandom. He calls me out for Najee, but out here, 14%, 49ers, even though that's a pathetic, version of that. And then Jalen Warren at 18%. So he's mad that I like Najee, which is why he's mad all the time. His highest owned player is Brandon Ayuk at 20%. Okay, congrats, man. And Deebo Samuel. What a surprise. You have two 49ers and George Kittle. So you're making a bet on the NFC champions to make it back to the NFL playoffs, who are in kind of some turmoil a little bit. So he's betting on the team, the Super Bowl losers, which is usually not the best bet to make. Usually you want to bet against the Super Bowl losers. And again, the Super Bowl losers, San Francisco 49ers. He's making a big bet on them. And I don't get it. He then has 10% of Michael Mayer. I just saw it at the corner of my eye. He has 10% the Michael Mayer and has 11% Brock Bowers. I mean, man, the man can't even make a decision on the Raiders tight end field area. He can't make a decision. He's like, they're just supposed so good. I gotta have both of them. Get the fuck out of here, man. You don't have an opinion. You can't even make an opinion about the Raiders. Take a stand, man, one way or the other. It's not good, guys. It's not good. He's got decent wide receiver takes in the sense he's got Jalen McMillions. We like that here. I like T. Higgins. I like Reed. Roman Dunze is good. Deontay's good. Xavier Worthy's good. DeAndre Hopkins is a terrible pick. And at least it was a cost. Now, looking back at it, and if he has 14%, this is like a month ago or something, August 19th. Not a month ago, about a week ago. Amari Cooper. I'm going to be excited about that. Just put that out there. Doom, doom, doom. Realized that after I seen your post here. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, sorry, not attacking you. That was 2 years ago. Sorry, Felix. No, I was just joking. You can attack my player takes. I don't mind. If you're gonna be a prick about it, I will come back at you. No, but this guy, he's driven me nuts. I don't mind if people don't like my player text. I understand. Najee Harris is not for everybody. He's not everybody's cup of tea. You can not like Najee Harris. That's fine. If you're making your opinion that you think Jalen Warren's the guy there, I get it. I'm trying to get 100% of the Pittsburgh Steelers backfield. So even if Najee Harris goes down, I still have above the average field on Jalen Warren. I think this is a running back team. I think both players can succeed in that offense because he developed such a good running game. Tyler Algier had successful weeks as a RB2 on that team. That's making a decision. I'm making a decision on them being really good as a running back tandem, but I don't have one or the other on each team. 10% of the Raiders tight end room. It's not good, man. It's not good. Make a decision. Someone gonna get some good value on Andrews. Yeah. Yep. Someone did get good value on Andrews there. I don't know who it was. That was nice. That was nice. – 'Stroud ended up going here. 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 – 'S That was a good team. JGM 1108. He's gonna be like, you guys will never believe what I was able to get in the 6th round. It's a good team. And you got Deontay in the 7th. Solid. Who would you say is most overrated then? Brock Bowers. I mean, are we talking about player wise? Are we talking? What are we talking about here? Because we don't have to have that opinion. I really don't know. I don't like Brock Bowers. I don't think Debo is as good as we like. I think the 49ers are overrated in general. I'm not a fan of drafting Super Bowl losers. So, yeah. I think Kittle's a little overrated. For the amount of zeros that you get with his playing style, I think it's overrated. He has the ability to be like a tight end 5, right? But he's also going to give you tight end 40 because he's going to get like one catch for 30 yards because he's such a good blocker. So I'd say Kittle. I'd say Debo sometimes is overrated with his high injury risk because he's running the ball as a running back. And on DraftKings, it's even more overrated. Yeah, I drafted him here, but that's because why not? So we've almost drafted 600 teams. We got to get them on occasion. Let's see what we got here. Let's go ahead and get Chase. Chase is on the case. What's it called? JGM getting Andrews that late is amazing. Almost went tight end to 2 tight ends, but that would have felt like a douche. Don't man. Bully tight end is all right, man. It's all right to go double tight end. Especially we just gave him like the keys to maybe the next round. I should have taken him instead of Trey because it fit that team a little bit better, but I wanted Trey a little bit more. He probably isn't taking a stand because because a lot of the best ball bros are big on diversification, but some take it to an extreme. Yeah, like you can't make a decision on the backup tight end and the tight end. Like, Jesus Christ. Like I'm off. I made a decision. I'd rather have Michael Mayer. I don't draft a lot of Michael Mayer, but if I'm going to draft one of those pieces, I'd rather draft Michael Mayer. 2nd-year tight end, more involved in the offense. I think he gets a little bit shoved out of the way towards the end of the season, but I think if you're trying to get some early production, if you have like a Hawkinson and you need a 3rd tight end that with a little bit of right off the getaway, I'd go Michael Mayer. But if you want late season success, Jatavian Sanders, Brock Bowers, something like that, those lines I can see it. Yeah, for Dynasty, Bowers is amazing. I agree. But for this year, I'm a little out. Now, especially now that I've heard he's been dealing with an injury. If you're dealing with an injury and you're a first-round tight end, that's not typically the start of success of having a good rookie year. Not usually. Not usually. Like if you diversify and get a few ADP followers only, you aren't winning shit. Correct. You're probably not going to win shit. For Dynasty, Bowers is amazing. For maybe the best college tight end in the last 5 years. Yeah, and he's not like ginormous. Kyle Pitts is overrated. I don't want to say overrated, but I think he had a quarterback problem. He's had a quarterback problem. Kyle Trask was his quarterback in college. I mean, I'll never forget watching him play. I tuned in on a Saturday, right, like everybody else does. and watching him having to catch these tight end destroying routes, like the coach there sucked. The quarterback there sucked. They thought Kyle Trask was good. Give me a fucking break. And then he goes from that to probably like his best quarterback that he got to play with in Matt Ryan. He had a really good year his rookie year with Matt Ryan. Then they bring in this absolute joke of a quarterback, and he got cut from the Cardinals active squad. He didn't even make that team this past week. I don't even remember his name. He was so bad at this point. I don't want to remember shitty quarterbacks. Desmond Ridder, he was so bad, and I think it was a quarterback problem. So TJ Hawkinson kind of succeeded with Kirk Cousins, and I could kind of see it being a success with Kirk. Personally, has he been overrated the last few years, considering we knew who his quarterback was? Yeah, he was overrated. But he's got a new quarterback. Yes, he's coming off an ACL, and he is old as fuck and acts even older than he looks. Like, yeah, could it go bad? Yeah, but I have high hopes. If he did well with Matt Ryan, maybe he's going to be able to do well. And he came off that the tight wire rope surgery as well. Like a lot of the people came off that surgery last year, 2 years ago. So hopefully he's feeling good, looking good, playing good. Didn't get Trevor Lawrence again. Who got T-Law? You got T-Law. I know somebody. Jim Halpert got T-Law. So I don't like to draft with other people. But I figured the last 20, it doesn't matter. I appreciate it. If you guys are having fun drafting, taking my plus EP away, feel free to, tip back $5 overhead on the Patreon /Best Ball Nation or patreon.com/Best Ball Nation. It's $5. You get my rankings. You get exclusive interviews that I've done with people all around the industry. And you're going to get little things here and there. Normally you get into a Yahoo League for this year. We're giving to the winner $200, and there's only 8 people this year that are combining for it. So one of those, and two of the things are computer players because one of them is me. And I'm just going to bot it up, and then the other one I'm just going to let die real quick. Not going to dump the players. I'm just going to not set the lineups for that one. So someone kind of gets a bye week every week. Like Corum, welcome to the squad, baby. What was I saying? Yeah, so that we're giving the winner of that tournament $200, and then if we hit 500 subs next year, we're going to give away $500 to whoever wins that tournament next year, and we're going to do it over on ESPN. We'll set it for 16 people, and if it doesn't fill, we'll figure it out. It's going to be a big league. I have a feeling. If we get to 500 viewers or 500 subs on YouTube, and we hit the things that we need to hit to go affiliated with them or whatever it's called. What is it called? Let's figure it out. What is YouTube? Where's the YouTube studio? What can I do? Let's see here. A YouTube partner. Because the first eligibility. We have 381. So if we hit 500, we will be giving away 500 of my hard-earned dollars to you guys for that accomplishment. Bowers and Mayer go 12 rounds apart. Both are going to be on the field as long as you're not taking both in the same draft. It's a fine bet. To have 10% of both, you have to have a lot of faith in Gardner Minshew and AOC. I don't know. That you're making bet on shitty tight ends, in my opinion, for this year. I don't think it's a good bet. But look, you're talking to the person with one of the worst advance rates in the league, in the drafting space the last couple of years, because I make hard stance, and I'm okay with that. And bad QBs tend to look to tight ends. Bad QBs tend to hold on to the ball too long and try to throw it into tight coverage. Oh, no, not the bad QBs look at tight ends argument. Oh, that was little Timmy talking. Oh, that's not a surprise. That's not a surprise. He's trying to qualify his fine bet. Good Lord. Goodness gracious. I would have. He's calling the people that he's drafting for a bad quarterback play. Whatever. I would have went Purdy over Lawrence, but he wouldn't have picked before. This draft of mine is brutally bad. No, they don't. I mean, you did just draft Ezekiel. No, you did draft Ezekiel Elliott. You got Goddard. Goddard at a good price. Marvin Moms just autoed a pick 2 with mobile app crashing. Oh, that's no good. I literally had that exact thing happen to me last time on Yahoo. I'll check on Patreon. I'll check out the Patreon soon. Yeah, dude. Again, we'll be giving out $500 next year. Most likely, we should hit 500 by next year. Bad quarterbacks throw to opposite teams. Yes, thank you for which is not always the worst thing, but you also have to realize it's not even that they throw to bad. Like, it's gonna be bad quarterback play potentially. Also, you got Devontae Adams on the field. First look, second look, maybe even third look is going Devontae Adams, and then Antonio Pierce. He's an old school type dude. He's gonna want to run that ball 20 times, try to get that 100-yard mark, and then he'll think about other stuff. I think Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers, they're last on the thought of this is why I think Michael Mayer is going to be playing more early because they're going to want to run the ball. And I think Brock Bowers is just going to have to take a little time to assimilate to the run offense first. 1-8 reaches on Barkley for the Eagles stack, passes on Goddard and Brandon Cooks. Thanks. Yeah, it's a silly mongoose over there. That's what we use in our household. Silly mongoose. Let's see this team. Let's see, I had Cooper, Coleman, Javante. It's got a weird Buffalo Denver thing going on here. Cleveland too. We should go ahead and take Watson. Just fuck with this guy. Down. We take a naked Herbert. What quarterbacks do we need? We still got one. Naked Herbert. We'll probably go grab Hayden Hurst for a fact in the 17th, 18th round, somewhere around there, so we don't get sniped on him like we have the last few times. And then get Brendan Rice and Hassan Haskins. Get that full late team. Well, I don't think Hassan Haskins is the starter right away. I do think it takes an injury or two to luck to go that way. But if it does happen, the amount of how many teams would I have? I had 7 teams, and they're all a little bit differently built. That would be a fun team to have. What else we got? What do we got building over here? Giants, we can take that late. So we just take best available. We're going to try to go a Giant stack here in a little bit. We got 3 running backs. I don't have a Ty Chandler, so we'll make this our 4th and final running back before Hassan Haskins. And since we're talking about since we have McBride, that feels good. We're talking about getting Hayden Hurst, so we don't have to worry about tight end. We just got to worry about grabbing Daniel Jones when it's time and grabbing wide receivers here. It's like playing chess, guys. It's like playing chess. Kind of have to know when to hold them. Know when to hold them. Yeah, we're at 381 subscribers as of showing data from August 24th, which is a little bit weird because didn't have 381 that many days ago, but we've had 3 video uploads in the last 90 days. Yep, and one of the following We have 1,396 hours of public watch time, and we have 6K public short views in the last 90 days. And we're nowhere near eligibility for the bigger partnership. When we get to that 1,000, we get watch page ads, short feed ads. And I'll be 100% honest, I don't really know how that stuff works. But you guys will go along the process with me as I show you guys everything, because I do not want to be sketchy like some people are in the community. Just subbed on Patreon. Fuck yeah, let's go, Marvin Moms. Let's go. I don't have notifications on, so I didn't get notified by my Gmail. So we got Cal Django. Kajango. I apologize if I don't say your name correctly. Yeah, check out the interviews that I've done with former champions. That gives you like a little bit of a. It's a little, obviously, not right now. We out here drafting and talking this, but I'm saying like during the season, if you guys, you get a little bit of downtime. I have had really good conversations with a lot of different people around the industry. Big Marley was one of them. I had you and I did a draft with earlier. That was a really fun conversation. I got to know him a little bit better as a human being. Yeah, I've had a lot of people on there, all different backgrounds, all different stuff, man. I highly advise checking that out. I didn't think I'd have that kind of a good library of people, but I have they're now workers at Underdog, and Davis Peng there. We had the former champion of Underdog, the $2 million winner, Pat Corain on. We've had, I'm trying to go down the list. We had the winner of the regular season in King Cap on. We talked for hours. I felt like it was a lot of fun. I really need to get in contact with him. We had so much fun drafting and talking. My kind of guy. And then what else have we had on? We had Pat from the Pounders on, from the Underdog, Fantasy Underdog. What is this thing? I just know it was Pat. I don't even know his Fantasy Dog, the Fantasy Dog Pound. Fantasy Dog Pound. We had him on, and that was a lot of fun. We had Rob Coakley on, absolutely. I haven't had Eric on. I need to get Eric on. I actually Discorded him. I'm not gonna try to call him out here, but I'll say he never got back to me, so it's like he kind of gave me the old probably too busy kind of thing, Like I don't blame him. He's a busy guy. He's running Spike Week, right? We're gonna go McMillions here, and then so McMillions, welcome to the squad. Let's see here. So in May, I asked him, "Hey buddy, can I have you on my show next Thursday?" Blah blah blah. And I hadn't heard anything back from him. So I sent him today. I said, "Hey, jump in, get in here." He said, "Recording a pod in 30 minutes or else I would." Sorry, my dude. No, see, I'll eventually get Eric on. Eventually I'll have him on. He will be a guest one day on this show. He will be. Eric is slacking. I know my guy is slacking. I need to get him on here. We really need to rehash, some high school stuff. I was thinking about it. I have thought about, because I'm going to go out there and we're going out next year for homecoming. Probably the next 2 years, because it's my wife's 15 year and my 20th year is coming up the year after that. So I'm debating whether, because we're also talks with with having another little child, and so we don't know if we come out next year, but we'll definitely go out for my 20th. And if we come out for my 20th, I was thinking if we don't have Eric on by then we do. And then I force him to sit down with me for an hour. We chit chat in somewhere out there, and make a video. Yeah, we had Coakley on. We've had Megan Schaub on from Fanspeak. Who else did we have on? We had Coakley. I had Chris from Early Down Grinder on. He was kind of a little bit of a rush. It's a little bit of a shorter video. Let's see here. Patreon, basics, creator, collections, no, home. I don't know how to, is there a way to post type video? Rankings, commentary. You get my rankings videos that I was doing if you wanted to watch that. Nobody really watches that. To be completely honest, I kind of quit that during the middle of this off season because it was kind of a hassle for me to pop it on. Nobody really cares. I'm not really talking. I'm just like kind of doing it. And then if I had something to say, I said it, but it wasn't like that much. It wasn't very entertaining. So I don't blame him for people not watching it. Let's see here. Maybe it's links. Oh, here we go. We can probably just know the nation. Just type in no in the search bar. Yeah. Okay. So we've had Kyle Marley on. We've had somebody on. I didn't label it. We have had Rob Coakley on, but it doesn't say. We had Neil Orfield on. DFS single showdown type Neil. You know, that guy was on. Pat from the Pounders. Megan Schaub. King Cat. Davis Pang. And that was my rankings video. So yeah, I think I just named them all. Yeah. I'm guessing this one's Chris. Oh, and Rubio Dimes. How can I forget for Rubio Dimes? Rubio Dimes from RPS. Real funny guy. Sweet. Yeah, we're gonna have some in-season bets. We're gonna have like my confidence picks. Like I'm gonna have my 3 favorite bets on there, and then we're gonna have like if you are in a survivor, you could use my picks as like a confidence like bet. I don't know if I'll probably just do money lines. I don't know. I don't think I'll do +6, -6 because I'm not gonna lie. I don't know the money lines like that. I will do money, or I don't know the lines like that. I know money lines. Like I'd rather bet a money line and win $5 than bet that and win like $6. You know, I'm not really into those kind of bets, but I will definitely have money line bets available. Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to Scott D Squad. Jalen Hyatt. Who do we get? We got Daniel Jones with Jalen Hyatt. We got Herbert. Let's go ahead and put together the last few picks here. Thankfully, I moved him here. 228, 227. Tight end is 228. Okay, so this would be pick. Boom, boom, boom. So I can make a different selection here. And it needs to probably be a wide receiver. We can go Troy Franklin for the potential. Maybe it's Zach Wilson, and he has a connection with Troy Franklin against Joe Burrow in the Week 17 final. That's what the story I just told in my head. And we take it in this order. I feel like that will work. I know all those guys because I'm a DGen. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's was that 9-10 people? That's a good they all vary in different lengths of the videos. I tried to shorten them up as I was going along and doing them because I felt bad. I was taking a lot of their time. I'm not paying them, you know, so like I was just taking a lot of their time. So I tried to make it shorter and shorter and shorter. The first one I did with King Cap, I had like a page full of questions, and then I realized I should probably cut it down. So I've like cut it down by a question or two with each person. I was very excited to talk to Big Marley. I've enjoyed his content, so his was a little bit longer. I did a lot of drafts with Rubio Dimes last year, so his was also a little bit longer. It was a little bit shorter with Chris because I only know Chris from the one interaction we had, but I enjoyed talking to him, so I was excited to talk to him a little bit longer. Rob Coakley lasted a little bit longer than I was expecting as well because so all these conversations lasted a little bit longer because I enjoy their content and I enjoy them as human beings. So they're all good. They're all good videos. And I think it comes off well too because we all. I mean, I think when you're good, you're a good person. You're nice to other people. I think it comes off well to other people. Just put that out there. Just put it out there, little Timmy. If you're nice things happen. You know, if you're a prick things happen. And eventually we'll get some more people. I'm gonna try to get on. I think it's Scott Hansen. Apologize if I mispronounced missaid your name. Yeah, Scott Hansen. Roto Grinders E. Scott. He's a former 2-time fantasy football world champion. On my that dude who won both DraftKings and FanDuel football championships. I'm gonna try to get that dude onto my channel. I don't know a lot about him, but I saw him on Neil's channel a few weeks back, and I reached out, and I'm gonna have him on hopefully a Wednesday show, and then maybe we'll do a show after that. When I hit a million for you, you can have me on to curse till you get shut down. Yes. Derek, you're more than welcome to pop on. If you ever want to do an episode or hop on with me, you're more than welcome to hop on whenever. You, Dennis, or you know, my OG cast are always welcome to pop on my show whenever you guys want. The guys with the hammers and wrenches, and or if you've been here from roughly day one, you know, Blake, you know, you guys ever want to hop on here and chit chat, feel free. I'm gonna be looking for help for next year as I potentially maybe going in for baby number 2. We don't know yet. We haven't made that decision yet, but if we decide that way, it's like I'm gonna probably need help, you know, keeping the site alive and keeping my sanity as we'll be busy. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Blake, man, you've been here for a long time, man. You, Michael Kaya, you know, Dennis, Derek, my guy, he was here. I'm drawing a blinker name. Just gonna go up here. I'm gonna look because I'm gonna cheat because I'm not trying to forget you. Anthony Faya has been here a couple of years now too. Who am I missing? Jarvis last yesterday was in here a whole bunch. Jose is definitely is rising as one of the people that's been here a lot. He definitely hasn't missed any shows since he started coming. Dane has been here for a while now. Like all you guys, man, if you ever want to jump on and get your opinions out, I trust that you guys are good people. I'm not too Brent Smith. Thank you. I was like, I know his name. Yeah, if you guys ever want to hop on, you guys have put in the time and effort to be here. I know that you guys are good enough people. That if you guys want to. Oh yes, and Doc. Not recently. You jumped in. I remember a lot more of you, Doc, from my 25-hour live stream, and recently, not too recent, but recently. Jumping in here. I appreciate Doc's been in here spitting some tunes in here for me recently, and I specifically remember you, Doc, last year during the 25-hour live stream. I needed you last year, that's for sure. That 25-hour live stream needed a lot of help to get people through. Catherine Osimo, even though we disagree on a lot, and he doesn't, he likes just listen to what the talking heads are saying to disagree with us. I mean, I even appreciate that. Drafted Hayden Hurst. Kind of know what I already built out the team that I wanted. I don't really need to make the selection. You know what I'm saying? I could have just put it on auto draft, but decided to just let it run. Kind of why I did that. Look. It was me, right? He doesn't really usually go in the 17th round. He doesn't usually go that round. But for my team, I already knew that I was going to go this route with Brendan Rice, Hayden Hurst, and Hassan Haskins. So I needed another wide receiver. So I was betting on my Chase Brown, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase team. I needed a bring back, so I decided to go with Troy Franklin because Marvin Mims was already gone. Where did Marvin Mims go? Mims Jr. went pick 15. So I had to recalculate where I had to take Troy because I didn't want to because I wanted a 3-5-10 too. I could have gotten Estime, I guess, but I don't know, didn't really sit well with me. No. Not today, sir. Not today. Yes, sir. Oh, are you building? Wait, are you that drafter? Hold on. Is this you? Yes, that is you. Interesting. I'm out here ruining his stack too, potentially. He grabbed Bo Nix early. Dude, 13th round Bo Nix. What are we doing? 13th round Bo Nix? Holy cannoli, dude. You got Burton? That's a good pick. Wait, where did you get Burton? Oh, yeah, you grabbed Burton, so you think you can get. Gotcha. Gotcha. I already asked this, Derek, but how did you feel about P. Ryan getting signed there? Because I don't really think it affects Steele. I think Steele gets put in a fullback regardless, and if something happens to Pacheco, I think he's the main running back, and then Pacheco comes in on passing downs, and he's in there as a fullback again. What are your thoughts? Estime looks good. So we'll go ahead and read off your team, and then I don't know how many more I have left. So we're approaching 8 o'clock. This might be our last draft. Our last Millie Baker. Yeah, this is draft 149, so the next one's 150. I was taking JD in the 9th. Now I'm taking him in the 8th, so I don't miss out. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, it's tough. I'm gonna make a tweet, guys. That we're approaching the last draft. Let's go over the teams, and I'm gonna make a tweet, and then we'll draft a little bit later. We'll draft at like 120 or so. What am I doing? I'm reading off teams. Felix, focus. Derek went with AJ Brown, Drake London, Rasheed Rice, Pat Mahomes, Kenneth Walker III, Kyle Pitts, Jake Ferguson, Jaden Daniels, Brian Robinson Jr., Devin Singletary, A.D. Mitchell, Brandon Cooks, Tyler Algier, Khalil Herbert, Ben Sinnott, Jermaine Burton, Carson Steele, the Warhorse himself. Look at those locks. Malachi Corley, Roman Wilson, Audric Estime. Very solid team. Very solid. Indeed. Jim Halpert, a.k.a. Marvin Moms, went Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, Dalton Kincaid, David Montgomery, JSN, Ramondre Stevenson, Tua Tags, Trevor Lawrence, Dallas Goedert, J.K. Dobbins, Zach Charbonnet, Xavier Legette, Wan'Dale Robinson, Ricky Pearsall, Gardner Minshew, Malik Washington, Parker Washington, and the one and only hated player by his coach, Kendre Miller. That's a fun pick because, he went, as high as like the 12th round this year. But He is absolutely despised by his coach. DeAndre Swifted by his coaches, or more specifically his head coach, but has the talent to do great things. They just need to get him healthy and treat him nicely. I ended up going Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Debo Samuel, Tank Dell, Trey McBride, Calvin Ridley, Najee Harris, Joe Burrow, Chase Brown, Gabe Davis, Blake Corum, Justin Herbert, Daniel Jones, Jalen McMillions, Jalen Hyatt, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Hayden Hurst, and Hassan Haskins. Pretty fun team. I like the receivers. I like my starting running backs. I think it goes a little bit off the rails at the 3 through 5 running backs, but I got 2 studs, 9 and 12 bye weeks, so we should be good there for a little bit as long as they don't get hurt. That's why I liked it going like Najee, Chase, Singletary, because I feel like I have a solid floor of running backs, and I take 2 flyers, but 2's good with 3 flyers, but 3's better with 2 flyers. Okay, let me make a tweet. Go to my page. Hit the like. Share the screen or share the stream. Drafting my final Millie Maker team. At 120 EST. Come join. Come enjoy. Come watch me draft. Hold on. Come watch me draft Najee Harris one last time. Najee Harris one last time. Put this crying emojis because it's funny, and then post it. Let's see. Unit. I don't know what it's called. I don't pay attention that much. If it's not called a tweet, no, what's happening? I don't know if it's what's happening in my life. The X, I've been Xing it. We're out here X. I just got I was taking JD in the 90 up, and don't read my team this time. Oh, my bad, Marvin Bobs. I just read it. I need a bad draft to feel better about my others. Exactly. Like, oh man, I drafted shitty here. You know what? Sometimes those bad teams are the ones you need to get through. I found this channel a few episodes before the first time with EJ on stream. EJ was a lot of fun to have on stream. Unfortunately, I wasn't doing the Know the Nation until I started the thing, and then I just never had him on afterwards. But yeah, that's somebody I need to reach out to get him on sometime. He's such a hoot in conversation. He's not one of these guys he doesn't think like other people, and that's the kind of person I like in my life. I like people that think outside the box, not people to me who can't think past 2. Steele's gonna run circles around P Ryan. I love to hear it. It actually feel better about my Steele ownership. I need a bad draft to feel better about mine. Blah, blah, blah. Is it still a tweet now that's called X? I do not know. But I will still call it a tweet. I only use it to troll. I use it to find out about other people. And at this point, it's not troll, but to show my exposures to make some people very upset and make content creators feel very awkward. And apparently not to be admired as hit him with the gritty, because his exposures were wild. Not only were they were high with like percentages of people that made other content creators feel. Bum, 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 bum. Steelers wide receiver coming soon. How big of a move, though? Let's see. Did I miss anything before we get into this next draft in about a minute? Holy cannoli, that was a fast 5 minutes there. Go ahead and leave that up. I wanted to check Twitter to see if I missed anything. Some guy named Big Loaf. Oh, we are ready to jump in. 1 of 12. I apologize if you jumped in and it filled up immediately. My apologies. Big Loaf finishes 150 out of 150 BBMs. I honestly don't know who Big Loaf is, so I apologize if I'm offending. Let's see what these look like. Originally planned for these exposures to be flatter, but when you only have 150 teams, I don't really want to take 5 to 6% of players I didn't like in the first place for portfolio balancing purposes. All right, this guy here, 22%. So this is already bigger than our homeboy earlier. 22% of Sam Darnold. That's taking a stand on he's a late round pick, but that's a late round pick quarterback. You don't get a lot of those. Sam Darnold at 22%. Hefty investment there. Jared Goff. Nice 17. 2 attacks, 17. Running backs, he's got Chuba Hubbard. Now, I player take wise, I don't disagree. I disagree, but I understand the thought process. Yeah, man, that's a running back core. But 32% is 4 people. Oh my God, gets the number 1 pick in my final build. I get pick 12. Of course, it wouldn't have been the best. Oh, we got Nathan Deans in here. Let's go. It's a friends and family draft. We got Derek in here. We got Nathan Deans. We got Jim Halpert. Blackburn, I feel like I drafted at some point this year, but that could just be coincidence. Uraz sounds familiar. Modest 75. That's not the degenerate 75. That's the degenerate 75. So the Modest 75 Ship It Nation. We got a Ship It Nation member in here. We love those people over there. It was so cool to see Degenerate 75 and them collab. And eventually, obviously, that him having to go through all that chemo, it sucks. But happy to. I haven't listened to it, but I heard that the last update was in a positive manner. So I hope things go well for him. James is he has so much energy in his videos. I hope that he somehow defeats it. I know that it wasn't exciting or good news or whatever, but to get it, but you never know. People have beaten worse, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how bad he had it. I know it wasn't good, but I'm praying for James for sure. All righty. What are we going to do with the 12 hole? You guys, the 12 hole. For my last one? Come on. Can't give me number one? Nah, just kidding. We've had such good luck at the last 20 hours of, well, technically the last 18 hours of drafting. We have actually had very good luck with my pick selection. We've had roughly like 8 or 9 out of the 18 hours of doing it. We've had 8 or 9 1 to 3 hole picks. We've definitely been on the front half of the board the majority. We've had a couple 12s and maybe a few 12s now and a couple 9s and 10s. So no complaints. We had a good run at the front half of the board. It also means we get to take 6th round Najee. No boy. Oh boy. Finish off the goat because that is open. I can't believe we're almost 20 hours through drafting. It doesn't feel like it at all. Whatever lever you do, don't reach on AJ Brown and Puka. Oh, God, please, I can't do it today. I'm going to do something worse. What can I do that I haven't done? That I don't have a lot of combinations with. I probably don't have a lot of combinations of Drake London and Cooper Kupp. I probably don't have a lot of combinations of that. Little Timmy's probably mad that I did that, but you know what? We're out here having fun. My last draft, I want Cooper Kupp. I thought about going Malik Neighbors, but I felt like that was kind of pushing it. So I wanted at least a first rounder in my first, or like a first rounder type in my first pick. And then it wasn't going to go without Cooper Kupp being my first selected second round pick. Being my last draft. We are taking Trey McBride no matter what. With this next pick, the 3-4 turn, doesn't really matter which one goes first, right? So I think I had to have drafted a 49er to make that kid happy, I guess. I don't know. I don't know whether he's a kid or an adult. Sorry, if you're a kid, you can go tell your mom that I made fun of you, little Timmy. You're a 20% co-host of a podcast or whatever. Imagine putting that on your profile. Jesus Christ. What kind of an adult does that? Well, 20% of my podcast. Get your own podcast, man. Or don't put 20%. I'm a co-host, on a podcast. 20% of a owner of a podcast or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what it said. So I'm probably heard incorrectly paraphrasing, but I don't care. What? Oh. Be bold and mighty forces will come to your aid. This is my super flex exposure. My this guy that I follow, I randomly found him just like randomly checking people's profiles. This guy, his name is Sven. Sorry to dox you a little bit. His name is Sven Capital. I found him earlier, like a couple months ago. He doesn't have a big following, but he had a better advance rate than I did last year. He had one last year that I did the year I won it. And I had one of the most documented highest advance rates of all time. He had one better than I did. Hey, yo! How we doing today? What's going on, Pat? How we doing, buddy? How we doing? We're 8 hours into our second 10-hour stream. We're feeling good. We're coming down the home stretch. Yeah, feeling good, man. Hope you're doing good. Hope the family's doing good. Hopefully you're not getting any more sicknesses from your daycare. I know how that is. We haven't gotten any sicknesses from this year's schooling, so I'm hoping you guys are feeling the same way. You haven't gotten it yet. this year, like this fall. Dun, 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 dun. Nathan Dean goes Brees Hall, Kyron Waddle. That's fun. Or did I trick you? I'm going to go Rasheed Rice. Well, if we go Rasheed, if Rasheed makes it back to me, we go Rasheed because he's going to be my bring back for the Najee correlated pick. We go Rasheed, and then we go Kyler, Najee at the 5-6 turn, and then working it out in my brains. Working it out in the brain. Got to make this the perfect draft, guys. Got to make this the perfect draft. This is what's happening. This right here is what's happening. We making it happen. We're putting it into existence. Was anything good fall? No, Ayuk sucks. Just to make little Timmy mad. Ayuk sucks. So we have a week 17 correlated matchup here. Obviously, we're going ahead and we already know we're targeting Najee Harris. We already know that. So it's not a surprise. And we don't have a lot of Rasheed Rice. Obviously, we missed out on the perfect price for him. Obviously, that's okay. We have lots of L's throughout the season. We have a lot of wins too. I think Gabe Davis, Singletary, Chase Brown, Trevor Lawrence, I think those are all wins. We took an L at Rasheed Rice. I think that's okay. I think we took more W's this year than we did L's. So happy to be on that side. Obviously, with having 40% Cooper Kupp, just about feels good this year. There's an L and a W holding on for dear life here with Jamar Chase. If he holds out, we are in trouble. If he doesn't, we are winning some money. Hope nobody takes Najee at 412. Why are we saying that? Why are we saying that, Derek? You're gonna lose a wrench if you do something like that. Somebody might lose a wrench at 412 if that happens. Oh, that'd be all right. We'd make it work. Nah, we'd make it work. That'd be very funny, though. That would be some good content. That'd be some good content. So I was talking about Sven. He had one of the best advance rates I'd ever seen. Yeah, advanced 101 out of 150 DK $10 milli. To be fair, I did have at one point 119 advancing, but that was before Derrick Henry had broken his foot or whatever, had the foot fracture or whatever, and he had missed all that time. Yeah, I had 119 out of 150 advancing, and then that foot fracture happened, and then it slowly dwindled down to 80. What we got here? We got CJ Stroud going right after Lamar. I think that's a little early. I've seen CJ Stroud go as high as 80. Some in that vicinity. I think 50 is a little early. I guess if you have he has no Houston, so it's a naked Houston. Week 17 quarterback, unless he was on quarterback and we just thought you weren't going to go. He thought he was going to get the next quarterback. Icky Buns maybe thought, oh yeah, no way he's taking Lamar Jackson at the turn, though Zay Flowers was there. It must have been what happened there. Nathan Dean's with potentially a high-end version of, or not of, but of a great tight end. I'm just gonna put it out there up again. So why not? All right, we got not a bad drafter, but we got somebody taking a bunch of running backs early after taking a couple good wide receivers. Keep an eye on that guy. Is anybody doing anything silly? Nothing silly so far. Everybody's drafted decently. Got to keep an eye on this 5-hole. He's somebody to watch. Good selection. Good selection. Okay, he's got both. So he's setting up and he's saying, "Hey guys, I want Joe Burrow. Please back." All right, so we're taking Najee and hopefully Kyler Murray. Hopefully. Guys gonna let me have nice things, right? I get to have nice things, right? These guys are both way before ADP. This is what I want to build. This is the team that I want as my. In my last draft, are we kidding me? Are you kidding me? 5'10", pick 58. He jerked off into my pie. I don't know if that's his name, but Jiminy Crickets, what in the world? Are we kidding me? Oh my God. What a turn of events. Oh my goodness. We're going George Pickens. Oh, what? What in the what is his name? Jerked off in the movies. Not surprised. What in the world? 5th round Najee in my 150th draft. Of course it is. And it wouldn't be the guy who jerked off in the movies. Fucking, what's his name? What was his name? The guy, Petey. Oh, shit. What's his name? White comedian. Famous comedian. That jerked off in movie theater. Oh, I didn't know that Louis C.K. did this. Pee Wee Herman, not Peter. Pee Wee Herman is who I was looking for. Okay, Pee Wee Herman over here. Is he in chat? He has to be, right? That has to be plant. That's gotta be a plant. That's gotta be a plant. No way he's taking Najee Harris. Who takes Najee Harris that early? I was gonna have to take him this early because I didn't think he would make it back to me in the 7th round. He didn't even make it to me to the 6th round. To the 5th round at the end. What in the heckin' world, man? But little Pee Wee Herman over here. Goodness gracious. We got this guy over here. Oh, it's him. He's taking double elite tight end. He's got a San Francisco stack with Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, and he's got the Week 17 matchup with Kelsey and Harris. I mean, he's got a solid team. I ain't gonna shit in his waffles over here, but it's a solid team. Just I'm sad. I'm sad. I don't get Najee Harris with my last draft. Oh my God, he fucking shit in my fucking movie theater. Oh Jesus Christ! What a fucking pick, dude. I was convinced. Like, all right, I don't have to worry. I was more worried about Kyler Murray getting fucking taken than I was Najee. Holy cannoli, Miss Molly. Oh shit! And I'm glad I grabbed quarterback because this fucking quarterback room is off the chain. Jared Goff. Who took Jared? Which one of you guys took Jared Goff? Blackburn took Jared Goff at 67. I don't blame this guy, Burrow, grabbing his guy at 6'5". The quarterback room is, you got to be crazy to not, not be. It's wild. It's chaos in here. In my last draft, chaos is the right terminology here. Holy fuck. I was still trying to figure out why that guy drafted CJ Stroud, and then we got this guy taking Najee Harris from me. 58. Holy fuck, dude. What a last BB or DraftKings Millie Maker. We're gonna do a single entry after this, but holy cannoli, man. Need a detox from that. Oh, my side hurts from laughing so hard. I don't even know what to go here. It's gotta be running back, I guess. Might go Christian Watson, Jason. Might get this elite room and just go 0 RB. Christian Watson, JSN. Nothing wrong with Aaron Jones. Just we're going elite 0 RB with Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Rashee Rice, George Pickens, Christian Watson, JSN at wide receiver room. I'm sure little Timmy would say, well, that's pretty weak. Well, he doesn't know anything about football and or taking stands or player takes. This is an elite wide receiver room. Even at the 12th spot, I feel pretty good about it. And I feel pretty good about my onesies with the Kyler Murray, Trey McBride. We might stop early at wide receiver. We might grab 7 or 8, depending on bye weeks here. It looks like we have 2 10s, 9, 2 6s, and a 12. So we're probably good on bye weeks, but we'll probably stop at 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends. And then we'll pretty much stop at wide receiver after the Gabe Davis area. If we get Singletary and or Chase Brown, which I don't think Chase Brown will make it all the way here, but if he does, which he shouldn't, again, he shouldn't make it here. But if he does make it here, we'll take Chase and something or something along those lines. Those are the only types of running backs we'll grab here. If not, we'll grab T-Law and Gabe Davis here. If jerked off in the movie theater lets me have it. Oh my goodness, that is the biggest. That was the biggest turn ball. Little Timmy comes in and says, "Jerked off in the movie." Says the best team. Oh, way to redeem yourself, little Timmy. Way to redeem yourself. My kind of guy here. Little Timmy, hey, you know, not wrong to little Timmy. He's got a pretty good squad. He's got a pretty good squad. You know, he's got Najee. A pretty good team. Oh, that was funny. Oh shit. Good laughs. Good laughs. Maybe a 2-8-8-2. That's what we're looking at. Maybe 2-8-8-2. Boom, boom, boom. Ugh. Samir White went off the board. Jalen Warren is gone. D-Hop. A lot of wide receivers going off the board. I'm so baffled by his team. It's a very good draft. It is actually really good. But you can't reach on AJ Brown, Puka Nacua, according to Little Timmy as well. literally took shots at me yesterday for drafting this exact combo. And then he says today it's fucking fantasy. Oh, Little Timmy, I like you. Giving me shit, taking it right back. I appreciate it. That's why I didn't ban you for life. Singletary goes. Of course he took Singletary. It honestly feels like somebody that's subscribed to my fucking Patreon and has my ranks in front of me. That's what it feels like. I was thinking about going Palmer and Trevor. Does that make sense? Does he make it back to me potentially? Dude, no fucking way. We're not fucking risking it. Fuck that. I don't know who this guy is. Shit, jerking off at the movie theater. But I am taking Gabe Davis and I'm taking Trevor Lawrence. And we're gonna be done at quarterback. So we're gonna take the rest. We're gonna draft nothing but running backs and one tight end left. Because I feel comfortable with my wide receiver room now. Don't pick Gabe Davis. I pick Gabe Davis. Like corner leading Najee wrong. Maybe Little Timmy joined in just a second. I would say that he probably would have had he not. Dude, look at the chat yesterday. You said I reached on. You said before I reached on Pat Mahomes and one of them. You said I reached. You said that was one of the worst combination picks. Was AJ Brown and Puka Nacua. And then I said, "What I reached," and then you put reach when I drafted those two, and it's not a reach. That's where they go. Terrible start. Yes, terrible start. What is a terrible start at the 1-2 turn with Puka Nacua and AJ Brown? That's not a terrible start. And if it's a terrible start, that's a terrible start. I don't understand your thought process here. If it's the same fucking start, it's a terrible start. It can't be a great team, you fucking idiot. Oh, I watched so much Najee last year. I'm convinced coordinator told him to run behind the offensive lineman. No, that offense coordinator was doing shotgun delayed handoffs. So he wasn't allowed to get a head start. A running back that does well with the head of steam, he wasn't allowed to get a head of steam. He was literally told to stand there. We're going to wait 2 seconds, and then we're going to hand you the ball while all the defenders will get there, and you're going to have to break as many tackles as you can to get to the offense to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, it was such a terrible play calling for Najee. Like, and if you watch the way that Arthur Smith calls plays, why Derrick Henry had such big success in Tennessee is because he figured out that like getting Derrick Henry the ball with the head of steam was being so much more productive for him than what the previous coordinator did. Even though he was having success running out of the eye, but like he wasn't having a move. He was just like literally giving it to him, and it was pretty easy to call like when they were going to run it. So people were meeting him in the backfield. So he was having a little bit of issues doing that. So what Arthur Smith ended up doing, he was like giving him a disguised looks, but giving him a little bit of a place to open up a hole so he can build some momentum. Now, if he can able to call similar run plays, I think Arthur Smith is going to do really well in Pittsburgh. Not saying he's going to be perfect. I'm not saying every week he's going to have 150 yards rushing and stuff like that, but he can produce good running back alleys. And if he does that, Najee Harris is pretty nimble at evading linebackers, and he stiff arms defensive backs into the ground. So he's a little bit of combination of both. The problem is getting him an alleyway so far in his career. And I think this is his year, personally. All right, I have almost zero Gus Edwards. I don't know if Gus Edwards is the key. I don't think that he's a good player, but we need some production. So we're going to go as Gus Edwards. And I don't know who the running backs are there. And I've been anti-Chuba Hubbard. But today, and it's my final team, we take Chuba Hubbard. So we're getting some production early from Gus Edwards. We're getting some production early from Chuba Hubbard. Now that we have some production, we're going high flying. Let's get it, running backs. I have no idea what to do here. I'm not usually in this position. I usually have this amazing running back called Najee Harris as my number one running back. I like Puka Marv, though. Feels like it could be last year's Lamb St. Brown. Yeah, I agree. I can see that, little Timmy. I personally rather have the combination of Cooper Kupp and Trey McBride, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's like Spags' number one combo that he likes that he wasn't able to get on UD. But yeah, I agree. It's not bad. I like being at the 11, starting Puka, MHJ, Tank, Zay a few times. Ooh, yeah. I like I was able to get Tank Zay at the 4-5 turn, which was pretty wild occasionally. Yeah, I have again, I have a little bit of bias towards Cooper Kupp as he was on my, $1 million winning team and my $50K winning team. So there's a lot of love for Cooper Kupp. Buying a jersey for Cooper Kupp, though, practically impossible. I was willing to buy a female version of it I just wanted to have it hung up, right? But I just couldn't find any versions of it that weren't $300. So I don't know. The year that he blew up, I couldn't find a Cooper Kupp jersey, and I just kind of gave up at buying jerseys. But yeah, I heard you say you just take them wherever they go now. I struggle with that. See, that's something I struggle with not doing because I believe in a player take that I feel like I need to. If it's a player take, I feel like I need to follow up. If it's a market take, then I will leave it as is. If that makes sense. I'm not going to push up a market take. I believed in Rashee Rice, but then my whole player take went away whenever he did the second illegal thing and put his hands on a cameraman, even though he didn't or I don't even know if it was a camera. He put his hands on another person and he got in trouble again. I was like, oh, my player take just disappeared because I thought this is not a smart human. But I realized I'm probably the wrong for that one since his market went all the way up to like 9th round, 8th round player, and I should have taken him there. But I didn't, and I only have shares of him in the third round. It is what it is. Yeah, well, I'm not taking him that often. I think I just took him for the first time, or second time this whole draft season on DraftKings here. I excluded him from my player pool because I just assumed that he was going to get. I thought he was going to get the boot, so I was out. I was wrong. Whoever took him at 110, 120, you guys beat me, I guess, at that pick. But I feel like if I'm right about Najee, all you Rashee drafters are going to have to deal with my Najee takes. And if you took both Rashee and Najee, you guys have an upper hand on me. I just have to hope that Gabe Davis, you did draft Gabe Davis. Like that, I have to hope that that's not the case, right? In the next round. And that's not even like in this specific round, in the next round where I face other Rashid Rice drafters. Or if Rashid Rice isn't even the guy, or if Najee's not the guy, like it doesn't really matter. We do all this speculation about the market and these players, like the year that Julio Jones came out of retirement and played for the Titans, or was it the Bucks? I don't really remember. We were all excited, not all of us, not me, but they were like very excited that he came out of retirement to play, and then he just didn't do absolutely shit. So congratulations on your CLV. What did it get you? Absolutely nothing. So CLV is not everything. Let's just put it that way. Considering I want this to be a fun team still, I want Ray Davis. I want 100% fucking Ray Davis there. I don't think he makes it back to me. I think if Jalen Wright gets time, he is successful. Gibson makes sense for Charger plays. So we're going to take Wright here. You know, high upside type plays at running back. All different buys as far as I see so far, too. No. Push the button. Announcements. Let's see here. A strategy I want to try next year is drafting players with a dip with legal concerns. If they are good and if they don't have a suspension and they are a smash pick. Yes. So I thought last year, or no, 2 years ago, I thought I was getting the pick of all picks with OBJ coming off that injury. I'm like, okay, well, he did hurt it late, right? But you know, the advances of modern technology, he'll be back. It's like, so that got me off of anybody that's injured. I'm just not taking that opportunity, that chance. I do have a couple shares of Nick Chubb as RB5 or RB6. I have a couple shares of injured players. In case I'm wrong, you know, I don't think I have a single share of TJ Hawkinson. That could bite me in the butt, I guess. Probably not, though. And then last year, I should have learned from this from last year. But there was talks of like Tyreek Hill talking about retirement. And I don't like, it's like my UFC fighters. I don't want to ever bet on a UFC fighter that's thinking about retirement. Because if they're thinking about it, I don't want them. If they know they're retiring and they're facing a Jamoke, then we might take a shot. But I do not ever want a player that's thinking about retirement, because those players don't typically, their head's not in the game. They're already thinking about sitting at the beach. If somebody already knows they're retiring and they're like, we're going to go all out in this fight, then it's different. Kind of like Tony Ferguson. Dude's a stud fighter, or was a stud fighter. But this whole whiffle waffling about retirement, I was like, oh, this is an easy bet, the other way. Ferguson sucks now. Like he sucks and he's thinking about retirement. You had to bet the other side of it. Najee Harris considering retirement. He's not, but if he was, I would be concerned, but he's not considering retirement. That dude wants a bag. That dude wants to get paid. And he knows that if he has a blow-up year, that he's going to get paid by somebody. And since they didn't extend his thing, they're going to do right by him by signing him or letting him walk. They're not going to put a thing on him, because they already have Warren. If that's the case, they don't want to spend that kind of money on a running back. If that's the case. Serious question: why do you like Najee so much when it's clear committee? catches and almost no passes. Well, he has had a game where he caught 19 passes or 13 passes on 19 targets. So he has the ability to catch. He also was the reason I won $1 million in fantasy football. He also can handle workload, never misses a game, has had 3 straight years of 1,000 yards rushing, has an improved offensive lineman. His offensive coordinator is an improvement over Matt Canada. Contract year. I mean, there's so many pluses to him succeeding that I don't see the misses this year. He could be bad. He could be, I guess. Literally anybody could. But you don't gamble to maybe make some money. You're trying to win it all. Like there's $1.5 million to first place, and there's $1 million to second. Imagine if you had more than one team in that final and you nailed both of those teams because you had a player take that had you guys on the same fucking player. What if Najee hits a Joe Mixon? No one's saying Joe Mixon's the most amazing player. He has had this 6 touchdown type game. Najee Harris could easily do that against them. Oh, hells yes. Braylon Allen and Marshawn Lloyd? Give me all of it. Give me all of it. We have 2-6-7-1, and I have been thoroughly enjoying all these running backs. We'll go ahead and keep an eye on everybody's teams here. And at this point, the community is just him and Cordell Patterson. Jaylen Warren, yeah, he's there. He's potentially there for week 1. Just because he says he's ready does not mean Coach Mike Tomlin thinks he's ready, and won't put him into the game if he doesn't think that he's ready. This dude won $1 million already, so he's fantasizing about 2 Najee lineups getting him to first and second. Dude, first place isn't enough anymore. Dude, I have legit thought about what if because I have similar projections on both UD and DraftKings. What if I took home both tournaments? What kind of day would that fucking be? What a Christmas would be if Najee puts up 6 touchdowns on Christmas Day, dude. That'd be wild. Wild. Najee Harris has averaged 140 yards, a touchdown, just on the ground every year for the last 3 years, week 17. 140 yards rushing. That's 14 points just from rushing. And on DraftKings, that's at minimum 17 points plus averaging 1 touchdown. That's averaging 23 points the last 3 years. Just rushing, not adding anything to his receiving game. Just rushing. 23 points, week 17. Week 17. That is the week that we are all playing for. We're all playing for week 17. And it would be even higher, but he did the team-friendly thing and going down and not scoring the touchdown. Guarantee you this motherfucker who didn't get paid, he didn't get paid because he decided to do the team-friendly thing and go down. This year, he didn't get paid by the team. He's more about himself this year. He's going to score that touchdown this year that fucked over my boy Derek here with like a big amount of money here, He ain't worrying about the team this year. He's going to be putting up touchdowns. He's going to be putting it in the end zone a lot. Imagine going out of your way to help the team, make sure you get the W, and then not being rewarded by your team with a big paycheck. Them talking about how they're going to, we don't know how he fits with our team. Are you kidding me? 100 out of 100 teams would love to have Najee Harris on their team. Yeah. That dude's going to be out for blood against everybody this year. At least I would be. So we still have one more tight end to draft. Hunter Henry, Gesicki go off the board. Don't. Ba, ba, ba. So we have 3 more picks of running backs. Let's take Estime. Let's take my tight end here. Let's take Noah Fant. Got a little JSN Noah Fant stack. Don't have anything from Chicago. So we'll take Roshan Johnson. Maybe that's the stack, weird stack that needed to come through at the end. Let's just put them in here. All the guys I plan on taking. And if they get taken, they get taken. Who are the running backs? G-Unit. Messages. Elite Drafters. Who are the running backs that we ended up watching the other day? Carson Steele, Blake Watson. I know we just got Estime, or no, did we get Estime? I don't remember. I say have a 3-year-old's memory. Go ahead and put Blake Watson in there. Obviously, get him. Rasheen Ali. Did I put Kendra in there? Kendra in there. Who was I thinking? Blake Watson and the British Brooks. All right. Are you a Steelers fan? No, I'm a Chargers fan. Chargers through and through, baby. That's why I wanted the numbers, the letters, the words of best ball to be in blue. I wanted it to be more yellow, but the little yellow bar, gold bar that I have on my background to be more yellow than gold, but he put it more gold, which is fine. More for DraftKings. And then I put purple because that was my high school football colors. We were purple and black, but it wasn't really a place to put black, so we did blue background. Oh, dude, they're the only people covering the Chargers. So yes, I love watching Pat Mayo and love Jeff, dude. Jeff, I actually reached out to Jeff the day after I won $1 million, and was telling him like how like lucky I am and whatnot, and I appreciated that all his content and stuff. Where is he? Is there a way to search? Adam Scher. I messaged him. I said, your team looks pretty good. I just did a draft with you. Good luck. The year I won it, I'm out here talking to Adam Scher like he's my little brother. Jeff Feinberg, January 20th, 22nd. Hello, fellow Chargers fan here as well. I won a best ball Millie Maker on DraftKings, and I had a Charger. So at least we have one championship. I watch every Wednesday, and the Fine Ball. Thank you for making my work week pleasant. He said, congrats, man. That's amazing. I appreciate you supporting the shows very much. Thank you. Bolt up. And I said, also, just voted for Anacus. Thank you. Always vote Andrew Cuss, man. That guy does not deserve to not be the most insane. The things that come out of that man's brain. Carson Steele goes to Derek. I had him in the queue. I don't know if you saw that or not. I have I've been placing a $10 bet every day on the Chargers to win the AFC West. That way I could just fund it that way. It's like an investment. If it pays off, it pays off. The AFC Championship thought process is probably better than mine. We're going to go ahead and auto the first pick. I'm not too worried about it. And then, what makes sense here? Do we have Cincinnati? We don't have any Cincinnati. We don't have a lot of Eric Gray. I think Eric Gray would be fun. And like that, we have completed 150 DraftKings Millie Maker drafts. And we have also completed 150 underdog Millie Maker drafts as well. It's times like these where we give speeches of how good we are, how smart we are. But nothing matters until we take the field and we see if we actually had good teams. So every Wednesday, we'll be here reviewing teams, taking the best. First, Patreon members will have access. We'll probably do 30-minute shows. So if you're not a Patreon member and you want your teams reviewed live on the show, be a Patreon member first. So we will go as long as we have Patreon members showing me their teams. If we do not have Patreon members showing the team, and I don't feel like it, and we hit 30 minutes, we'll probably just go to bed. If you are not a Patreon member, we may not get to your team, is all I'm saying. Please sign up for the Patreon so we can see your teams throughout the year. It's $5 a month. It's patreon.com/Best Ball Nation. It's a lot of fun. We read off the people we've had as interviewers on there, or interviewees on there. It's a lot of fun. You get my ranks. We're going to have betting content on there. We're going to have more people on throughout this year. We're going to have live shows, and we're going to bring on Coach. Maybe we'll bring on Coach. He's been talking about wanting to work with me, so we'll see how he is, to see how he's on camera, see if he feels comfortable with it as well. And then we're also going to be taking more people on here onto the team. I'm going to need help potentially if I do end up having another baby. We're going to need help on the site, not site because it's a Patreon, but like site whiz and YouTube and creating content. So, yes, I'm going to still read the team side, and we still have another draft. I just wanted to put that out there on what's going on with the state of Best Ball Nation now that we've completed another year of perfect drafting. Just kidding. Let's go ahead and read the teams. Alrighty. We have not the traditional build for Best Ball Nation. Usually we go 3, 5, 10, 2, but today somebody took Najee Harris out of my hands just like that in the 5th round. 5th round, 8th pick, or 9th pick. Who gives a fuck? 10th pick. Jerking off Pee Wee Herman in the movie theaters. I got Drake London, Cooper Kupp, Rasheed Rice, Trey McBride, Kyler Murray, George Pickens, Christian Watson, JSN, Trevor Lawrence, Gabe Davis, Gus Edwards, Chuba Hubbard, Ray Davis, Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Marshawn Lloyd, Noah Fant, Roshan Johnson, Hassan Haskins, Eric Gray. And honestly, I hope to get 5 points out of all 9 of these running backs per week. I just want 5 points. I want a total of 10 points, and I think my wide receivers and tight end quarterback, and tight end can handle the rest. Because the rest of the core is pretty good. We just need, I think I need 30 points to be dominant, 10 points to be competitive, and 20 points to potentially just be number 2. All right. We're not going to read his team in protest. Nobody here has owned up to be these people, so we'll skip all these people and go ahead and go to Nathan Dean at the 4 hole. He goes Brees Hall, Kyron Williams, Jalen Waddle, Amari Cooper, Dalton Kincaid, Joe Mixon, Zamir White, Cortland Sutton, Tua Tags, Rashid Shaheed, Adam Thielen, Darnell Mooney, Bucky Irving, Rashad Bateman, Johnny Smith, and I wasn't that close to the end. Gardner Minshew, Justice Hill, Jacoby Brissett, and Austin Hooper. That's a smart pick. If for some reason there is something wrong with Hunter Henry and somehow Brissett stays out there for a long time, this is a good early season combo. Actually, this is a very early season team in general. You have a very early season team that should succeed in early season, I should say, versus the long run. You have like Adam Thielen, early probably type player. Zamir White, because they're going to try to run him into the ground early type season. He's an old man. Joe Mixon, he had good early seasons. Your team is looking very, very spicy for that early part of that season. I don't know about late season. Maybe they carry it on through the whole season. But Nathan, you might dominate earlier than normal. I'm not reviewing his team. I'm not. I am in protest not reviewing that team. We got here Jim Halpert. We got Tyreek Hill, Malik Neighbors, Devontae Adams, Pat Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, David Montgomery, James Conner, Hollywood Brown, Jalen Warren, Jacoby Myers, Blake Corum, Matthew Stafford, Jerry Jeudy, Cade Otton, Bryce Young, Jalen McMillions, Tyrone Tracy. Is it Tyrone, right? Okay, I thought maybe I was just being like secondary racist or something. I thought, no way his name's Tyrone, but my brain said it was Tyrone. Said it was. Jordan Whittington, Colby Parkinson, Jatavian Sanders. Solid team. I love the Jatavian Sanders last round pick. I wasn't able to get him last time. Somebody grabbed him for me. But you have a nice little Ram stack here. You got a Carolina stack. Solid, man. Solid. Yeah, I like this team. This is a fun team. This is a team I would draft if and just sub Najee here for James Conner and then take whatever running back Chase Brown here. You sub those two players. I'm pretty sure I have this draft very similar to this. All right, it's a good team. Good team. All names are taking. Good man Derek has been here thick and thin for the last 3 years. He has a 2-7-8-3 team. You got CMC, Derrick Henry, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Reed, Rome Odunze, Jordan Love, Brock Bowers, Taysom Hill, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Polk, Ty Chandler, Isaiah Likely, Khalil Herbert, Marvin Mims, Jermaine Burton, Carson Steele, Cam Akers, and Alexander the Great Madison. Yeah, I mean this is a Derek team through and through with the Carson Steele horse, the Carson Steele Warhorse Derricks on this team. It's definitely a good team. It's got a good mix of old. It's got a good mix of young. It has Taysom Hill on it. Everything I've heard is that if you have Taysom Hill on your team and he's listed as a tight end, you're winning. So Jordan Love, Lamar Jackson, you're winning at the onesies positions there. You're winning at the running back position. You have great wide receivers. Your running backs after your starters are all upside guys, which is the smart way to play it. So, yeah, if something breaks your way, you have a third great running back. So, that's a great team. All right. The moment we all been waiting for. The person that drafted Najee Harris in my 150th team. Pee Wee Herman himself, jerking off at movie theaters, goes A.J. Brown, Puka Nacua, Travis Kelce, Brandon Ayuk, then Najee Harris, George Kittle, Deontay Johnson, Ladd McConkey, Devin Singletary, Brock Purdy, Trey. Should know this by now. I don't. Trey Benson, Justin Herbert, Michael Wilson, Jordan Mason, Antonio Gibson, Ricky Pearsall, and Demarcus Robinson, Jalen Hyatt, Dylan Labe, Will Dissly. That's fine. I got way better value of Najee. I'm just kidding. That's a great pick there. Najee, a little early for my luck to get him. Yeah, it's fine. Nothing crazy. Nothing spectacular. He got Purdy, right? Yeah, he has a nice little San Francisco stack. He's got a Week 17 Najee Harris. Like, if you're building out the optimal lineup, I can definitely see it. I can see Purdy, Singletary, Najee, Kelsey at the tight end, and these three wide receivers with one of these two at flex. I could see it. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the single entry draft. Might take a little bit longer, but once we're done with this one, it is going to be time for me to call it for the weekend. Single entry. Go ahead, jump in because sometimes these take forever to fill. We're 4 of 12. I'm going to go grab a cookie or something to snack on. I haven't had anything to eat in a hot minute. Yeah, and I finished my breakfast 4 hours ago. So, a little snack. Chill. You got build it up yet? What is wrong with you? We got here some chips and salsa. My ass is gonna have to go get another Coke because I know I'm too big of a pussy to eat this with just one Coke. Won't be on this one. All right, Derek. The rest of you guys, sign up. You guys want to sign up for my Patreon? You'll sign up for this. Sign up for this. And those who sign up for the Patreon, I appreciate your patronage. Holy cannoli. We got it. We got it kind of. No, we got 6 of 12. We got little Timmy in here. Fill it up. He wants to draft with us. Art Chichi, I now know you're in here. Expose yourself, Art Chichi. Ain't no way you just randomly joined one of my drafts yesterday, then you're in this draft. No way. Expose yourself, Chi-Chi. Dragon Ball Z is one of my favorite shows. I remember a little Chi-Chi. It's so spicy. It's medium. Oh, I'm such a pussy. What about now? Contest details. 10 to 12. Hell yeah, we got Dane in here. We got Dane in here. Hell yeah. Get in here, y'all. Go ahead, jump in. My last draft of the week. AKA, we might do some on Monday. We might do one on Monday. Tuesday, we're looking at potentially doing a battle royale on a couple battle royales on stream. And then Wednesdays, I'm thinking about doing betting content over. I'm gonna do betting content and some other content on the Fantasy Football Plus network. I think I might do it on Wednesdays, like after my channel, just do like a short video. I don't know yet. Maybe just this week. I might do that on Fridays. I'm too big of a puss. I love it. I love spicy food. I love it makes my mouth water, right? But man, I can't take it. I honestly do. I love it. I'll eat a whole bunch of it. I regret it later. I made a hot wing video. It's terrible. Don't ever watch it. But if you do watch it, just know that's the best I can do. And apparently, drinking Cokes is not the right drink to drink it with. Oh, that's what I've always drank hot wing food and hot food with. I always drink Coke. Oh, I thought there was something on my fucking ceiling, as in like ants or something. But it's just like we have the stupid it's not stupid. Oh, there's a mouse on my fucking ceiling. We have vaulted ceilings in here, and we have it looks like little pokey things. Oh, we filled it up. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Ellie Cousin. Ellie, look, I don't know how to say it, man. JRC823, Superman, Jacob Moran. Hell yeah. My guy, Chi, Mr. Reynolds MLB, Little Timmy. We've been next to each other all day. You know, I'm not saying DraftKings should reach out to, help me promote more by doing like making me do more drafts or like giving me a ticket to do shit. But I don't think it'd be a bad idea. I think I can grow. I can get people to fill tournaments and stuff like that. But what do I know? I'm not a marketing guy. They just seem to think that if they put super famous people on, that they'll make more money. Which is maybe true. I don't know. I'm not a marketing major. I think rather putting them on, put a regular dude on, pay me what, $5,000. I'll be happy on all your ads. Regular dude wins $1 million, changes his life, blah blah blah. Instead of Kevin Hart. No offense, I love Kevin Hart, but is that really changing anybody's opinion on to play for? I mean, I guess they know him, so maybe they trust the product more. Or maybe an ad with me than Kevin Hart. You know what I'm saying? Him and I, best friends, I bet. I bet we'd be best friends. Sitting on my pillow. I don't even know what I would do if I had Kevin Hart on my show. I'd probably cry. He's so cool. Except for cheating on his whole wife and thing. Not so cool there, but I like his videos or his movies. And I liked his hot tub show or his cold tub show. It's not on my tab anymore. It's not there anymore. Oh, it's gone. Are we getting Bijan? No, probably not. Oh, I have 5 messages. Swim lessons will be closed tomorrow. Yep. I get nothing. I get Garrett Wilson. I just got to Charlie's school. There's 30 cards ahead of me. It's 2:19. That means there's 30 cards ahead of my wife. She's there 40 minutes early to pick him up. My wife is 40 minutes early to pick my son up at 3 o'clock. There are 30 cars ahead of her. What the fuck are people doing? That's wild. I'll type in. Oh, that's wild. When it comes to public safety, Kamala Harris promotes soft on crime policies. Who was this one? Make it my daily challenge to myself is to be a part of the solution and to be joyful warrior in the battle to come. Man, y'all think I'm giving you guys money or promoting or helping you guys in any way? I do not support the left. I do not support the right. I support my pocketbook. That is the only thing I support. And I don't give 2 fucks about this thing, this race. Twiddle A and Twiddle D. Which one of them will keep NFL safe? That's all I care about. Playing best ball the rest of my life. Oh. That's why I pay her. I ain't paying nobody. I'm talking about my wife. I mean, she has access to all the money. I don't pay her. She tells me when I'm spending too much. And I say, okay, I'll cut it back a little bit. I got one boss, and neither of us are voting for any of those guys. I voted for Andrew Yang, who was trying to give me money. That's the guy I want. Give me $1,000. I know how to spend my own money. Don't give it to the government. Give me the money. Show me the money. We're going to go ahead and try to get these exposures posted. Because the next couple days, we're not really doing anything that's going to change it. NFL game sets all to week 14 weeks. Go quarterbacks first, running backs second, wide receivers third, Jatavian Sanders, and my Trey McBride last. Go over to the Twitter. My final exposures from the best ball season. Final exposures to the best for my best ball season. Best of luck to all of you. Luck. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, add, boom. Never give money to the government if you can avoid it. That's right. Ain't that the truth? Any drafting tips for a sit and go? Nope. Never done one. So I can't give you any tips on something I've never done. You can get my ranks over at my Patreon for $5 a month, but that's the best I can do for you. It's a sit and go, so it's a cash game, right? So you're going to want to have from what I've heard from cash game type players, you want to have an elite tight end. From what I've heard. Now, you decide whatever you want there to be elite. But as far as I know, what did I miss something? Oh, okay, it was Diggs. I thought I saw Devontae Adams for a second. As far as I know, the cash game players that I've talked to, Pat used to be a cash gamer, and then Eric Beinforce had a couple other guys that have been cash game type people, and Pete Overzet has talked to those rich guys that play cash games, as well as what's his name? I like him. I beat Justin Herzig. Justin Herzig. They always tend to like they always talk about go elite at the onesies positions because those are the ones that you can rely on being consistent, and then take upside shots at other places, but still try to be safer. Try not to stray off of ADP too much on those. Yeah, I don't do sit and goes. I did one sit and go. We're gonna hope we can get Duncan Cade back. I'm not expecting to get it back, but if we do, awesome. If we don't, it's fine. I'm not the guy to go to for that question specifically. I'm a tournament type style player. To me, that's just like a redraft league that has best ball tendencies. I would say maybe make sure your bye weeks are all set. Maybe going with a plan. I don't know. I don't really know. Never know how many quarterbacks and tight ends to get. What's your plan for tournaments for this? For me, for tournaments, I'm on DraftKings. I'm going three quarterbacks and 2 tight ends, and that's what I'm doing. A lot of people go 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends, but I won with the tournament team where I needed 3 quarterbacks, and I could have won with just 1 tight end. So, and it was an elite tight end, but we didn't have to pay elite prices for it. So think about like a David Njoku. He could be an elite tight end, and you don't have to pay that price as the other elites. Or Dallas Goedert, he could be an elite tight end. You don't have to pay the price for it. Or an Evan Ingram in DK formats where he's an elite DK type tight end. I think you could get away with that as your elite tight end. I like 3 quarterbacks, not having to draft them early, but if they run into a good value at quarterback, I think that's the right strategy. While loading up on really good running backs and wide receivers. But if you run into a value tight end, like why pass on it? Because I think Trey McBride's the right tight end this year, but if you run into a tight end that's like 6 picks past ADP, like how can you pass on that early on? Gabe Davis, aka Derek, says, I'd rather be in the finals with 3 or 4 late round tight ends if everybody's going to be there with the same or 3, be there with the same 2 or 3 tight ends. I want to be different. Yeah. See, that was the thing, though. My 1 tight end was only, I want to say 10% owned. I don't even think he was that percent owned. Hold on. I have it on my phone. as always. Give me a second. DFS. Gronk was 6% owned. And I think this was, I honestly don't remember how many people were in the finals. He was 6% owned in the finals. My quarterback was 3% owned. And it's because I had a variety of quarterbacks because let's see here, my other quarterbacks. Zach Wilson was 10% owned. And Jared Goff was 7% owned. So Tom Brady, my highest owned, my highest drafted owned quarterback was less owned than my later quarterbacks. So having an elite quarterback also can be, worth it. I'm telling you a bunch of mumble jumble. I don't think there's any right strategy. I've also been on record of saying there's no right strategy or wrong strategy. You have to draft the right players. I think there's a value set where you can take stuff, but I think drafting is just player take esque. So. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. I don't know how long I was muted, but I just was agreeing with what Derek said. Also said the 150th stream started around 8:20, so if you want to watch that, was worth watching. What else? I would like to have a low-owned tight end. I don't really care how I get the low-owned tight end. I just want the low-owned tight end. So whether it's because the late-round tight ends succeed and I get a low-owned Trey McBride, or I get a low-owned Tre'Tavion Sanders because all the elite tight ends popped off, I feel like I'm playing both sides of that table, and I might be able to succeed one way or the other. But I don't win the $1 million if I think Rob Gronkowski has a good playoffs. He had terrible playoffs, and I got lucky, and he was low owned. Muted for a bit, though. Thought it was fucked up on my end. Sorry, guys. I'm eating chips, and I chew loud. I'm not trying to bother too many people, so I thought I'd try to do the polite thing and cover my mouth and mute myself. I thought I was doing a good job, but I totally messed up that last one. I have a pretty well-balanced team here. Light at wide receiver after Cooper Kupp, but we are sitting at a 1-2-2-1. I was peer pressured to take a Travis Etienne start the other day, but, you know, it's not the worst start, and I thought I'd try it out again on a single entry. I think it was for Mr. Ben Haskell, who was here at the very beginning of the day today. He told me I should take more Travis Etienne, so I told him I would. As much as I want Zamir White, we got to go Keon Coleman here, baby. You fucked up here, Deuces. I am not letting Jamar Chase go to you, or Joe Burrow go to you. That is wild. You take him there? You wildin'. You wildin'. He's going before you get back to you. Just let you know. We're gonna be done at quarterback. Well, maybe not, because he's gonna have a week 12 bye. All right, I don't have to worry about taking him. That's good. Wildin' for letting him go past that. Crazy. Oh. Dude, we'll just go Zamir White. 9, 12, and 10 bye week. Might just go 4 if we get Devin Singletary or Chase. Oh, we'll have to go 5 if we get Chase. If we get Tony Pollard or Devin Singletary, we'll go 4. Depending on the quarterback we get, we might just go 2 quarterbacks. Go heavy tight end on wide receiver at the end. Let Joe Burrow go in front of me. I ain't played that game. And I feel like you can backstack Joe Burrow now with Yoshi Vosh, Gesicki, and Jermaine Burton. I think that's a fun backstack. Before, if you had Joe Burrow, you could only take. That was like the period or the thought. You could only take because you couldn't have Joe Burrow unless you had T and Jamar. I'm a little different on that now. Who is your biggest non-Najee exposure in BBM? That answer is Gabe Davis. Not Gabe Davis from chat. Gabe Davis, the NFL player from Jacksonville. Happy to have him. I think he's criminally mispriced. He's gone to a better situation, and he's going at a later price. And the boot dude is perfect for best ball. You're either getting 20 plus points or you're getting 0. Yeah, that 0 sucks. But as your 6 wide receiver, who gives a fuck? You want that 20 plus point week. In the 10th, 11th round, he's a smash pick. I need to get his Coca-Cola sponsorship. I want to drink more Coca-Cola on stream than any time in my life. I was going to try to get a Ghost Energy affiliateship, but I could not figure out their fucking program, so I just kind of quit. And then I kind of stopped drinking their stuff. I do like Ghost Energy, though. Over the Alanis and Celsius. Celsius is a little dangerous, man. The Gabe Davis in chat thinks that much of Gabe Davis is insane. Nonsense. Horseshit. I forced myself to drink Coke Zero for a month because I drink regular Coke for 3 to 4 cans a day. Now I'm good with Coke Zero. Yeah, I don't mind Coke Zero. Coke Zero is all right. I don't mind Coke Zero. I just, I'm okay with the classic. None of it's good for you, right? Like, I really should be drinking water. And I just realized that I was on the clock and we just autoed Daniels. That's perfectly fine. We are done drafting quarterbacks. Devin Singletary goes to little Timmy in front of me, unfortunately. So we will have to draft probably 5 because I don't typically feel comfortable with those players. But we are done at quarterback. Silly goose. Sometimes I'm just out here in my own little world, chit-chatting away. You guys get me on my little tangent, and then I just keep talking. Just keep talking. Just keep talking. I don't know why I put a lid on it. If I'm just going to take it off, eat more. Just keep talking. Taking Trevor Lawrence with Kirk. Solid move. And if you, by the way, if you are looking to max between Underdog and DraftKings, hold on, let me get that. I suggest you max DraftKings first, or max only DraftKings if you have a limited budget. If you max DraftKings, they're giving you $300 back. So you're spending $3,000 with the potential to win $1.5 million the first and $1 million the second. That's the highest total out there this year. No one's giving $1 million a second. And if you do, if you do max, you get $300 back. So you're already only spending $2,700 at the overall fee. You have to get to the finals to really probably make money back, but it's really not that bad. $2,700 for a shot at potentially having 2 teams at 1 and 2 and winning $2.5 million. Is it really that bad? Probably not. Good to know for next year. Yep. Yeah, last year, the last 2 years, it really hasn't been that much because the prize point was so small. But now that it's at a $20 price point, it's really kind of not really that bad, if you ask me. And they give you the second entry for free. And if you wait in the middle, I think it's the middle of July, there's a time period where there's really not any basketball and there's not hockey, and baseball takes a week off. During that week, it's called Best Ball Week on DraftKings. They throw out, it's not like they're giving you thousands of dollars away or anything. But if you do the tournaments during that week, you get either free tickets or you get some money back if you do it during that week. I know that they're giving away money practically every day and pretty much until the season starts because they are not going to be able to fill this thing up. I did my best to fill it up, right? I maxed my tournament. I promoted DraftKings at nauseum. I want it to fill. I want, though I do want some high place third. And if it doesn't fill, it's not like they just don't fill the second pods. What they do is that they don't have a lot of Fire Myth. Let's take Fire Myth. And then we're done at tight end. What they do is they take the highest scoring third place teams and they advance them into the next pod. So if for some reason they don't fill the DraftKings Millie Maker, which I don't even know how, I guess I can check by hitting DraftKings. Bobby. It is 648 out of 882,000. That means hypothetically the season ended today. Obviously it's not, and if I can make it to the finals, anybody can. If I made it to the finals, I just happen to be a little talking showhead now because I won the thing and I wanted to make, take advantage of me winning $1 million. I thought, when I won the $1 million, the content creators behind Best Ball was very small. There was the ship chasing guys. There was Eric Bime4. I didn't even know about Pete Overs at this point. This was, my introduction to Pete was through Eric when he had him on his channel. We're gonna go AD Mitchell. We might be able to get Polk back. We're gonna have a bunch of rookies on this team. It's gonna be fun. Was through Eric Bime4. I didn't know about Pete until the week after I was on his channel, and I was headed down to Arizona to compete in the Fantasy Football World Championships, or it was the Tournament of Champions, which was, again, so much fun. I wish they would bring that back. It sounds like they're not going to ever bring that back. And I'm at the tournament, head tournament champions, and I'm listening to them talk. And me and Liam were talking back and forth in the chat. It's like there wasn't a lot of places for us to go and chit chat back in the day. Now everybody seems to have a Best Ball channel and whatnot. I'm not saying I'm an OG, but I'm second tier. I'm in the next wave. Before it got oversaturated, now there's just content creators left and right. Yeah. And that's why I'm like trying to bring on more people, because clearly I could do this as a one-man show, but I want Best Ball Nation to kind of be a place where people feel comfortable coming to watch Best Ball channel or Best Ball stuff, and not just football. Like if I can find people to do baseball and hockey and golf and all that other shit, then we could do this year round and have drafts and stuff, and then have the golf people on at the beginning of January, for a part doing some golf content and some baseball content. And then I'm in there doing football content. And then, the basketball people can have their thing and the hockey people can do their thing, and they can do team checks and team reviews and have, content going 24/7 practically, just covering Best Ball content. because I do believe that this is the next wave of fantasy football. I think it is. I think it is best ball, 100%. I don't think that traditional ways of playing fantasy sports is going to be the way to go. I think that the feeling of checking exposures, checking your teams over a course of time, and not have, but knowing that the best team that you put out there is going to be the best team that gets the best scores are going to be put up there, and then getting the chance to go through round by round by round, and not being able to make a mistake, and having, hey, my team, we put the best team out there. If it didn't succeed, and then coming up with different strategies and stuff like that. I think there's nothing better than best ball. So, wanted to create a place we call Best Ball Nation, so everybody's accepted here, even the pricks. I take everybody. Everybody's welcomed here. And I did get a little over my skis because I found out I had power. I have power on YouTube. And now he will go down in lore as the first person getting the ban button real quick. Little Timmy got the ban button on him. My team that made the finals last year was built around the Panthers. I'm out. You can't say that that's luck and skill put together. You were skillful enough to get a team to the finals, even though you drafted 171. I hate this part of the draft, man. I'm gonna go Antonio Gibson. We have a nice little New England stack going too. I'm gonna keep it at all. We're gonna keep the board open. I'm not building any specific way. We're gonna keep the board open. We're drafting best available. Derek, but you were high on a lot of good players last year, so I'm not surprised with how much you talk. Like, not like talking shit, but like talking as in like the knowledge that you're spewing. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised you had success. That's for sure. And I'm not saying I'm the greatest follow, but I listen to a lot of people. I can help people out with things that I hear, knowledge that I consume, and whatnot. And I mean, I've won $50,000. Is it 4 times now? More than I can remember over the course of the last 5 years. I've had double-digit wins quite a bit. I've had a Millie Maker win. Again, I follow everybody in the community and the DFS Best Ball community. I think being part of Best Ball Nation is a good place to start. Your journey to being an accessible player. I'm not saying listen to everything I say. I want you to have your own opinion and your own way to attack it. I'm just giving you guidelines of what I think and how I think about things. Thinking about thinking is smart. Now, you don't want to overthink. I know I just said think like 5 billion times, but you don't want to overthink things too much. But I also don't think you want to go in blind. I think you want to have some guidelines that guy asked about the sit and goes. I honestly can't help you. I haven't really thought about sit and goes, and I haven't really played sit and goes. I'm not the guy to go for that. Now, if I had somebody in my community that I could recommend, which I kind of try to do with Herzik and those guys, and what I've heard from those guys, I can kind of tell you what to do. I can tell you what I'm doing, and like when you asked about the tournament stuff, that's what I'm doing. But again, as I said, there is no right way. There's no 100% given truth on how to win year to year. 2 years ago, there wasn't a Puka Nakua, Kyron Williams in the last 2 rounds. That wasn't a thing. or 3 years ago. There was a Amon-Ra St. Brown, but he was well known, and it wasn't just him. All rookies were at that point. Rookies were not valued as I valued them, and as now they are currently valued. I would have said you should take more shots on rookies because they have potential for late season game changing upside because they're just getting used to the offense. They're just getting used to seeing things slower. That's how I perceived a rookie. And now MHJ is literally going in the second round, or in sometimes the first case. In some cases, the first round. That was never happening back in the day. Jamar Chase is literally the ultimate case of how things have changed since then. 177, and my best pick is Justin Fields. I don't know. Who am I supposed to be taking? Bo Nix? Hell no. Nah. We'll take a third tight end here. I don't feel great about my wide receivers, but we have a nice little New England bet happening here. And we're gonna take Drake May here, not beat around the bush. If for some reason they are successful and it's through those guys, we're having a good year. If it's not, $5, we're all right. It's okay. This is my 10th stream. Yeah, it's my 10th draft, 21st draft in 2 days, and I'm on my last legs here. Just got back home. You doing another draft, or is this for you? The wife should be home in about 10 to 15 minutes, so this will probably be it for me. It for me for the weekend, and then we might have a couple drafts to celebrate the start of the season here on Monday. We'll do a little bit whatever everybody wants on next Monday. I can't remember when I put the Best Ball Nation draft for, so maybe we'll do that draft as well. I can't remember what day that is. Let's see here. Hector, will you definitely vote for Kamala Harris in November? They've sent me roughly 30 messages in the last month, and I have not responded to any of them. I don't know what they think I'm going to start responding now for. I'm not hitting stop. I don't message people I do not know. Where is it? Where's the Patreon League? Where are you? Monday, September 2nd. So at 8:30. So we'll probably start with the Patreon League. We'll do that on stream. And then after that, we'll do some community look, see what everybody wants to do. Maybe small dollar Monday. And Tuesday I want to do some battle royales on Tuesday. And then maybe we'll just I don't know what we're gonna do this Wednesday. I think we might do some betting content for like futures and stuff because it's the beginning of the season. Obviously, we're gonna do team reviews as well on every Wednesday. But maybe for this first Wednesday, we don't do. Maybe we do everybody's favorite. This Wednesday, I want everybody to send me their favorite team that they have drafted. Patreon members, pretty much talking to you guys. If you're not a Patreon member, you have to have been somebody I've known, I've rocked with since day one. Or we got our people. I know who I'm rocking with. Be one of those people, or be a Patreon member, and you'll get your team read. We're going to look at our favorite teams going into the season, and I kind of want to see maybe there's correlation within Best Ball Nation with our favorite teams. It doesn't have to be a Najee team if you're here. It doesn't have to be a Najee team. Your favorite teams, not my favorite teams, or the team that you're most excited for in any tournament. It doesn't have to be a milli maker. It's just your favorite team. We'll do that on Wednesday, along with some betting content. And then Thursday, depending on how the wife's feeling and how I'm feeling, because I'm I don't know about y'all, but I'm nervous as fuck. And when I get nervous, I don't typically feel well, but you know, we shall see. Also, I'm gonna be grinding down to the news to enter my lineups. So, Thursday we might be doing. Did I miss something? Did I not take Drake May? I'm out here chit chatting. We're gonna go 4 quarterbacks. Suck it, guys. This is gonna be my favorite team. Oh, shit. Well, it's the big show. How did I not take Drake May? I have to actually click him because if I don't, he's not gonna get drafted. What happened? All right, we have to leave this on wide receiver. Make sure we get wide receiver. We're gonna have four running backs: ETN, Najee Harris, Amir White, and then Antonio Gibson. Oh well. I missed something there. I drafted 600 teams. I like and hate them all equally. Well, you need to decide which one is your favorite by Wednesday. You don't do that today. Well, shit. You need Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson to get drafted, did he? I want that more than anything to go along with this Justin Jefferson. Man. Fuck. I think they just got home. No way. They got home 30 cars back. They probably just left the parking lot, to be honest with you. My son goes to a charter school about 20 minutes away. It's really nice. It's a really nice school. He finally got accepted to a school, to a charter school, right next to the Walmart, which is right next to our house. But he really likes the school that he's in. And my big brain child is doing first and second grade. I guess he just skips first grade. I don't really understand how it works. So he went to kindergarten. He was so smart, they said, hey, look, we're going to put you in a more advanced class, first and second grade. And he's loving it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Kid's too smart. He's going to be smarter than me. I try explaining to him what I'm doing. He said, so there's no skill, Dad. I'm like, hey, look, there's skill. I told him I'm an expert picker, expert guesser is what I told him. He laughs. I am. I'm not. That's all we're doing is we're guessing, essentially. And we're all really good at it or really bad at it. I know what it takes to get there. As I've been in the war, I've been in the battles to get to the finals. I've made 8 or 9 finals. Missed out completely last year. Decided to do week 17. I don't know how that worked. I only graduated middle school because the school hated my mother so much they wanted me out. I didn't understand that until I was older, and I see why they hated her. That's a little fucked up. But at the same token, I can see that. I feel like I had the exact opposite going to school. The family loved my family, and I hated school, right? And I feel like most schools would have given up on a child like me, but I was given a little bit of a silver spoon because my grandma taught at that school for roughly 20 or 30 years, and Yeah, and they loved her there. So I don't know. I feel like I got lucky to go through elementary when I was a kid, and then I didn't know anybody in middle school and in Muscuda. You had to have a name to succeed. It felt like when I was there, and obviously I was an outsider. At the same token, I definitely didn't give two shits about school. And now that my son's in school, I'm like, all right, dude, we got to focus up. We got to do well. And I'm such a hypocrite because I did not give one rat's ass about school growing up. Hey, Venus, we still going? Yeah, we're at 10 hours and 13 minutes, but we are finishing up literally our last pick currently. My mother was a crackhead who had to show up anytime I was in trouble. She was off her rocker yelling, trying to steal shit. She was a menace. Yeah, that sounds like my dad. He was a meth head, and who was good until we got back from Disney World when I was a kid. And then there was just something wrong with him. Like he was already an asshole, right? Like he was beating the shit out of us kids. Like we were just kids, right? We're getting beat the fuck out of. And then there's something back. Like we came back from Disney World. My mom went to this like working like a breakfast meetup with his like all of her coworkers and stuff. And me and my sister went. So it wasn't like she was trying to meet up with dudes or anything like that. They were just trying to have like a casual lunch or whatever. And he lost his shit and pretty much said, "You're gonna die, and the kids are gonna die too when you get home." And so that's the voicemail he left us when we got home. So we went to a fucking. Hey, we went to a one of those women's shelters, or whatever. Then my ass got weird facts about me. I got raped by like some young girls when I was there. So that was not a positive experience for me on any front. I'm like, my dad's ready to kill us, and I just got raped by a bunch of girls. I didn't know I was getting that was what was going on to me until later on in life, where I, without my consent or my consent given, I was held down by like 6 girls that were all there. We're doing another 10. No, this is it for the year for doing a big drafting session. That is for sure. We are completed. We have hit that. Obviously, next year, if we hit 500 as well, we will do a 24-hour stream, but we have to hit 500. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this again for anything less than 500. Go ahead and read off these teams real quick. So give me a second. But we sign out of here. This is not the team I expected to build. I was a little out of it. We are 20 hours into streaming the last 2 days. We have 4 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 9 wide receivers, and 3 tight ends. We do not recommend this build for anybody, not even trained professionals. We have a Garrett Wilson, Cooper Kupp, Travis Etienne, Josh Allen, Mark Andrews, Najee Harris, Keon Coleman, Zamir White, Jaden Daniels, Joshua Palmer, Pat Freiermuth, A.D. Mitchell, Jalen Polk, Antonio Gibson, Hunter Henry, Justin Fields, Drake May, Roman Wilson, Jalen Hyatt, and Javon the Vaughn Baker. You know, for being a unwell, just constructed team, it's actually not that bad, but it definitely could have been a lot better. Little Timmy at the 8-hole went Chase, Puka, DK Metcalf, Stephon Diggs, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, George Kittle, Tony Pollard, Devin Singletary, Austin Eckler, Tyler Lockett, Stafford, Jalen Wright, Baker Mayfield, Khalil Herbert, Jalen McMillions, Colby Parkinson, Greg Dulcich, Troy Franklin, and Trey Sermon. Solid. Wouldn't say I think you really needed to take Burrow here, even though you got the value of George Kittle. I think you take Burrow here because I don't think it was wise to push past me. But I think you take him here and then hope that, these two don't take a tight end. But other than that, I think you did good. I would read your team, Teachy, but you did not announce yourself. So we're going to hell yeah. He got Justin Jefferson, Devin A. Chain, Devontae Smith, Patrick Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, David Montgomery, Evan Ingram, David Njoku, Romeo Doubs, Jacoby Myers, Gabe Davis, Ty Chandler, Jaleel McLaughlin, Jalen Tolbert, Sam Darnold, Tyrone Tracy, Gardner Minshew, Audric Estime, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor. I like it. You got Sam Darnold with both Jalen Naylor and Justin Jefferson, Ty Chandler. You got a nice little onslaught there. As we talked about, these two are elite tight ends. You don't need any more than that. If you want to, you don't have. Like if you want to, you can. You don't have to. You have great quarterbacks in general. Like you have Pat Mahomes, and then you can. And on the random weeks that Justin Jefferson is the guy, and he's blowing up, and maybe he adds an extra touchdown with Jalen Naylor. Sam Darnold can be a piece, right? And then nobody really likes Gardner Minshew as a fantasy quarterback. He's an amazing, fun quarterback to watch in general, but he causes too many turnovers. But if on the off chance something happens to both, well, he has to play week 6 because you have 2 bye week 6 quarterbacks, so that makes sense why you went that route. He fills that need on that day. It looks like you have enough wide receivers for the bye week mayhem, which will be week 6 for you. That's Devin A. Chain, Justin Jefferson, Pat Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, Darnold, and Naylor all have bye week 6s. Good team, man. Good team. I like it. It's well constructed and thought out because you were like, oh, I had 2 quarterbacks with the bye week 6. I need to get a third one that doesn't. It's on your toes. I don't know any of you guys. So, yeah. That is how we're going to end this draft-a-thon. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for showing up. Please subscribe to the Patreon or subscribe to the YouTube channel over here at Best Ball Nation. The Patreon is $5 a month. You can cancel the first month, and if you get all the content that you want out of it, or even want to try it out for a month, it's $5. My God, we just drafted 200. What 200 was it? We drafted 22. We drafted 400 teams, and some of them you guys did together. $5 with $5. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to be cranking out content over here. We're going to be cranking content over at the Fantasy Football Plus Network. So if you guys want to subscribe over there. And then, write in a comment somewhere on one of the videos that, coming over because the Best Ball Nation sent us. I'm sure Bradley would love to see that. And then, what else we got going on? Yeah, Monday, I don't know. We're going to start off with the Patreon draft, and then we're going to go to, maybe a small dollar. We're going to go into something, little something, and then we'll call it a night. And then Tuesday, we're going to start doing battle royales, maybe a first look type of deal. Wednesdays are going to be show me your teams, exclusively pretty much for my teams, obviously, host of the show, and Patreon members first. And if we don't have enough and we have not hit the 30-minute mark, because we usually keep that as a shorter show. We haven't hit the 30-minute mark, then we might take take some guests out, some viewership teams. Thursdays, I have been in talks with one other person to have a watch party. I mean, talks as in somebody has asked me to do watch parties multiple times now, Blake. And I haven't heard from anybody else that wants to watch it. I will happily do it if we have. I want to have at least 5 people. So we need to get 5 people to say that they'll be on board watching the football game with us, and we'll do it. But I don't want to do it if it's just me and Blake. No offense, Blake. I love you, but we could just chit chat back and forth on Twitter or something. I don't know. Do you have a Discord? I do, but I do not use it. I'll watch. I highly suggest just going to the Patreon if you want to do that route. We have a Discord. It's let me pull it up. How do I? Let's see here. We are not. Maybe I just need somebody to like invite or talk on there. I'm not the person to do that. Invite people. Copy. And I guess this shit changes every 2 weeks. So if you see this in the chat, I don't really know how long it lasts, but from what I've been told, it lasts about 2 weeks. That is the code that it told me to invite you guys with. Again, I don't use it. We have a spot for Derek for every time he decides to come in there. He has story time with Derek, aka Gabe Davis. But yeah, I don't really use it. But if someone in there wants to start up a conversation, feel free. You see Eagles versus Packers in Brazil, and they said can't wear green because it's a gang color there. Yeah, I thought that was pretty silly. But at the same time, that shit is real. My dad, you couldn't wear certain things in Mexico. So I can only imagine what it's like in Brazil where people are getting taken. So, yes, I can imagine. All right. Thank you guys for listening to me spiel for 20 hours or so. We're going to go ahead and call it there. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun.